Chapter 310. Ji Tianxing instantly discerned that the old man with white eyebrows and yellow robes possessed a strength at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. This person's strength and aura were around the same as the Sky Pillar Sect's elders. But Ji Tianxing was sure that this person was absolutely not an elder or deacon of the Sky Pillar Sect. He'd never seen this short and ugly old man that pretended to have a sage-like demeanor. Meanwhile, Yen clearly saw the situation within the cave and immediately revealed an expression of sudden understanding. Senior brother Tianxing, I know, this is the Nine Dragon Cave, our sect's secret place. Even though Yen lowered his voice, the cave was empty and silent, and the yellow-robed old man was instantly startled awake. He turned around to look at Ji Tianxing and Yen with shock, and his eyes instantly opened wide as he revealed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? How did you two come in? This old man's heaven origin grand formation was actually broken by two brats that are still wet behind the ears? The yellow-robed old man was stunned, obviously unable to believe it. Ji Tianxing shouted angrily right away. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our sect's forbidden area? The yellow-robed old man returned to his senses, and his face revealed a savage smile as he immediately transformed into a golden light that charged towards the two of them. Since I was discovered by you, then it's your bad luck, go die. In the blink of an eye, the yellow-robed old man charged before the two of them, and he swung his palms to strike out a few tens of golden palm silhouettes that fiercely charged towards the two of them. Ji Tianxing and Yen's faces went grim, and they immediately swung their palms and fists, striking out fist lights and palm silhouettes to block the yellow-robed old man's attack. Qian Yu and the golden-eyed white tiger immediately counterattacked as well, helping the two of them block the yellow-robed old man's attack. Qian Yu swung his claws to strike out a few tens of icy blue lights, and the golden-eyed white tiger opened its mouth to spit out a ball of blazing wildfire. The attacks of both sides collided with a loud bang, exploding out a dazzling 5-colored brilliance in midair and exploding out with a deafening bang. Bang, bang, bang. The loud bangs reverberated intensely within the cave and didn't stop for a long time. The yellow-robed old man's attack was blocked by everyone. This result obviously exceeded the yellow-robed old man's expectations. You actually have some skills. It seems that this old man has underestimated you. The yellow-robed old man cried out in surprise and stopped attacking. He turned around and fled without hesitation, rushing towards the teleportation gate in the corner of the cave. He obviously had a guilty conscience and didn't want to get entangled with Ji Tianxing and Yen. He didn't want to waste time and alarm the experts of the Sky-bearing sect. Chase. Don't let him escape. Ji Tianxing made a prompt decision and let out a low shout. He pulled out the black dragon sword and chased after him. He waved his sword and slashed out a dazzling divine dragon sword shadow. An earth-shattering dragon roar erupted, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. The huge divine dragon sword shadow was about to hit the yellow-robed elder. However, the yellow-robed old man was an origin core martial artist after all, and his strength far surpassed Ji Tianxing's by 10 times. At the critical moment, the yellow-robed old man waved his sleeve and shot out a dark yellow talisman at the dragon sword shadow. That talisman instantly turned into a huge light shield, blocking between him and the divine dragon sword shadow. Bang! In the deafening sound, the divine dragon sword shadow and the huge light shield collapsed at the same time, bursting into light fragments that filled the sky. A violent and raging wind swept out in all directions, blowing up the dust on the ground. The cave became murky and muddy, making it impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the yellow-robed old man rushed into the teleportation gate as fast as lightning and escaped from the Nine Dragon Cave. When Ji Tianxing and Yen passed through the smoke and dust and chased to the teleportation gate collapsed with a bang and dissipated. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing couldn't help but frown. He cursed with a grim expression, "Damn old thief, he actually escaped." Yen's anger hadn't subsided. After a moment of silence, she comforted, "Senior brother Tianxing, you don't have to blame yourself. That yellow-robed old thief is an origin core martial artist. He just has a guilty conscience and is eager to escape. If he wants to escape, we can't stop him at all. If he really wants to fight to the death with us, we are definitely not his match." Of course, Ji Tianxing knew this, so he nodded and said, "That's true. This Nine-Dragon Cave is a secret place of our sect. That yellow-robed old thief's whereabouts are mysterious. He is obviously spying on our sect's secrets. This matter is of great importance. Let's report to Master as soon as possible." Yen naturally nodded in agreement and had no objections. The two searched for a while in the Nine-Dragon Cave before finding a passage protected by a formation. Ji Tianxing took out the sky pillar token and placed it on the stone door at the entrance of the passage, successfully opening the stone door. After a quarter of an hour, he and Yen left the Nine-Dragon Cave through the passage. After walking out of the cave, he discovered that outside the cave was the peak of the Cloud Sky Peak. The Cloud Sky Peak was located in the middle of the 9 peaks of the Sky Pillar sect and was the core of the 9 peaks. This peak was behind the Scarlet Sky Peak and was the residence of several elders and deacons. Ji Tianxing and Yen'er went down the Cloud Sky Peak and hurried to the Sky Pillar Hall of the Scarlet Sky Peak to ask for an audience with Sect Master Chu Tianxing. The two waited in the Sky Pillar Hall for a while before Chu Tianxing quickly walked into the hall. "Greetings, Sect Master." Ji Tianxing and Yen bowed at the same time. Chu Tianxing hurriedly walked in front of the two and raised his hand, indicating for them to rise. He revealed a gratified smile and looked up and down at Yen. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yen, your wildfire has finally been resolved? That's great." Yen was also full of joy and hurriedly explained, "Master, it was senior brother Tianxing who helped me get rid of the wildfire." He briefly recounted the matter of getting rid of the wildfire. After Chu Tianxing finished listening, his eyes shone brightly as he stared at Ji Tianxing and said solemnly, "Good. Very good. Tianxing, you are indeed a good disciple of Master. Not only is your talent outstanding, but you are also quick-witted and loyal, helping your fellow disciples with all your might." What Chu Tianxing said was from the bottom of his heart. In recent months, he had witnessed Ji Tianxing's rapid rise and growth. Seeing Ji Tianxing's courage and responsibility, his heart was only gratified and pleasantly surprised. Ji Tianxing said a few words of modesty before he got down to business. He cupped his hands and reported, "Master, when junior brother Yen'er and I returned to the sect just now, we were in a mountain 100 miles away." He reported the Tianyuan array, the transmission door and the yellow-robed old man in detail to Chu Tianxing. The smile on Chu Tianxing's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became solemn and gloomy. "Someone can sneak into the Nine Dragons Cave? Damn it. I will immediately send someone to investigate the situation and strengthen the defense." Then he called the black-robed guard and gave a few orders. After the black-robed guard left, Chu Tianxing calmly said to Yen, you have just recovered from a serious illness and have just returned to the sect. Go back to your residence and rest first." Yen was very smart. Of course, he knew that Master had something important to discuss with senior brother Tianxing, so he obediently took his leave. After Yen'er left, Chu Tianxing's face was solemn and he said in a low voice, "Tianxing, there are some things that Master should tell you." Chapter 311. In the northeast of the Sky Pillar sect, there was a nameless mountain peak about 150 kilometers away. The mountain peak was thousands of meters high and was covered with lush forests. This place was located at the border between the Sky Pillar sect and the Tianjin sect, and was only 150 kilometers away from Dragon Mountain. Swoosh! A golden figure suddenly appeared on the originally quiet mountain peak and rushed into the forest as fast as lightning. The golden figure was none other than the yellow-robed, pot-bellied old man with white eyebrows. He passed through the forest as fast as a gust of wind and entered a cave. The entrance of the cave was protected by an array, and several black-robed deacons were guarding the passage inside the cave. Seeing the yellow-robed old man enter the cave, the black-robed deacons bowed and respectfully said, "Greetings, Guest Elder Huangfu." Guest Elder Huangfu ignored the deacons and quickly passed through the passage and entered a huge cave. The man-made cave had a radius of 100 meters and was very spacious. The surrounding rock walls were inlaid with gems and hundreds of stone lamps, illuminating the entire cave. Several stone rooms were carved into the rock wall on the north side of the cave, and the stone doors were tightly shut. 2 black-robed deacons stood on both sides of each stone door as guards, standing motionless like statues. Guest Elder Huangfu opened the stone door in the middle and quickly entered the stone room. In the spacious and bright stone room, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was sitting on a stone bench. His body was as thin as a bamboo pole, and his aura was as sharp as a sword. A scroll was placed on the stone table in front of him, and he was reading it attentively. Hearing footsteps at the door, the middle-aged man looked up and immediately smiled. "Guest Elder Huangfu, you're finally back." Guest Elder Huangfu walked in front of him and respectfully cupped his hands. "Greetings, Sect Master." Without a doubt, this blue-robed middle-aged man was the Tianjin sect's Sect Master. He waved his hand, indicating that Guest Elder Huangfu could dispense with the formalities, and asked expectantly, "Guest Elder Huangfu, did your trip go smoothly? Did you enter the 9 Dragons Cave?" Guest Elder Huangfu revealed a complacent smile and confidently said, "Fortunately, I didn't fail you." This subordinate successfully sneaked into the 9 Dragons Cave and saw the 9 dragon pillars and the array diagram. "Really? That's great." The Tianjin sect master's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. "Guest Elder Huangfu, quickly tell me when we can take action to destroy the Sky Pillar sect's 9 dragon spirit vein." Guest Chamberlain Huangfu frowned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Sect Master, the 9 dragon pillars and the Great Formation are both very mysterious and powerful existences. Your subordinate has only seen the 9 dragon veins dragon pillars and the formation diagram. I haven't had the chance to study them in detail, let alone see through the mysteries of the 9 dragon veins. Furthermore, with our current strength, it's simply impossible to destroy the 9 dragon spiritual pulse. This matter needs to be considered at length." The smile on the Tianjin sect master's face disappeared. He could only nod and say, "Well, let's study it carefully. The Sky Pillar sect has been passed down for 1,000 years. Its foundation is unimaginably powerful. How can we destroy it in just 2 or 3 years?" Seeing that the Tianjin sect master was in low spirits, Guest Huangfu hurriedly changed the topic. "That's right, sect master. This time, when your subordinate sneaked into the 9 Dragon Cave to observe the Great Formation, I encountered an interesting matter." When this subordinate was observing the formation in the 9 Dragon Cave, a teenage boy and a 10-year-old child broke through this subordinate's heavenly origin formation and entered the 9 Dragon Cave. Those 2 brats, who are still wet behind the ears, actually have strength comparable to the origin core stage. The Tianjin sect master suddenly frowned and said in a cold tone, "To have such strength at such a young age, those 2 brats must be the elite geniuses of the Sky Pillar sect, right?" "They should be." Guest Elder Huangfu nodded and said with a face full of regret, "Unfortunately, those 2 brats had spirit beasts as pets. Your subordinate couldn't do anything to them for a while. Your subordinate didn't dare to delay for fear of being discovered by the powerhouses of the Sky Pillar sect, so I promptly withdrew from the 9 Dragon Cave. Otherwise, your subordinate would have killed those 2 brats." The Tianjin sect master was silent and didn't respond. He didn't care much about this matter. His mind was full of thoughts about the 9 dragon spirit vein. He only wanted to destroy the Sky Pillar sect's spirit vein formation as soon as possible. At this moment, the stone room's door opened again. A tall and sturdy old man in a white robe, with white hair and a beard, quickly walked in, holding a horsetail whisk with a golden handle and silver thread. The white-robed old man had the demeanor of an enlightened expert. He revealed an unfathomable smile and calmly said, "Sect Master, Guest Elder Huangfu has already snuck into the 9 Dragon Cave to investigate. Now, can you believe that the spirit vein map I gave you is real?" Guest Elder Huangfu's expression changed slightly when he saw the white-robed old man arrive, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Taoist Master Heavenly Secret." The Tianjin sect master laughed heartily and explained, Taoist Master must be joking. Since the day you gave me the spirit vein map, This seat has believed you without a doubt. When have I ever doubted you? Taoist Master Heavenly Secret only smiled and didn't expose him. He solemnly said, Sect Master, regarding the matter of destroying the 9-dragon spirit vein, the time isn't ripe yet. We still need to consider it at length. The time isn't ripe yet? The Tianjin sect master raised his eyebrows and asked with a grave expression, May I ask Taoist Master, when is the best time? Taoist Master Heavenly Secret pretended to pinch his fingers and raise his head to look at the sky, making a gesture of deducing the heavenly cycle and surveying the mysteries of heaven. The Tianjin sect master and guest elder Huangfu both secretly curled their lips and wanted to roll their eyes, but on the surface, their faces were full of expectation. A moment later, Taoist Master Heavenly Secret revealed a confident smile and leisurely said, Sect Master, this seat has just deduced the heavenly cycle and peeked into the mysteries of heaven. When the Sky Pillar sect breaks the protective formation of the Dragon Mountain tomb, it will be the best time for us to destroy the 9-dragon spirit vein and destroy the Sky Pillar sect in one fell swoop. Hearing this, the Tianjin sect master and guest elder Huangfu both frowned, somewhat doubtful and in disbelief. Not long after Taoist Master Heavenly Secret joined the Tianjin sect, the Tianjin sect master told him about the Dragon Mountain tomb. Hearing Taoist Master Heavenly Secret mention the Dragon Mountain tomb, the Tianjin sect master wasn't surprised. His expression was grave as he worriedly asked, The protective formation of the Dragon Mountain tomb is a top-notch heaven essence formation. The Sky Pillar sect has already discovered the tomb for 2 months, but they still haven't made any moves. According to this seat's estimates, with the Sky Pillar sect's strength and ability, they won't be able to break that formation in a short period of time, right? In that case, won't we have to wait for a long time, or even many years? Taoist Master Heavenly Secret flung the horsetail whisk in his hand and revealed an unfathomable smile. Sect Master, you're underestimating the Sky Pillar sect too much. You must believe in this seat. It absolutely won't take that long. Chapter 312. In a dark secret room on the towering sky peak. This secret room was the place where Chu Tianxing usually cultivated. Not only were there important secrets hidden here, but the layout of the room was also very majestic. The ground was carved with mountains and rivers, and the ceiling was carved with the sun, moon, and stars, forming a large array that encompassed heaven and earth. Chu Tianxing sat on a large jade chair, looking at Ji Tianxing with a serious expression. Tianxing, since you've entered the 9-dragon cave, you should have seen the array platform and the 9-dragon pillars, right? Ji Tianxing nodded and said with a serious expression, Master, if I'm not wrong, the array platform and the 9-dragon pillars should be related to our sect's protective array, right? That's right. Chu Tianxing nodded slightly and said in a serious tone, 8,000 years ago, our sect's founder moved the 9 mountains here to form the 9-dragon spiritual pulse array to suppress the unparalleled demon and founded the Towering Sky sect. The 9-dragon spiritual pulse is the most important foundation of our sect. Not only does it suppress the unparalleled demon, but it also carries the fate and lifeline of our sect for 1,000 years. The array platform and the 9-dragon pillars in the 9-dragon cave are auxiliary arrays of the 9-dragon spiritual pulse. The 9-dragon pillars represent the 9 mountains of our sect. Once the 9-dragon pillars and the array platform are destroyed, the 9-dragon spiritual pulse will be damaged. The consequences will be unimaginable. Ji Tianxing had long expected the situation to be serious, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. He frowned and asked with some concern, Master, what do you plan to do? Chu Tianxing raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, The 9-dragon cave is very important. It's related to the lifeline of our sect. Of course, I will send experts to guard it. Ji Tianxing was silent for a moment, then asked, Master, don't you want to investigate who is so bold as to sneak into our sect to spy on our secrets? Chu Tianxing shook his head, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He said in a cold voice, There's no need to investigate. I've already guessed the other party's identity. In the entire Star Ancient realm, besides that sect, who would dare to provoke our sect so unscrupulously? Hearing this, Ji Tianxing immediately understood Chu Tianxing's meaning and guessed the other party's identity. Chu Tianxing said with a serious expression, "Tianxing, you've only been in the sect for a few months. Although it's glorious and dazzling, it's also caused you a lot of trouble. Have you ever wondered why the sect thinks so highly of you?" Ji Tianxing frowned as a thought flashed through his mind. Could there be another reason? What secret does Master want to tell me? Because I can reactivate the 9-dragon demon trapping array. Ji Tianxing frowned, trying to figure out the meaning of this word. Everyone thought that Ji Ling was the person the sky-bearing sect was looking for. After Ji Ling's death, the truth was revealed. It turned out that he was the person the sky-bearing sect was looking for. He had always thought that the sky-bearing sect was looking for him because of his profound sword bloodline. But Chu Tianxing told him that he was the person who defied fate. What did that mean? Follow Master. Chu Tianxing didn't immediately explain. He turned and walked to the center of the room, arriving in front of a stone table. There was an ancient black tortoise shell on the stone table. It emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Chu Tianxing pressed his palm on the tortoise shell and released a majestic true origin. He used a secret technique of the profound Tao. The tortoise shell immediately lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Dense dots of light and silver lines appeared and moved slightly. Ji Tianxing stood beside the stone table and carefully observed the changes on the tortoise shell. He could see that the dense dots of light represented the stars in the sky and the silver lines were the veins of the formation. Soon, the dots of light and silver lines on the tortoise shell stopped moving. Chu Tianxing pointed at the most dazzling star in the sky and said to Ji Tianxing with a solemn expression, "Tianxing, this treasure is one of the sect's most important treasures, the fated star map. The constellation shown in the fated star map foretells your fate. And the most dazzling star in the sky is your fated star. Our sect's greatest worry and enemy is the unparalleled demon suppressed under Scarlet Firmament Peak. And you are that unparalleled demon's nemesis." Ji Tianxing stared at the fated star map in a daze. He didn't know what to say for a while. The unparalleled demon was a giant of the demonic Tao 1,000 years ago. He was a super expert that could destroy the entire heavenly stellar region. The sky-bearing sect that had existed for 1,000 years feared the unparalleled demon like a tiger and deeply feared him. He was a weakling in the profound understanding realm. Compared to the unparalleled demon, the difference was like heaven and earth. But Chu Tianxing showed him the fated star map and told him that he was the unparalleled demon's nemesis. How could he believe this? How could he not be shocked? The secret room quieted down. Both master and disciple were silent. After a long time, Ji Tianxing finally calmed down. He raised his head and looked at Chu Tianxing. His voice was solemn as he asked, "Master, what do you want me to do?" Chu Tianxing shook his head and said in a heavy tone, "You don't need to do anything. Just wait and see." However, waiting and seeing doesn't mean letting nature take its course. You must understand the mission and responsibility on your shoulders. You can't relax for even a moment. You must cultivate with all your strength and strive to become stronger. Ji Tianxing knew that with his current strength, he didn't have the qualifications to deal with the unparalleled demon. Even if he was anxious, it would be useless. The only thing he could do was to continuously increase his strength and strive to become stronger. "Master, don't worry. I will cultivate diligently and strive to increase my strength." Chu Tianxing nodded with a worried expression. He said in a heavy tone, "Now, someone has infiltrated the 9-dragon cave to investigate the secrets of the 9-dragon spiritual pulse. They have already begun to act. I can't help but worry. If they destroy the 9-dragon spiritual pulse, not only will the foundation of our sect collapse, but even the unparalleled demon under the Red Cloud Peak will break the seal. At that time, a great disaster will befall us. The ancient star realm and the entire heavenly stellar region will be plunged into misery and suffering. Tianxing, if that day really comes, I will need you to step forward and save our sect and the ancient star realm from suffering. Save the people of the heavenly stellar region. Of course, the sect and I will do our best to guard against the enemy. We will not let that day come too early." Chapter 3:13. Chu Tianxing then told Ji Tianxing some of the sect's secrets. This gave Ji Tianxing a deeper understanding of the Sky Pillar sect's situation. He understood that his status had only been recognized by everyone after the Heavenless tournament. Before this, he only had the title of the sect master's disciple and was not regarded as a true elite disciple. But it was different now. He had won 3 matches in a row in the Heaven List tournament and bravely took second place on the Heaven List, proving his strength to everyone. He had become a true core disciple and had the same status as Yun Yao. Only then was he qualified to know these secrets. At the same time, Ji Tianxing also deeply understood a principle. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. When he was regarded highly by the sect master and the Sky Pillar sect and stood side by side with Yun Yao, he had to bear the corresponding responsibility. After an hour, Ji Tianxing bid farewell to Chu Tianxing and left the secret room. When he left the Sky Pillar Hall and returned to Tianxing Courtyard, it was a scorching afternoon. The door to Tianxing Courtyard was wide open, and the 2 servant disciples were nowhere to be seen. Maid Xiao Shuang was standing at the door of the living room with an anxious expression, looking out from time to time. Seeing that Ji Tianxing had returned, Maid Xiao Shuang revealed a relieved expression and quickly came forward to report the news. "Senior brother Ji, you're finally back." Ji Tianxing glanced at her and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Shuang quickly replied, "Senior brother Ji, there's a senior brother called Su Qin who said that he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. He's been waiting in the living room for an hour. You should quickly go and take a look." Su Qin. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment before remembering that this person was a disciple of the Spirit Medicine Hall. Back then, he had persuaded Ji Ku to become a disciple of the Spirit Medicine Hall's elder. Thinking of this, he could not help but have a thought. What urgent matter could he have to look for me for? Could it be related to Ku? When he walked into the living room, he saw Su Qin in a white robe pacing back and forth in the living room. He looked restless and anxious. Suddenly, he saw Ji Tianxing enter the living room. Su Qin hurriedly walked up to him and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Martial Brother Ji." Ji Tianxing cupped his hands in return and said, "Junior Martial Brother Su, don't be impatient. If you have anything to say, please sit down and talk." Su Qin shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "Senior Brother Ji, this is an urgent matter. I won't be sitting. I came to Tianxing Courtyard to disturb you because I have an urgent matter. Junior Sister Ji Ku, something happened to her." Ji Tianxing's body trembled and his eyes were filled with worry. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with Ku? What happened?" Su Qin looked outside the courtyard and said in a low voice, "Senior Martial Brother Ji, come with me to the Spirit Medicine Hall to see her. We'll talk on the way." Ji Tianxing was worried about Ji Ku's safety and naturally nodded in agreement. He followed Su Qin out of Tianxing Courtyard and hurried to the Spirit Medicine Hall. On the way, Su Qin explained to him, ever since Junior Sister Ji Ku entered the Spirit Medicine Hall, she has been safe and sound for the past 2 months. She is naturally intelligent, lively, and cute. Her progress in the art of alchemy is very fast. She is also doted on by her fellow apprentices. But for some reason, since last night, Junior Sister Ji Ku has been in a daze and looked like she was in pain. At noon today, when she was refining medicine in the alchemy room, she fainted on the spot. After the incident, the medicine elder hurried over to check on the situation and found that Junior Sister Ji Ku's condition was very bad. Ji Tianxing's expression became grave and he asked worriedly, "Why did Ku faint? Didn't the medicine elder find out the reason?" Su Qin was silent for a moment before he shook his head and said, "Perhaps the medicine elder knows the reason, but he didn't tell us. We can't find any clues. Junior Sister Ji Ku's consciousness has been muddled and her true essence is in chaos. She could die at any time. Originally, the medicine elder told us not to spread this matter and that he would think of a way to deal with it and save Junior Sister Ji Ku. But Junior Sister Ji Ku kept calling your name even when she was unconscious. I saw that Junior Sister Ji Ku was still thinking about Senior Brother Ji even when she was unconscious. I couldn't bear it and came to Tianxing Courtyard to find you." After listening to Su Qin's explanation, Ji Tianxing said in a solemn tone, "Junior Brother Su, thank you for telling me this. It's my duty, Su Qin replied. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Spirit Medicine Hall. Su Qin led Ji Tianxing through several buildings and entered a palace in the depths of the Spirit Medicine Hall. They came to the door of a secret room. Two Spirit Medicine Hall deacons were guarding the door of the secret room. Seeing Su Qin and Ji Tianxing arrive, the two black-robed deacons hurriedly stopped them and said in a dignified voice, "This is a restricted area of the Spirit Medicine Hall. Leave quickly and don't disturb us." Su Qin cupped his hands and bowed, then retreated to the side and stood still. Ji Tianxing took out the Atlas badge and explained, "I'm Ji Tianxing, Ji Ku's elder brother. Something happened to her and I have to go in and visit her." The two black-robed deacons let them go and opened the door of the secret room. Ji Tianxing stepped through the door of the secret room and saw that there were many large arrays set up in this spacious secret room with a radius of 100 meters. There were also several pill furnaces and medicine cabinets for storing medicinal herbs. He could see that this secret room should be the place where the medicine elder usually cultivated and refined pills. On a platform in the middle of the secret chamber, there was a millstone-sized, dark green millennium-old spiritual jade. Ji Ku, dressed in a green robe, was lying on the 1,000-year-old spirit jade in a coma. Her face was sometimes as pale as snow and sometimes as pale as gold paper. Her body was constantly emitting wisps of white smoke, overflowing with a violent and domineering power. The spirit jade had absorbed the power of several large arrays and was emitting a dense green light. It was as if a layer of thick fog was shrouding her, constantly injecting her with a majestic aura of life. Beside the 1,000-year-old spirit jade, the amiable-looking medicine elder was waving his hand with a worried expression, releasing true essence brilliance to control two arrays. Ji Tianxing could tell that the medicine elder was controlling the arrays with the help of the 1,000-year-old spirit jade's power, seemingly suppressing the violent power overflowing from Ji Ku's body. Seeing this scene, he did not disturb the medicine elder. He walked to the side of the array and silently sized up Ji Ku, observing her situation. After 7 minutes, the wisps of white smoke overflowing from Ji Ku's body were finally suppressed. Only then did the medicine elder stop. He turned his head to look at Ji Tianxing and asked with a frown, "Ji Tianxing? Why are you here?" Ji Tianxing cupped his hands in greeting and explained, "Medicine elder, I heard from junior brother Su Qin that something happened to Ku, so I came to visit." "Medicine elder, please tell me, why did Ku suddenly fall into a coma? How is her condition?" The medicine elder's expression became more and more solemn as he said in a heavy tone, "Since you are so concerned about Ji Ku, I will not hide it from you." Chapter 3:14. Crimson Star Bloodline? Hearing these words, Ji Tianxing immediately raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was now an array master and had studied the massive heavenly cycle stellar array, so he knew many secrets that only the strong knew. The Crimson Star referred to the Crimson Pole Star, one of the 36 Big Dipper stars and ranked third. The Crimson Star bloodline was obviously related to the Big Dipper star. Even if Ji Tianxing had never heard of this bloodline, he could guess that it must be an extremely rare bloodline. In the Tianxian continent, only martial artists with outstanding talent could awaken the bloodline. Martial artists with special bloodlines were more outstanding than ordinary martial artists, and their martial arts achievements were also higher. Of course, bloodlines were also divided into strong and weak ones. The most common bloodline was the origin grade bloodline, the more advanced ones were the black grade bloodline, and the best ones were the heavenly grade bloodline. Generally speaking, martial artists with the black grade bloodline were extremely rare in the secular kingdoms. Just like in the past, Ji Tianxing had the black grade bloodline and could become the top martial artist in the Royal Azure Kingdom. As for the heavenly grade bloodline, it was almost impossible for it to appear in the secular kingdoms. Only those major forces and sects that were above the kingdoms could give birth to such outstanding bloodlines. For example, Yun Yao's celestial spirit sacred constitution was one of the heavenly grade bloodlines. Ji Tianxing frowned and asked doubtfully, "Medicine Elder, what is the grade of the Crimson Star bloodline? Is it the heavenly grade bloodline?" The Medicine Elder nodded and said with a serious expression, "Yes." Ji Tianxing was even more puzzled and asked, "Medicine Elder, When a martial artist awakens the bloodline, their talent will improve by leaps and bounds and their strength will increase exponentially. Koku awakened the heavenly grade bloodline. How did this happen? Why is she in a coma and in critical condition? The medicine elder looked at him deeply and sighed before explaining, "This matter is very complicated and it's a long story. There were 2 reasons why I took a fancy to Jiku and insisted on taking her as my disciple. Firstly, when this old man was roaming the Heavenly Star region in the early years, I had a friendship with the Royal Azure Dynasty's emperor. Jiku joining the Sky Pillar sect as a disciple was also instructed by the Royal Azure Dynasty emperor. Not long after Jiku joined the Sky Pillar sect, the emperor of the Royal Azure Dynasty sent me a letter asking me to take care of her and help her awaken the mysterious bloodline in her body. Secondly, the bloodline hidden within Jiku's body is extremely mysterious. Before this, neither the Royal Azure Dynasty emperor nor I could tell what kind of bloodline she possesses. Because of this, I decided to take her as my disciple and help her awaken her mysterious bloodline." Ji Tianxing nodded. Only then did he come to a realization. He had always believed that there was no such thing as love or hatred for no reason in this world. If it were not for the friendship between the Royal Azure Dynasty Emperor and the Medicine Elder, and the mysterious bloodline in Jiku's body, why would the Medicine Elder accept her as his disciple after just a few meetings? At this moment, the Medicine Elder continued, "Ever since Jiku became my disciple, I've been thinking of ways to help her awaken her bloodline for the past 2 months. Just the day before yesterday, I finally succeeded in helping Jiku awaken her mysterious bloodline. When I found out that the bloodline she awakened was the top of the heavenly red star bloodline, I was so excited and relieved. However, after Jiku awakened the red star bloodline, not only did her strength not skyrocket, she was also constantly in danger. The inner yuan in her body was in a mess and her power went berserk. She almost lost her life because of it. After a careful examination, I found out that there was an extremely mysterious and domineering power sealed within her body. That was not the inner yuan of a human but the power of a foreign race. It was this mysterious power that almost cost her her life." When he heard this, Ji Tianxing's face was filled with astonishment and he quickly asked, "The power of a foreign race? Cuckoo is clearly a human, how could there be the power of a foreign race in her body?" The medicine elder stroked his beard and said meaningfully, "The power of a foreign race is sealed within her soul. It should have been there since birth and it could very well be related to her background. Ji Tianxing, since you're Jiku's elder brother and are close childhood friends with her, you should know something about her background, right?" Ji Tianxing thought for a moment and nodded. He had met Jiku when he was 8 years old and they became best friends. He knew that Jiku only had her imperial father since she was young and did not have a mother. She was the most lonely princess in the palace. No one knew who Jiku's birth mother was and it was strictly forbidden in the palace to talk about Jiku's background or they would be severely punished. The heirs of the imperial family distanced themselves from her and the concubines in the harem bullied her. Although the emperor of the Royal Azure Dynasty doted on her, he was busy with political affairs and had no time to accompany her. It was because of this that Jiku relied on him and trusted him so much and had a deep relationship with him. When he thought of this, Ji Tianxing said in a serious tone, "Medicine Elder, there is indeed something strange about Kuku's background. I'm afraid only the emperor of the Royal Azure Dynasty knows the truth about her background. However, now is not the time to delve into this matter. How should we deal with the power of a foreign race in Kuku's body? Do you have any good ideas?" The medicine elder frowned and pondered for a moment before saying in a low voice, "The power of a foreign race is very mysterious and violent. It's different from the energy of our human race. I can't do anything about it. Moreover, the power is sealed within Jiku's soul and no one can touch it. She can only rely on herself to refine the power. I've thought about it for a long time and I've come up with an excellent idea." Ji Tianxing's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly, "What is it?" The medicine elder said in a serious tone, "Jiku's current strength is too weak. She can't refine the power of a foreign race sealed within her soul. If she wants to increase her strength quickly, she can only rely on her bloodline talent. The heavenly red star bloodline that she awakened corresponds to the red star of the 36 Big Dipper stars. If she sleeps in the jade soul coffin and places it at the top of the 7 stars pagoda, she can absorb the power of the Big Dipper stars and quickly increase the power of her red star bloodline. When her red star bloodline is strong enough, she can borrow the power of the Big Dipper stars to refine the power of the foreign race sealed within her soul. When that time comes, not only will she be able to turn danger into safety, she will also be able to master the mysterious and powerful power of a foreign race. Her strength will definitely increase exponentially. Ji Tianxing frowned in confusion. Jade Soul Coffin? 7 Stars Pagoda? Medicine Elder, where are these 2 treasures? How can I get them? The Medicine Elder stroked his beard and said calmly, the Jade Soul Coffin is a treasure of our sect. It has all kinds of incredible effects. This item is in the hands of the sect master. You can ask the sect master to lend it to you. As for the 7 Stars Pagoda, it is a wonderful treasure land in the ancient star realm. It is located 500 miles south of the Star Terrace. Chapter 315. Seeing that Ji Tianxing didn't know much about the 7 Stars Pagoda, the Medicine Elder explained it to him in detail. The 7 Stars Pagoda was actually a secret land. After the 8 major sects found the secret land, they all wanted to take it for themselves, so that their disciples could gain experience and improve their strength. After many disputes and negotiations, the 8 major sects reached an agreement to jointly set up a super array to protect the secret land and named it the 7 Stars Pagoda. The 7 Stars Pagoda had 7 floors. From the 1st floor to the 6th floor, there were various dangers and tests in each floor. Only by passing the tests could one enter the higher floor. The 7th floor was an excellent holy land for cultivation, with all kinds of incredible effects. The 8 major sects had set a rule that the 7 Stars Pagoda would only open once a year. Each sect had a token, which was equivalent to the key to enter the 7 Stars Pagoda. It could only be used by one disciple. The disciples of each sect who entered the 7 Stars Pagoda had to rely on their own ability to pass the levels. Whoever could reach the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda would get great benefits. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing opened his mouth and asked, Medicine Elder, may I ask where our sect's token is? The Medicine Elder quickly replied, naturally, it's in Yun Yao's hands. In the past few years, every time the 7 Stars Pagoda opened, she would represent our sect to pass the levels. None of the disciples of other sects could reach the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Only our sect's Yun Yao could do it. In the past, our sect also sent Chen Su and Tang Ilua, but they both failed on the 5th floor and failed to reach the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Since then, our sect has kept the token to enter the 7 Stars Pagoda with Yun Yao. She knows the situation of the 7 Stars Pagoda better. If you want to know more, you can go to her. Ji Tianxing nodded to show that he understood and bowed to the Medicine Elder to thank him. Then, the Medicine Elder reminded him, there are still 8 days before the 7 Stars Pagoda opens. Ji Ku's condition is still unstable, so I have to help her recuperate for a few days. If you get the Jade Soul Coffin and the key to enter the 7 Stars Pagoda, wait patiently for a few days and prepare to enter the 7 Stars Pagoda in advance. After this old man has helped Ji Ku recuperate, I'll send someone to inform you. At that time, I'll put her into the Jade Soul Coffin. Thank you very much, Medicine Elder. Ji Tianxing thanked him and then left. After leaving the Spirit Medicine Hall, he went straight to the White Cloud Hall on the Red Cloud Peak. Baiyun Hall was Yun Yao's residence. When he rushed to the White Cloud Hall, Yun Yao was reading ancient books in the study. Hearing his footsteps, Yun Yao put down the ancient book in her hand, turned to look at him, and greeted, Junior Brother Tianxing, are you looking for me? Ji Tianxing nodded and said, Eldest senior sister, I came to find you to ask about the 7 Stars Pagoda. 7 Stars Pagoda? Yun Yao frowned and thought for a moment. Then, she said in surprise, the 7 Stars Pagoda will open in a few days. Do you want to challenge the 7 Stars Pagoda? Ji Tianxing thought for a moment and nodded. I want to save a good friend, so I need to borrow the power of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Yun Yao frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, although the Seven Stars Pagoda is a secret land with great opportunities, it's also very dangerous. Junior brother Tianxing, with your current strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to break through. Tianxing certainly understood that Yun Yao was not exaggerating. She was sincerely advising him. However, he said firmly, eldest senior sister, in order to save a friend, I have to break through. Yun Yao frowned and looked at him with deep eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a silver token from her interspatial ring and handed it to him. This is the token to enter the Seven Stars Pagoda. Every sect only has one. When the Seven Stars Pagoda opens, only one disciple from each sect can enter. The first 3 levels of the Seven Stars Pagoda are relatively simple. Most of the elite disciples of each sect can pass through them. However, the 4th to 6th levels are extremely difficult and dangerous. Almost everyone can't pass these 3 levels. Originally, I didn't plan to enter the Seven Stars Pagoda this year. I wanted to give this opportunity to junior brother Yen and let him go to the Seven Stars Pagoda to hone himself. Since you want to go, it's the same for me to give you the token. After that, she introduced the dangers of each level to Tianxing and explained the mysteries of the 7th level. Tianxing listened carefully and memorized every word she said. After Yun Yao finished speaking, he put away the token to enter the Seven Stars Pagoda and thanked Yun Yao. Breaking through the Seven Stars Pagoda and saving Jiku must be done by him. He did not dare to expect Yun Yao to help him save Jiku. After all, Yun Yao and Jiku were not related. Yun Yao was willing to give him the key to enter the Seven Stars Pagoda, which was already extremely benevolent and made him grateful. After leaving the White Cloud Hall, Tianxing rushed to the Sky Raising Hall and asked to see his master, Tianxing. Tianxing was cultivating in the secret chamber. When he heard that he came to visit, he asked the black-robed guard to lead him into the secret chamber. Tianxing, why are you looking for master? Tianxing sat cross-legged in the array formation in the secret chamber and asked with a calm expression. Tianxing walked in front of him and stood still. He bowed and said, "Greetings, master. This disciple is here to ask master for a favor. I have a close friend who is a disciple of the Spiritual Medicine Hall's elder. She is in danger and has a difficult problem to solve. The medicine elder told me that if I want to save her, I can only let her sleep in the Jade Soul Coffin at the top of the Seven Stars Pagoda and use the power of the stars to save her. So, this disciple boldly wants to borrow the Jade Soul Coffin from master. I hope master can help me." After listening to these words, Tianxing showed a surprised look and asked, "Tianxing, you want to go to the Seven Stars Pagoda?" The 7th floor of the Seven Stars Pagoda is full of dangers and dangers. The slightest carelessness will cost you your life. Tianxing cupped his fists and said with a firm expression, "Master, this disciple must take the risk in order to save her." Tianxing frowned and weighed the pros and cons for a moment before saying in a solemn tone, "Since you insist on going, master will not stop you. The Seven Stars Pagoda is very dangerous. If you go there, you can also use it to temper yourself and improve your strength. Master can lend you the Jade Soul Coffin, but this thing is one of the most precious treasures of our sect. It is very rare and precious. You must take good care of it and place it properly. It cannot be lost." When Tianxing saw him nod in agreement, he immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, master. This disciple will follow master's orders and will not let the Jade Soul Coffin be damaged." Tianxing nodded and slowly extended his left palm. A silver brilliance appeared in his palm and a thumb-sized white jade box immediately appeared. This thumb-sized white jade box had a rectangular shape and was carved into the shape of a lifelike coffin. It was the Sky Pillar sect's most precious treasure, the Jade Soul Coffin. If one wanted to use the Jade Soul Coffin, they needed to use a special spell to open the formation on the Jade Soul Coffin. Only then could it become a real coffin. After Tianxing accepted the Jade Soul Coffin, Tianxing taught him a set of mysterious spells to use the Jade Soul Coffin. Tianxing listened attentively and remembered every word Tianxing said. After an hour, he had successfully mastered the spell to open and use the Jade Soul Coffin. Tianxing took out 2 talismans and a fist-sized silver ball and gave them to him. Tianxing, this time you will be going to the 7 Stars Pagoda. It will be very dangerous. You may even encounter life-threatening danger. Chapter 3:16. The Jade Soul Coffin and the key to enter the 7 Stars Pagoda were both in his hands. What Ji Tianxing needed to do next was to wait and prepare. After returning to the Tianxing courtyard, he did not waste any time. He quickly entered the secret chamber to practice and improve his strength. When the 7 Stars Pagoda opened, he would enter the 7 Stars Pagoda. At that time, he would not only have to face all kinds of dangers and tests, but also the elite disciples of each sect. He had to improve his strength as much as possible. After entering the 7 Stars Pagoda, he was bound to pass all the tests and reach the top. In order to save Ji Ku, he had to succeed. He could not fail. Soon after, Ji Tianxing held his breath and focused his mind, entering a focused state of cultivation. Now that he had reached LV5 of the mystic comprehending realm, one of the apertures in the 5th sword vein had been refined. He used his own gold genuine essence and the power of the red flame genuine fire to refine the second aperture. This process was very slow. As his strength became stronger, the speed of his strength improvement would inevitably become slower. In the Tianjian sect, on the Divine Sword Peak. In a dimly lit secret chamber full of spiritual qi, the Tianjian sect master was sitting on a big jade chair. In front of him stood a young man in a white robe with a dignified appearance. This young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and burly, handsome and dignified. He exuded confidence and arrogance. This man was the chief disciple of the Tianjian sect, Shi Wenyu. Shi Wenyu bowed to the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect and asked respectfully, "Master, do you have any instructions for summoning this disciple?" The Tianjian sect master nodded slightly and asked, "Wenyu, the 7 Stars Pagoda will open in a few days. Are you ready?" Shi Wenyu smiled confidently and quickly cupped his hands. "Master, although I failed every time I entered the 7 Stars Pagoda, my swordsmanship has made a breakthrough this year. My strength has also increased by 2 levels to LV9 of the mystic comprehending realm. I am confident that I can enter the 7th level and become the second person after Yun Yao to reach the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda." Seeing how confident Shi Wenyu was, the Tianjian sect master smiled with relief. He nodded and said encouragingly, "Wenyu, it's good that you're so confident. I also hope that you can win this honor and show the other sects the strength of the Tianjian sect." Shi Wenyu cupped his fists and said confidently, "Disciple will do his best and not disappoint master." "Very good." The Tianjian sect master nodded with satisfaction and said in a serious tone, "However, I summoned you here today because I have a more important task for you." Shi Wenyu saw his solemn expression and understood the importance of this matter. He said seriously, "Master, please enlighten me." The Tianjian sect master said in a low voice, "At the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda, there are many heavenly treasures. One of them is called the Soul Crystal. This item is very important to us and is even related to the rise of our sect. After you enter the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda, you must obtain this treasure and bring it back." After listening to the Tianjian sect master's instructions, Shi Wenyu suddenly frowned and asked doubtfully, "Master, since the soul crystal is so precious, Yun Yao will definitely snatch it from me. Moreover, she has entered the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda many times. Could it be that she has already taken the soul crystal?" The Tianjian sect master sneered and said in a firm tone, "Of course not. Yun Yao definitely doesn't have the guts to take the soul crystal. The soul crystal is located in the 7 Stars Array. Not only is it hidden very well, but it is also the core of the 7 Stars Array. Once you take the soul crystal, the 7 Stars Array will collapse, and the 7 Stars Pagoda will be implicated and even collapse." Shi Wenyu's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect the Tianjian sect master to give him such a shocking task. The Tianjian sect master continued, "Wenyu, you don't have to worry about the consequences of doing this. Just follow my orders. After you take the soul crystal and the 7 Stars Pagoda collapses and is destroyed, you can try to push the blame to Yun Yao. In the past few years, except for Yun Yao, no one has been able to reach the 7th floor. If you frame her with this matter, all the major sects will believe it without a doubt. Sure Wenyu nodded solemnly and cupped his fists. I understand. I will follow master's orders. Well, very good. You may leave. The Tianjin sect master nodded with satisfaction. Sure Wenyu bowed and left the secret chamber. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion in the secret chamber for 7 days. Finally, he had refined 2 more acupoints and his strength had improved a lot. In the evening, he ended his cultivation and walked out of the secret chamber. Not long after he returned to his room, his maid, Xiao Shuang, came to report the news. Senior brother Ji, the senior brother named Su Qin, came to visit again at noon today. He asked Xiao Shuang to tell you that everything is ready. As soon as Ji Tianxing heard this, he understood that the medicine elder was definitely prepared. He quickly left the Tianxing courtyard and rushed to the spiritual herbal hall to find the medicine elder. When he met the medicine elder, he was still in the secret chamber. Ji Ku was still lying unconscious on the Millennium Spirit Jade. Her body was surrounded by a pale blue brilliance, and her face was calm and serene. Even though she was unconscious and her consciousness was fuzzy, she was still murmuring unconsciously. Every once in a while, she would call out, "Brother Tianxing." Seeing her like this, Ji Tianxing was full of tenderness and worry. He secretly made up his mind to help her solve the disaster in front of her. The medicine elder's face was full of fatigue, but there was a touch of relief in his eyes. Tianxing, this old man has helped Ji Ku recuperate her body and temporarily suppress the alien powers sealed in her soul. Later, we will put Ji Ku into the Jade Soul Coffin. Tomorrow morning, you can set off for the 7 Stars Pagoda. Thank you, medicine elder. I have troubled you. Ji Tianxing thanked him sincerely. The medicine elder waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "Why are you thanking this old man? This old man is Ji Ku's master. This is what I should do." Ji Tianxing did not say anything more. He circulated his true essence and cast a special spell to bring out the Jade Soul Coffin. Swoosh! A light flashed in his palm, and a jade box the size of a thumb appeared. He cast a spell to make the jade box bigger. Soon, it became a 5-meter long and 3-meter wide spirit jade coffin. The carvings on the coffin were vivid and lifelike. The entire coffin exuded a vast and majestic spirit qi. Obviously, its effects were extraordinary. Under the medicine elder's guidance, Ji Tianxing slowly lifted Ji Ku up. His movements were gentle as he carefully placed her into the Jade Soul Coffin. Ji Ku was sleeping in the Jade Soul Coffin. The coffin constantly released an invisible spirit qi that lingered around her body, protecting her closely. After that, Ji Tianxing cast a special spell to shrink the huge coffin into a jade box the size of a thumb and put it back into his spatial ring. Chapter 317. The next morning, Ji Tianxing rode on Qianyu and left the Sky Pillar sect. Facing the rising sun, Qianyu flew towards the center of the star ancient realm. It flew for half a day and arrived at the bottom of the 7 Stars Pagoda after 12 hours. It was already evening and night was about to fall. Qianyu landed on a towering mountain peak. In the center of the mountain peak stood a towering pagoda that was as huge as a mountain peak. It was an octagonal pagoda that was bronze in color. Its bottom was connected to the mountain peak and its top was connected to the sky. It exuded an incomparably majestic aura. The bronze pagoda was divided into 7 floors, each of which was more than 300 meters tall. The top 2 floors were shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Ji Tianxing looked up for a moment and saw the pagoda's appearance. The pagoda had 8 corners that were octagonal in shape. It looked magnificent, vast, and imposing. There was a huge copper lamp at each corner, and the lamps were engraved with lifelike divine dragons and firebirds. The body of the pagoda was ancient and rough, with many mysterious patterns and patterns carved on it. There were also some special symbols. On the first floor of the pagoda, there was a black door that was 100 meters tall. This door was tightly shut and flickered with a faint 5-colored brilliance. It was obviously the power of a formation. In addition, there was a narrow ladder on the side of the pagoda that led directly to the 4th floor. There was also a door on the fourth floor of the pagoda that was the same size as the door on the first floor. It was simple and unadorned. These two doors were the only entrances to the pagoda. This is the legendary 7 Stars Pagoda? Ji Tianxing looked at it for a moment and could not help but whisper. This 7 Stars Pagoda was not man-made and was not controlled by the 8 great sections. Legend had it that this mysterious and unadorned 7 Stars Pagoda was not an ordinary thing, but a divine object that fell from the sky. In the distant ancient times, this 7 Stars Pagoda fell from the sky like a meteor and fell into the star ancient realm. After the pagoda landed, it smashed into the depths of the earth and hid in the mountains. No one knew about it. After thousands of years of slow recovery and growth, the pagoda gradually recovered its power and emerged from the depths of the earth. About 10 years ago, this 7 Stars Pagoda appeared from the top of the mountain, as if it had appeared out of thin air overnight. Later on, several sects experts accidentally discovered the 7 Stars Pagoda. When they entered the 7-star pagoda with doubts, they found that there was another world inside the pagoda. Furthermore, the 7 floors of the pagoda represented the 7 worlds. They did not disturb each other but were connected to each other. Every level contained abundant mineral resources and natural treasures. Moreover, they were all ownerless and could be plucked at will. The closer the world was to the top of the tower, the richer the treasures and resources it contained. Thus, the powerhouses of the various sects began to crazily plunder the 7-star pagoda for resources. After the news spread, all the major sects rushed over and joined in the plundering and pillaging operation. However, conflicts soon broke out between the various sects, which led to one battle after another. In the end, in order to prevent the 8 great sects from killing each other and causing a chaotic war, the experts of the various sects had no choice but to sit down and discuss. After many discussions and coordination, the 8 great sects finally decided to jointly control the 7 Stars Pagoda and set up the Tianyuan Grand Array to protect the pagoda. The 7 Stars Pagoda would open once a year. Each sect could only send one disciple into the pagoda to climb to a higher level and search for more precious resources and treasures. Unfortunately, in recent years, except for Yun Yao who had climbed to the 7th floor of the 7 Stars Pagoda, none of the other sect's disciples had been able to enter the 7th floor. Ji Tianxing looked at the 7 Stars Pagoda for a while and saw that several young martial artists had gathered in the open space below the pagoda, so he walked over. The open space with a radius of 100 meters was paved with black stone slabs, and there was a 10-meter-tall array platform in the middle. This was obviously built by the people of the 8 great sects, and the array in the array platform was the key to opening the 7 Stars Pagoda. When Ji Tianxing came to the open space, several young martial artists in the field also turned their heads to look at him. When those people saw his appearance, they suddenly showed surprised and puzzled expressions and whispered to each other, "Hey, isn't this guy a disciple of the Sky Pillar sect?" Strange, the Sky Pillar sect's Yun Yao didn't come? They actually sent him to challenge the 7 Stars Pagoda? I know this guy. I saw him on the star platform during the 8th Sect Council. He's the disciple of the Sky Pillar sect's sect master. I think his name is Ji Tianxing. Yes, I remember that this guy's strength is very weak. It seems that he hasn't become an elite disciple yet, right? These young martial artists were all chief disciples of their respective sections. They had seen Ji Tianxing at the 8th Sect Council before. Everyone's impression of him was still at that time. They didn't know that he had defeated Chen Su and Tang Ilua in the Heavenless tournament and became the second genius of the Sky Pillar sect. Among them, there was a beautiful woman with a slim figure, a dignified face, and an elegant temperament. She was the chief disciple of the Heart Moon sect, Feng Min. The young man standing beside her was the chief disciple of the Six Unity sect, Wu Yu. He had previously worked with Feng Min and Ji Tianxing to destroy the Demon Cave. There was also a handsome young man in the crowd. He was the chief disciple of the Thousand Autumns sect, Xiao Xian. Back then, on the star platform, this person had also seen Ji Tianxing. At this moment, when Xiao Xian saw that the person from the Sky Pillar sect was Ji Tianxing and not Yun Yao, he couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. As soon as Ji Tianxing walked over, he snorted with a displeased expression, "Umph." Did the people from the Sky Pillar sect take the wrong medicine? They didn't send Yun Yao to challenge the Seven Stars Pagoda, but sent a brat instead? Qiao Xian didn't deliberately lower his voice, so the young disciples beside him heard it. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at Ji Tianxing playfully, wanting to see his reaction. Ji Tianxing originally saw two acquaintances and was about to come over to greet them. But when he suddenly heard Xiao Xian's cold snort, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at Xiao Xian coldly and said indifferently, "If you criticize my Sky Pillar sect again, I'll make you crawl away." It was a very short sentence, but it contained an unquestionable domineering and fierce aura. Xiao Xian was immediately stunned, and several young martial artists also showed surprised expressions as they looked at Ji Tianxing in disbelief. Everyone couldn't believe that Ji Tianxing had the guts to humiliate Xiao Xian in public. Xiao Xian was so angry that his face turned ashen. He glared at Ji Tianxing and shouted in a deep voice, "Brat, what did you say?" Ji Tianxing looked at him indifferently and said coldly, "I told you to keep your mouth clean, or I'll shut you up." "Hee, you're very arrogant, brat." Xiao Xian was so angry that he laughed, and a cold light surged in his eyes. "If Yun Yao were here, I would naturally respect her. But who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You're courting death." Xiao Xian was already depressed, and being humiliated by Ji Tianxing in public, he was naturally furious. Chapter 318. Xiao Xian was the chief disciple of the Thousand Autumns sect and had the strength of a LV8 Tongxian realm martial artist. Xiao Xian realm martial artist's palm strike was extremely powerful and caused a gust of wind to blow. Everyone retreated. Ji Tianxing's expression did not change. He calmly extended his left hand and punched out. Bam! His fiery red fist radiance collided with Xiao Xian's blue palm shadow and exploded with a loud bang. The violent energy exploded, blowing everyone's clothes into the air. Dust was also blown up in the air. What was inconceivable was that Ji Tianxing stood on the spot without moving, but Xiao Xian was forced back 8 steps and almost fell to the ground. Xiao Xian was stunned. He stared at Ji Tianxing with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The surrounding young martial artists also exclaimed in disbelief. Even Feng Min and Wu Yu revealed astonishment in their eyes. They did not expect that Ji Tianxing's strength would increase so much in just a month. He was actually stronger than Xiao Xian. However, the crowd did not know that Ji Tianxing did not use his full strength. If he used his full strength and his trump card, Xiao Xian would not be his match. After all, Xiao Xian, who was at LV8 Tongxian realm, was about the same strength as Tang Yiluo. Xiao Xian came back to his senses and his expression became uglier. The anger in his eyes surged. He stared at Ji Tianxing with a ferocious expression and sneered, "Ha, no wonder you're so arrogant. You have some skills." Ji Tianxing looked at him indifferently and said, "It's more than enough to kill you. You're fucking courting death." Xiao Xian suppressed his anger and immediately burst out. He cursed with a twisted face and a blue light surged from his body. He was going to explode with his full strength. However, right at this moment, Feng Min and Wu Yu arrived beside him without making a sound. They stretched out their palms and pressed on Xiao Xian's shoulders. "Xiao Xian, stop fighting in front of everyone. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Thousand Autumns sect? Junior brother Qiao, the 7 Stars Pagoda is about to open. Do you want to cause trouble at this time?" Feng Min and Wu Yu's strength were both not weaker than Xiao Xian. The two people attacking at the same time immediately suppressed Xiao Xian, making it difficult for him to erupt with true essence. Xiao Xian turned to look at the two of them and frowned. He had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. "Since you two are trying to persuade me, I'll spare that brat for now." In fact, he was just taking the opportunity to find a way out. After all, he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Sky Pillar sect's disciples and fight them in public. Most importantly, he could tell that Ji Tianxing was not someone to be trifled with. He might not be able to beat him. Seeing that Xiao Xian had suppressed his anger, Wu Yu and Feng Min walked towards Ji Tianxing. "Junior brother Ji, we meet again." "Junior brother Ji, how have you been?" The two of them smiled and cupped their hands, greeting Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing also cupped his hands in return and exchanged a few pleasantries with the two of them. The other young disciples were standing not far away and discussing in low voices. They looked at Ji Tianxing with complicated expressions. Previously, they didn't put Ji Tianxing in their eyes. Now that they knew, they didn't dare to look down on and ridicule him. At this moment, a tall and sturdy young man in a white robe strode into the open space with his head held high. Seeing this person arrive, several young disciples went up to greet him with smiles on their faces. "Senior brother Shi, you're finally here. Senior brother Wenyu, why are you the last to arrive?" Hee, looking at senior brother Wenyu's confident appearance, "It seems that you're very confident in entering the 7th floor this time?" The person who came was the chief disciple of the Tianjian sect, Shi Wenyu. The young disciples surrounding him all belonged to sects that had good relations with the Tianjian sect. Qiao Xian, who had been humiliated in public, also surrounded Shi Wenyu. He said to Shi Wenyu in a playful tone, "Senior brother Wenyu, who do you think the Sky Pillar sect sent to enter the 7 Stars Pagoda this time?" Shi Wenyu froze for a moment and asked with a frown, "Isn't it Yun Yao?" "Of course not." Qiao Xian sneered. He turned his head and glanced at Ji Tianxing not far away, and said in a gloomy tone, "It's that brat." Shi Wenyu's eyes flashed and he immediately turned his head to look at Ji Tianxing. He remained calm and collected on the surface, but he secretly muttered in his heart, "Great. Yun Yao didn't come. After I enter the 7th floor, I'll definitely complete the task given to me by Master." At this time, Qiao Xian used a secret sound transmission technique and quietly said to Shi Wenyu, "Senior brother Wenyu, this brat is very arrogant. He just said in public that only he can enter the 7th floor." Shi Wenyu's eyes turned gloomy. He glanced at Ji Tianxing and nodded. "I've seen him on the star platform. This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If Yun Yao is qualified to say that, then who does he think he is? With me, Shi Wenyu, here, this little loach can't stir up any trouble." Seeing that Shi Wenyu was staring at Ji Tianxing with strong hostility, Qiao Xian also revealed a sneer of success. After a while, all the disciples of the 8 sects had arrived. Everyone boarded the array platform and surrounded a circular array disc. There were 8 grooves on the millstone-sized array disc. Their shapes, sizes, and patterns were the same as the tokens in everyone's hands. Everyone took out their respective tokens and placed them in the grooves on the array disc. As a result, the array disc began to slowly rotate, emitting a 5-colored array brilliance. The Tianyuan array protecting the 7 Stars Pagoda was activated, and an oval-shaped light door appeared in front of everyone. Only after passing through the light door could they enter the array and arrive at the entrance of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Everyone put away their tokens and looked up at the entrance of the 1st floor of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Shi Wenyu looked around and glanced at everyone. He smiled and said, "Junior brothers and sisters, it's time to challenge the pagoda again. Who will go first this time?" Several young disciples began to discuss with different expressions. "Senior brother Wenyu is full of confidence. Why don't you go first?" "Senior brother Shi, you go first. Yun Yao didn't come this year. The person who can enter the 7th floor must be senior brother Wenyu." At this moment, Ji Tianxing, who had been silent all this time, stepped into the light door first. Swoosh! His figure flashed and passed through the Tianyuan array and arrived at the entrance of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Shi Wenyu and the other young disciples' faces suddenly changed, and they all turned to look at Ji Tianxing. This kid is really arrogant. With senior brother Wenyu here, this kid still dares to be the first to challenge the pagoda. He doesn't take senior brother Wenyu seriously at all. Haha, this is the first time this kid has come to challenge the pagoda. He must be a hothead. Let's see how he will be ejected from the pagoda later. I bet this kid can't even pass the first 3 floors. Just as everyone was gloating, Ji Tianxing turned and walked to the side of the pagoda. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he stepped on the narrow ladder on the side of the pagoda and directly ascended to the 4th floor of the 7 Stars Pagoda. He ignored the first 3 floors and started from the 4th floor of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Chapter 319. Oh my god, is this kid crazy? It's his first time here and he's starting from the 4th level? He's overestimating himself. Hee, Ji Tianxing is really a hothead who doesn't know his limits. Ha. Everyone just wait and see. In 15 minutes, that kid will fail and be ejected from the 7-star pagoda. Seeing that Ji Tianxing had directly entered the 4th floor, the few young disciples all revealed a gloating sneer, and they unscrupulously mocked and talked about him. Feng Min and Wu Yu naturally wouldn't open their mouths to talk about Ji Tianxing, much less mock him. However, their expressions and eyes showed that they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, they felt that Ji Tianxing was too confident. Sigh, it's junior brother Ji's first time here and he's so reckless? Wu Yu sighed softly. If he had started from the 1st level honestly with his talent and strength, it would not be a problem for him to pass the first 3 levels. Yes. Feng Min nodded in agreement and said with a regretful tone, if he passes the first 3 levels, he will gain a lot of benefits. But if he starts from the 4th level and fails later, he won't gain anything and will be ejected. There were 2 doors to enter the 7-star pagoda. Under normal circumstances, disciples from various sects would enter from the 1st level of the pagoda and go up 1 level at a time. Every level of the pagoda was a small world. There were risks and tests, but there were also many benefits and resources. The first 3 levels were relatively simple. Disciples from various sects would go through them one by one and gain many benefits. Among the disciples from various sects, other than Yun Yao who had the strength and qualifications to start from the 4th level, no one else dared to do so. No one expected that Ji Tianxing would imitate Yun Yao and directly start from the 4th floor on his first attempt at the pagoda. In fact, Ji Tianxing's purpose for coming to the 7-star pagoda was different from the disciples from various sections. The disciples from various sects wanted to gain as much cultivation resources as possible in the 7-star pagoda to improve their strength. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, wanted to save Ji Ku. He only wanted to reach the top of the 7-star pagoda as soon as possible and place the Jade's soul coffin. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't be bothered to start from the 1st level. He didn't want to waste time. Shwa. The black door to the 4th floor of the 7 stars pagoda opened. Ji Tianxing stepped through the door and disappeared in a flash. In the open space below the tower, the crowd saw that he had really entered the 4th level and discussed for a while. Qiao Xian had a cold smile on his face as he said, "Ha, that brat indeed entered the 4th level. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. I'd like to see how long that brat can last. In at most 15 minutes, he will fail and be ejected from the 7 stars pagoda." The chief disciple of the true martial sect also nodded in agreement. Let's not rush into the pagoda. Let's wait here for 15 minutes and see how disheveled that kid will be when he gets ejected. The Windfire sect disciple looked at Shi Wenyu beside him. Seeing his gloomy face, he smiled and said, "Senior brother Wenyu, Yun Yao didn't come to challenge this time. Only you can reach the 7th level. How can you let that brat steal the limelight?" Shi Wenyu frowned and said in a cold tone, "Everyone, stay here and watch the show. I'll make a move first." After saying that, he also stepped through the light door and walked toward the suspended ladder on the side of the 7 stars pagoda. In a moment, he stepped on the suspended ladder and ascended to the 4th level. He took out the silver token and opened the black stone door. He also began to challenge from the 4th level. The disciples in the open space whispered a few words to each other. There's a good show to watch now. It seems that senior brother Wenyu has been angered by that brat. Let's wait and see the result. Let's see who will successfully enter the 5th level between Shi Wenyu and Ji Tianxing. At most 15 minutes, if the copper lamp on the octagonal cornice of the 4th level of the pagoda lights up, it means that they have succeeded. Everyone, take your time and watch. I'll make a move first. Soon, several disciples stepped through the light door and began to challenge the 1st level of the 7 stars pagoda. Qiao Xian and the 2 young disciples were not in a hurry to challenge the pagoda. They stood under the pagoda and looked up at the 4th level, waiting to see Ji Tianxing make a fool of himself. Ji Tianxing stood on a wide street and looked around expressionlessly. The street under his feet was flat and neat. On both sides of the street were rows of high-rise houses and rows of shops. There was an endless stream of pedestrians hurriedly walking through the street or lingering between the shops. The hawking of the peddlers and the laughter of the pedestrians constantly came from all directions. There were also many martial artists carrying swords and sabers. Their auras were valiant and overbearing. They walked through the street quickly like the wind, and the collision of their swords and sabers made crisp, clanging sounds. When the commoners in plain clothes saw these martial artists passing by, they immediately panicked and moved far away in awe. This is actually a city? There are so many commoners and martial artists living in the city? Ji Tianxing looked around, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Before coming to the Seven Stars Pagoda, Yun Yao had introduced the situation of the Seven Stars Pagoda to him. The world in the first 3 levels of the pagoda was fixed and did not have much danger or difficulty. However, from the 4th level onwards, the world in the pagoda became more difficult and mysterious. According to Yun Yao, the world in the 4th level was an illusory world. In this small world, there would be all kinds of illusions, such as a world of ice and snow, a volcano with flowing lava, a vast primitive forest, or a vast ocean. Yun Yao entered the 4th level of the 7 Stars Pagoda every year, and the illusory world she encountered was different. Therefore, she could not sum up any experience to pass on to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing could only rely on himself to slowly explore and observe to gradually understand this city. He walked on the street and looked around with keen eyes to explore the city's situation. It was early in the morning, and the morning fog that shrouded the city was gradually dispersing. There was a breakfast shop at the corner of the street, and the aroma of porridge and buns kept coming out. There were many commoners sitting around tables, eating porridge on benches and eating meat buns with relish. An orange-red sun was rising from the western horizon. The sun is rising from the west? When he saw this scene, Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment and thought that he was going in the wrong direction. However, after he checked again and again, he was sure that he was not going in the wrong direction. It's really strange. The sun is rising from the west. Ji Tianxing muttered in his heart. He felt that this city was giving off a strange aura. At this moment, a few shrill screams came from the bun shop 10 meters in front of him. A tall and sturdy middle-aged warrior with a lofty face rushed out of the shop with a treasured saber in his hand. This person had dark skin and 2 scars on his face. He was emitting a valiant, murderous aura, and the blade of the treasured saber in his hand was still dripping with dark red blood. In the shop, the white-haired old shopkeeper was lying motionless on the counter. His neck had been cut off, and blood was gushing out from the wound. There were a few corpses lying on the ground, including the waiter, the steaming bun master, and a few innocent diners and commoners. Everyone was killed with a single slash. Their necks were cut off, and their heads rolled to the side. Blood splattered on the ground, the walls, and the tables. The diners in the bun shop were so frightened that they fled in panic, and they screamed in horror. The aroma of porridge and buns was immediately covered by the thick smell of blood. The scarred man, who was brimming with killing intent, laughed sinisterly when he saw everyone fleeing in panic. Chapter 320. Ji Tianxing hadn't figured out what was going on in this city when he saw such a shocking scene. In just a few breaths, a few more people who couldn't escape in time were slashed to the ground by the scarred man. Blood sprayed everywhere. Several heads rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood along the way. A stream of blood spurted in front of Ji Tianxing, almost spilling on his white robe. There was also a white-haired old man's head, which rolled to his feet. He stared at him with wide eyes, which were full of fear and despair. Ji Tianxing's face became cold. Anger rose in his heart, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Too cruel, too inhumane. He didn't hesitate to pull out the black dragon sword and slashed at the scarred man 10 steps away. The man was still chasing after an old woman who was staggering and holding a walking stick. She was still holding 2 meat buns wrapped in paper tightly in her hands. Bang! In the muffled sound, the dazzling sword light from the black dragon sword slashed at the treasured sword in the scarred man's hand. The heavy treasured sword flew out, and the scarred man was also knocked to the ground. His left hand covered his broken right arm, and he struggled to get up. Ji Tianxing's figure flashed and came in front of the scarred man. He lifted his foot and stomped on his chest. Bang! The scarred man's chest caved in, and he spat out a stream of blood. He was seriously injured by Ling Yun's foot and lay on the ground, unable to move. Ji Tianxing stared at him with a cold face and asked in a cold voice, "Why? They are all innocent people. Why do you want to kill them? What grudge do they have with you? How can you be so cruel and inhumane?" The scarred man stared at Ji Tianxing with his eyes wide open and roared in a low voice, "Little bastard, it's none of your business. I ate 2 meat buns, and they put coriander in them. Of course, I want to kill their whole family." Ji Tianxing was stunned. He only felt that his understanding of good and evil in human nature had been subverted. Such an insignificant matter actually made the knife-scarred man go crazy and kill people on the street, and he even said it so confidently and confidently. What was wrong with this world? How could this city be so strange? Ji Tianxing glared at the scarred man and shouted angrily, "You crazy executioner, you deserve to die." The scar-faced man stretched out his hands and tried his best to pull his ankles. He struggled to get up and roared at the top of his lungs, "Do you need a reason to kill? Who asked you to be a busybody? You're really stubborn." Ji Tianxing didn't want to waste any more words with him. He held the black dragon and pierced through his chest. Poof! The blade pierced through the scarred man's heart, and blood spurted out from the wound. His body immediately stiffened, and his eyes widened as he stopped moving. Ji Tianxing withdrew the black dragon sword, only to discover that the scarred man's body had ignited with golden flames. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into thin air. The blazing golden flames turned into a wisp of golden true essence and quickly entered his body. He immediately felt that the wisp of pure golden true essence merged with his true essence, increasing his strength a little. It was equivalent to 2 days of closed-door cultivation. Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment, and his expression became a little strange. He secretly pondered for a moment, and vaguely guessed something. He turned and left. The street corner, which had been bustling with people just a moment ago, immediately became dead silent. Not even the shadow of a ghost could be seen. Ji Tianxing passed through an alley and came to another street. This street was still bustling with noise and excitement. The pedestrians were calm and relaxed, as if they didn't know about the tragedy that happened on the next street. Ji Tianxing walked on the street with a normal expression. After silently observing for a while, he found a clue. He found that the doors of the shops on both sides of the street had a palm-sized mark engraved on the door frame. It looked like a badge. He walked in front of a cloth shop and stared at the badge on the door frame. In the black badge, there was actually a black spider carved on it. It looked sinister and eerie, revealing a strange feeling. At this moment, there was a rush of horse hooves on the street behind him. 6 valiant warriors in black, wearing masks, and riding 6 tall wild wind wildebeests, rushed over from the end of the street. The 6 warriors in black were like a gust of wind blowing through the street, knocking away all the people who didn't have time to dodge. They rushed to a pharmacy and stopped in front of it. Swish! Swish! The 6 of them jumped down from their horses and rushed into the drugstore like tigers and wolves, carrying their treasured sabers that were shining with a cold light. The surrounding people were suddenly scared and fled in all directions. They screamed in horror and left the basket of vegetables, parcels, and some sundries on the ground. "Run! The horse gang is here! Run for your life!" There were not many people in the pharmacy in the early morning. There were only the shopkeeper, 2 doctors, and a few old people who were in their twilight years. They were asking for medical treatment. After the 6-horse gang in black rushed into the pharmacy, they waved their swords and killed the shopkeeper and the doctors without saying anything. Swish! 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 They killed the shopkeeper and the doctors with a few chopped heads rolling on the ground. A few old people with white hair were so scared that they fell to the ground. They rolled and crawled out of the door to escape. But before they could run a few steps, they were kicked out by the horse gang in black, or their necks were chopped off by the swords. Suddenly, the pharmacy became a mess. The smell of blood rushed to their faces. After the black-clothed bandits killed the man, they rummaged through the medicine store for medicinal herbs and put all kinds of medicinal herbs into linen bags. In a short time, the six-horse gang had a few big bags of medicinal herbs. They were about to leave the pharmacy and escape. At this moment, Ji Tianxing appeared at the door of the pharmacy with a gloomy face. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and blocked the way of the horse gang. The six-horse gang stared at him coldly and shouted angrily in a low voice. "Brat, get lost. You're courting death. Meddling in other people's business. Go to hell." At the same time, the six-horse gang in black wielded their swords and charged at Ji Tianxing with murderous intent. They started to besiege him. The six of them were at LV2 or LV3 of the Tongshin realm. When they joined forces to besiege Ji Tianxing, the radiance of their swords and sabers flashed. A violent gust of wind blew in all directions, shattering the medicine cabinet and the door. Ji Tianxing waved the black dragon sword with a cold expression. He exerted all his strength and slashed out dozens of dazzling sword radiances. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dull sounds of sword radiances colliding, the six-horse gang in black were sent flying and lay on the ground with blood all over their bodies. After exchanging a few blows, the six-horse gang in black were killed by Ji Tianxing on the spot. Their corpses burned with golden flames and soon disappeared into thin air. They turned into wisps of golden vital essence and entered Ji Tianxing's body. After the 6 wisps of pure vital essence merged with his vital essence, his strength increased by a large margin. Ji Tianxing put away the black dragon sword and was about to leave the medicine store. At this moment he suddenly heard the sound of fighting and terrified screams coming from a restaurant 100 meters away. He immediately used the shadowless step and turned into an afterimage. He dashed into the restaurant as fast as the wind. Just as he rushed into the restaurant's lobby, he saw that the lobby was in a mess. Countless tables and chairs were shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. Dozens of corpses covered in blood were lying on the ground in different postures. Large patches of blood were splattered on the ground. The blood even gathered together and flowed on the ground like a small stream. 2 middle-aged men dressed like tycoons were fleeing from the second floor with terrified expressions. They scrambled into the lobby. A young man in a white robe walked down the stairs with a cold smile. He carried a treasured sword and came to the lobby. His white robe was stained with a few streaks of blood. Dark red blood was still dripping from the blade of his sword that shone with a cold light. When Ji Tianxing saw his appearance, he immediately frowned and his face turned cold. Chapter 321. Ji Tianxing had never expected that the murderer who had killed so many innocent people in the restaurant would be Shi Wenyu. He froze at once and stared at Shi Wenyu in disbelief. Shi Wenyu was also stunned when he saw Su Ke appear in the lobby. However, Shi Wenyu only glanced at him before he caught up with the 2 middle-aged tycoons and pierced their chests with his sword. The 2 middle-aged tycoons died instantly and their corpses fell to the ground. Their eyes were still wide open and blood kept flowing out of their mouths. In the blink of an eye, 2 wisps of light golden true core strength flew out of the 2 corpses and went into Shi Wenyu's body. Shi Wenyu suddenly showed a look of enjoyment and a smile on his face. He stepped over the corpses on the ground and walked toward the door. Ji Tianxing stared at Shi Wenyu's back and shouted, "Shi Wenyu, I didn't expect that as the chief disciple of the Tianjin sect, you would be so cruel and tyrannical and kill innocent people." Shi Wenyu immediately stopped and turned to look at him, his face full of surprise. "Ji Tianxing, are you out of your mind? Can't you see it? This is an illusory world. Everything is fake. As long as you can increase your strength by killing people, who cares if they are good or evil?" Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Greed will only destroy human nature. Shi Wenyu, you are really unscrupulous in order to achieve your goal." Shi Wenyu was stunned for a moment. He looked at Su Ke in a strange way and sneered contemptuously. "Hee, I forgot that this is the first time you have come to the tower. It's ridiculous that I am talking nonsense with an idiot like you." After that, he glanced at Ji Tianxing with disdain, stepped over the door of the restaurant and left quickly. Ji Tianxing stood in the lobby and looked at Shi Wenyu's back. He looked at the dozens of corpses in the lobby and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Of course, he knew that this city was an illusory world. Every blade of grass, every tree, every person, and every object were virtual illusions. However, he could not kill the old, weak, sick, and innocent people just to increase his strength. He could not do it, and he could not do it. The most fundamental reason was that he could not get over the hurdle in his heart and could not blind his conscience. After a moment, when he walked out of the lobby of the restaurant, screams and fighting came from a shop on the street. Shi Wenyu killed all the people in the shop and rushed to the street, killing passers-by and people everywhere. He killed everyone he saw, even the old, women, and children. It was as if in his eyes, those living beings were just grass and dust on the side of the road, insignificant. In a short quarter hour, Shi Wenyu killed hundreds of people. Even though he had slaughtered many old, weak, women, and children, his expression did not change. His eyes flickered with excitement and anticipation. Ji Tianxing couldn't stand it anymore and chased after him to stop him. Shi Wenyu, stop. He waved the black dragon sword and slashed a dazzling sword light at Shi Wenyu from the side. He did not use his full strength. This sword was just to force Shi Wenyu to retreat. However, Shi Wenyu was already prepared for him. He dodged in a flash and killed a few people along the way. Then he sped up and fled the street, jumping onto the roof of a house. He used his lightness skill and jumped through the connected roofs, escaping to the center of the city. Ji Tianxing followed closely behind him. He also jumped over countless roofs and rushed to the center of the city. In the process of the two rushing to the center of the city, Ji Tianxing saw countless killings and tragedies along the way. Many martial artists with swords and sabers were killing in the city. They burned, looted, and wantonly killed innocent people. Finally, Shi Wenyu rushed to the square in the center of the city and stopped in front of a huge stone statue that was hundreds of meters tall. This pitch-black stone statue was carved of an 8-clawed spider. Its body was as black as ink, and its claws and teeth were abnormally sharp. Its appearance was ferocious and sinister. When he saw the black spider statue, Ji Tianxing immediately remembered the emblems he saw at the entrance of the various shops. He looked up at the black spider statue and frowned. Shi Wenyu stood under the statue and looked at him angrily. He asked in a cold voice, "Ji Tianxing, what do you want? If you want to stop me from passing the trial, then don't blame me for being impolite." Ji Tianxing also retorted, "Shi Wenyu, you are killing innocent people in the city. What does that have to do with you passing the trial?" Shi Wenyu frowned and pointed around the city. He sneered, "Ji Tianxing, can't you see that there are killings everywhere in the city? The illusory martial artists in the city are massacring the commoners. This is a hint for us to pass the trial. Only by killing people can we pass the trial. Ji Tianxing, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Get out of my way." Before Ji Tianxing could speak, the huge spider statue behind Shi Wenyu suddenly shook violently. Kachat, kachat. As the black spider statue shook violently, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the statue and kept spreading in all directions. Countless tiny stone fragments, mixed with huge pieces of broken stone, rustled down. The 100-meter-tall spider statue was about to collapse. The huge commotion caused the entire square to tremble. When the people in all directions saw this scene, they screamed in horror and fled in all directions in panic. Shi Wenyu was also shocked and immediately turned his head to look behind him. Seeing countless gravel falling from 100 meters in the sky and the entire black spider statue about to collapse, his expression changed drastically. Swoosh! Shi Wenyu took a big step forward and ran to the side. Just as he ran for a dozen steps, countless stone fragments and huge rocks came crashing down from the sky, smashing on the ground and producing loud bangs. Ji Tianxing also quickly retreated, avoiding the countless gravel and retreating to the edge of the square 100 meters away. At the same time, the entire black spider statue collapsed completely, turning into gravel that piled up into a small mountain, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. A sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the thick smoke and dust. Hiss! The next moment, a black behemoth that was more than 10 meters tall crawled out of the pile of gravel. When Ji Tianxing and Shi Wenyu saw the black monster's appearance clearly, their expressions were grave, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. They saw that the black behemoth was actually a giant spider that was as big as a 3-story building. Its entire body was suffused with a dark cold light, and it had 8 abnormally thick and strong limbs. There were also several rows of dense barbs under its abdomen. The strangest thing was that this giant spider had a huge abdomen and ferocious limbs and sharp claws. Its upper body and head were that of a strange and ferocious woman. Chapter 322. The giant spider stretched out its 8 legs, kicked over countless boulders, and slowly approached Shi Wenyu. Its whole body was surrounded by black gas, and green venom was constantly dripping from its wide open mouth. Shi Wenyu's face was extremely dignified. He clenched his sword with both hands and kept retreating. After a burst of crashing sounds, the giant spider crawled out of the rubble. It showed a ferocious expression, and its brown eyes surged with cold light. It suddenly sped up and pounced on Shi Wenyu. Shi Wenyu's face immediately changed, and he used his lightness skill to retreat, avoiding the giant spider's attack. Bang bang bang! The giant spider missed its target, and its 8 sharp claws smashed the ground of the square, smashing the ground into pieces and splashing out countless gravel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shi Wenyu waved his sword with all his strength, and slashed out dozens of cold sword lights toward the giant spider. The giant spider's body was too big, and it was difficult to dodge. It was immediately hit by the sword lights, and there was a burst of muffled bang 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 sounds. However, the black carapace on the surface of its body was too hard, and its defense was extremely strong. Shi Wenyu's sword light did not break the black carapace, and only left a few white marks on the carapace. The giant spider was enraged. It opened its mouth with a ferocious face, and spat out a dark green venom, sprinkling it on Shi Wenyu. Not only that, it jumped 30 meters away, and pounced on Shi Wenyu from the sky, and it also sprinkled a gray spider web, covering an area of 30 meters. Shi Wenyu was suddenly in a dangerous situation. He desperately waved his sword, and used a powerful sword technique to launch a desperate counterattack. But he was soon drowned by the giant spider's figure, and the sword light that he desperately used was also covered by the smoke and spider web. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out incessantly as the violent energy exploded and spread out in all directions. Shi Wenyu was like a small boat in the stormy sea, appearing and disappearing, and was in danger of being drowned at any time. He had only fought with the giant spider for a dozen moves, and he was blasted out and smashed into the square, creating a huge pit on the ground. He climbed up in a sorry state, and while retreating, he did not forget to roar at Ji Tianxing, "Ji Tianxing, what are you waiting for? Come and help me." Ji Tianxing, who was standing at the edge of the square 100 meters away, couldn't help sneering when he saw Tang Wulin's miserable appearance. "Help you? On what basis? You slaughtered innocents in the city just now. This is your retribution." Shi Wenyu was so angry that his face turned ashen. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He tried his best to resist the giant spider's onslaught and shouted, "Ji Tianxing, if you want to pass this trial, you must join hands with me to kill this giant spider. I can see that it's the trial of the 4th level. Once we kill it, we'll be able to pass." How could Ji Tianxing believe him? It was even more impossible for him to fight alongside him. Since you think that you can pass by killing the big spider, then you should work harder. I want to see if you can pass successfully. Take care of yourself." After saying this, Ji Tianxing turned around and left without hesitation. "Don't go." Shi Wenyu was extremely anxious and shouted at the top of his lungs. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the loud sounds of fighting. Ji Tianxing quickly left the square and continued to run through the city. His eyes were sharp as he looked around for clues. After a while, when he rushed into a street, he saw a few martial artists holding swords and sabers. They were killing and robbing people in the shops on the street. Outside the shops, there were many corpses on the ground and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Those martial artists were carrying the things that they had robbed. They sneered complacently and talked without restraint. Ji Tianxing rushed up with a gloomy face. Without saying a word, he pulled out the black dragon sword and killed those martial artists. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of dazzling cold sword lights, carrying a cold killing intent, instantly enveloped the few martial artists. Everyone was shocked. They immediately waved their swords and sabers to block and counterattack. However, these people were not Ji Tianxing's match at all. Both sides had only exchanged a few moves before several cultivators were killed. After they were killed, their corpses ignited with golden flames and turned into pure golden true essence, which drilled into Ji Tianxing's body. After the golden true essence merged with Ji Tianxing's own true essence, his strength increased by another level. When Shi Wenyu killed innocent people in the city, the corpses that he killed did not burn. The golden true essence that emerged was very thin. Even if I absorbed it, it would not increase my strength by much. After I killed those brutal martial artists, their corpses would burn and turn into pure true essence, which would allow me to quickly increase my strength. Thinking up to this point, Ji Tianxing understood that his method was the fastest way to increase his strength in an open and above-board manner. Next, he continued to shuttle through the city, looking for clues everywhere. Along the way, he constantly encountered people who were fleeing in panic, as well as brutal martial artists who burned, killed, and looted everywhere. Every time he encountered those inhumane martial artists who killed innocent people, he would not let them go. He would kill them with lightning speed. After those brutal martial artists were killed, their corpses would ignite with golden flames and turn into wisps of golden true essence, which would enter his body. As time passed, half a day passed quickly. Ji Tianxing continuously killed hundreds of brutal martial artists. His strength had greatly increased, and he had finally reached the 6th level of the mystic comprehending realm. At this time, he had just rushed into an old house. Screams of agony could be heard from various rooms in the house. There were several corpses in the courtyard, all of which belonged to servants and maids. Ji Tianxing determined the location of the battle by listening to the sounds. He then rushed into the depths of the house like a gust of wind. In a spacious hall, he saw more than 10 well-dressed people. These people were old and young. They were the 3rd generation of the house owner's family. A few mounted gangsters dressed in black were killing them with their swords. Blood splattered everywhere, and many heads rolled to the ground. In the short span of a few breaths, more than 10 people from 3 generations of the family were killed. Their corpses were piled up on the ground. After the mounted gangsters finished killing, they went around to plunder their belongings. Ji Tianxing finally arrived. He rushed into the hall with a grim expression. He waved the black dragon sword with all his might, causing sword light to fill the sky as he attacked the mounted gangsters. The mounted gangsters immediately surrounded him, roaring and cursing as they launched a counterattack. Both sides fought fiercely in the hall. Soon, they rushed out of the door and moved to the courtyard outside. Ding ding dang dang, the sound of swords clashing could be heard. A violent and devastating wind spread out, turning the entire courtyard into a mess. In the short span of 100 breaths, the mounted gangsters of the mystic comprehending realm were all killed by Ji Tianxing. The corpses ignited with golden flames and turned into pure golden true essence, which entered Ji Tianxing's body. Ji Tianxing put away the black dragon sword. Suddenly, he heard a child crying in the hall. He stopped and hesitated for a moment. Then he turned around and returned to the hall. Behind the screen in the corner of the hall, he saw a little girl about 6 or 7 years old. She was curled up in the corner with tears all over her face. She was crying so hard that she was out of breath. Ji Tianxing knew that this was an illusory world. Everything was fake. However, when he saw that the whole family had died tragically and only the little girl was left alive, he still felt somewhat depressed. He reached out to wipe away the tears on the little girl's face. He coaxed her gently for a while before she stopped crying. The little girl raised her head and looked at him. Her big clear eyes revealed her innocence. She held an ancient bronze mirror with both hands and handed it to Ji Tianxing. Chapter 323. Hearing the little girl's clear voice, Ji Tianxing noticed the bronze mirror in her hand. Previously, she was curled up in the corner, and even though she was trembling in fear, her hands were still holding this ancient bronze mirror tightly. Ji Tianxing took the bronze mirror and looked at it. He found that this bronze mirror was a little strange. There was a circle of mysterious patterns on the edge of the bronze mirror, and a picture was carved on the back. It was a huge black spider. What was more strange was that when Ji Tianxing held the bronze mirror and looked at it, there was nothing in the mirror. It did not reflect his appearance at all. This discovery made Ji Tianxing frown, and his heart was filled with doubts. This is an illusory world. The sun rises from the west, and even the mirror does not reflect one's figure. He secretly thought for a while, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. He vaguely guessed something. He threw the bronze mirror on the ground, and with a bang sound, the bronze mirror broke into pieces. Suddenly, the broken bronze mirror lit up with a blazing white true essence brilliance. Swoosh! The dazzling white light immediately condensed into an oval-shaped light door, erected in front of him. The blazing white light door was dark and mysterious, as if it led to another world. Ji Tianxing suddenly smiled and muttered to himself, "I see, I guessed right, this is a mirror world." After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at the little girl in the green dress. He smiled and thanked her. The little girl looked up at him, and her pink and cute little face showed an innocent smile. Ji Tianxing stepped into the light door, and his figure disappeared with a swoosh. The next moment, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and he came to another strange world. Under the 7 Stars Pagoda, Qiao Xian and the 2 young disciples were still standing in the open space. The 3 of them stood side by side, talking and laughing softly as they looked up at the 4th level of the 7 Stars Pagoda. 15 minutes is almost up, and the bronze lamp on the 4th level of the pagoda still has not moved. Senior brother Qiao, even if we continue to wait, it will be a waste of time. That's right. It's Ji Tianxing's first time here. He probably doesn't even know the directions in the tower. How could he pass? Qiao Xian revealed a mocking sneer and said in a venomous tone, "Of course I know that little bastard won't be able to pass. If he can pass the 4th level, I can ascend to the 7th level. I just want to see with my own eyes how miserable he looks when he's thrown out of the 7 Stars Pagoda. At that time, I will definitely ruthlessly mock him, making him unable to raise his head again and become the laughingstock of the disciples of the various sects." The 2 young disciples revealed a playful smile and said in a mocking tone, "It seems that kid has offended senior brother Qiao quite a bit. Hee, senior brother Qiao is very fond of Yun Yao. This year, Yun Yao didn't come, so senior brother Qiao didn't get to see the person he likes. Of course, he's in a bad mood." Just as the 3 of them were chatting, one of the 8 bronze lamps on the 4th floor of the 7 Stars Pagoda lit up. The huge bronze lamp lit up with a bright yellow light, illuminating the dark night. The 3 of them were immediately stunned. They all stared at the bronze lamp and their faces became gloomy. He actually passed? Qiao Xian's face was full of astonishment. Obviously, he couldn't believe this result. The other 2 young disciples hurriedly persuaded him, "Senior brother Qiao, don't worry. It's just one lamp. Maybe it's senior brother Wen Yu who successfully passed?" That's right. Senior apprentice brother Wen Yu also started from the 4th level, so he must have passed it. Qiao Xian was silent and waited with a gloomy face. Time passed quietly. Soon, 100 breaths had passed. At this time, the 2nd bronze lamp lit up on the eaves of the 4th floor of the pagoda. The 2nd lamp lit up? That kid and senior brother Wen Yu both passed? The 2 young disciples immediately revealed a surprised expression and whispered in disbelief. Qiao Xian's face immediately became extremely ugly. His eyes were surging with a cold light of anger. He growled in a low voice, "How is this possible? That damn bastard, it's his first time here. How could he pass the 4th floor so quickly?" A moment ago, he had vowed that if Ji Tianxing could pass the 4th floor, he could ascend to the 7th floor. Now, Ji Tianxing had obviously succeeded in passing the 4th floor. Qiao Xian was slapped in the face by the facts. He was suddenly embarrassed and ashamed. His face turned green and white, and his body trembled with anger. The other 2 young disciples looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. They didn't say anything more. "Forget it, let's not waste any more time. Let's go in quickly. Senior brother Qiao will go first." The 2 young disciples said goodbye and quickly entered the gate of the 1st floor of the 7 Stars Pagoda. They started to break through. Qiao Xian was left alone in the open space. He cursed a few times with a face full of anger. Then he quickly entered the Seven Stars Pagoda and started to break through from the first floor. Ji Tianxing was walking in a vast and desolate mountain range. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and looked around vigilantly. He was surrounded by endless dark brown mountains. The mountains rose and fell, connecting to the end of the sky. The mountains were bare. There were dark brown rocks and hard soil everywhere. As far as the eye could see, the hundreds of miles of mountains were dark gray. There was no greenery at all. Ji Tianxing was walking on top of a mountain range that was thousands of feet high. His figure was like a gust of wind as he flipped over one rock pile after another. Suddenly, he jumped over a huge rock that was as big as a palace and stopped. On the hard, dark brown ground, there was a huge and terrifying footprint. He squatted next to the footprint and carefully observed it. He found that the huge footprint with a radius of 2 meters was sunken more than half a meter deep. The sole of the footprint was fan-shaped. There were a total of 4 thick toes. At first glance, it was obvious that it was left by some kind of giant beast. He continued to walk forward. After walking for 20 meters, he found the same footprint. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Immediately, he analyzed a shocking result. The size of this beast must be huge. It can actually cross 20 meters in one step. It can actually make a half-meter deep hole in the ground that is as hard as a rock. Its weight must be shocking. Looking at the fresh footprint, it must have been left today. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing's face became serious. His sharp eyes searched around. Although he had just entered the world of the 5th floor, he was not sure what kind of small world it was. But his intuition told him that this desolate and quiet world must be very dangerous. At this moment, 2 huge heads suddenly popped out from a pile of rocks 100 meters behind him. The 2 dark brown heads were as big as a water tank. They were sharp like crocodiles. Chapter 324. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 2 gigantic 5-meter-long dark brown behemoths slowly crawled out from the rocks. They looked like crocodiles, with their sturdy limbs stepping on the ground, leaving footprints the size of washbasins on the ground. They crawled forward slowly and silently, not making the slightest sound. When they were about 100 meters away from Ji Tianxing, they suddenly sped up and rushed toward Ji Tianxing like arrows leaving the bowstring. The 2 black behemoths were like 2 black afterimages, streaking across the sky as fast as lightning, and instantly rushed behind Ji Tianxing. Their sturdy limbs suddenly bounced and jumped more than 5 meters high, pouncing toward Ji Tianxing from the sky. At the same time, Ji Tianxing had already sensed that something was wrong and quickly turned around. When he saw the appearance of the 2 black behemoths, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are these crocodiles or geckos? They're lizards. Ji Tianxing clearly saw that the 2 black behemoths' sharp mouths didn't have 2 rows of sharp fangs like crocodiles, but a long dark red tongue. The tongue was full of barbs, and the tip of the tongue was forked into 2 halves, like 2 long spears. He was immediately sure that the 2 dark brown behemoths were not crocodiles, but lizards. Oh my God, how can lizards grow to such a huge size? Ji Tianxing was full of shock, and quickly took out the black dragon sword to counterattack. However, something even stranger happened. The black dragon sword also became incomparably huge, and was much taller than his body. He hugged the black dragon sword with both hands, as if he was hugging a door plank, and looked very awkward and strange. Bang bang bang. Ji Tianxing slashed out a few sword lights with all his strength, but they were all smashed by the 2 giant lizards, and collapsed on the spot. The violent chi exploded, and he was forced to take 10 steps back, almost falling into the rocks. The 2 giant lizards missed their target, but they immediately bounced up and pounced on him again. Ji Tianxing hurriedly used shadowless steps to retreat and dodge. He desperately brandished the black dragon sword, slashing out sword lights that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as he fought with the 2 large lizards. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to ask, "Little black dragon, what's wrong with you? Why did the black dragon sword become so huge?" The little black dragon was silent for a moment before replying in a low, muffled voice, "Old Ji, it's not me who's become bigger, it's you who's become smaller." What? Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment, and his expression became extremely strange. He awkwardly dodged the attacks of the two large lizards and hurriedly retreated more than 10 meters away, hiding behind a towering pile of rocks. He lowered his head to check the condition of his body and found that his body and limbs had indeed shrunk by many times. At this moment, he was only half a meter tall and looked like a 4 or 5-year-old child. Damn it! How did it become like this? The tiny lizard became a giant beast, and I became a tiny human. What kind of world was this? Why is it so strange? Earlier, he had been walking alone on the mountain peak and had nothing to refer to, so he had not noticed the changes in his body. Now, with the little black dragon's reminder, he realized that he had become a tiny human and appeared especially weak. His mood was somewhat complicated, and his brow was furrowed in deep worry. At this moment, the two large lizards leaped over the pile of rocks and pounced down from above. To Ji Tianxing's shock, the two large lizards opened their mouths and spat out tensome dark red flames that covered the sky and poured down in torrents. They had clearly been enraged. Dark red flames surged out of their bodies and burst forth with an astonishingly powerful qi. Great Fei at the origin core stage? Ji Tianxing immediately frowned in shock. He had never imagined that the two large lizards would have condensed a Yao core and possessed strength comparable to origin core stage experts. At this critical moment, he had no time to think. He circulated his true essence with all his might and stimulated the strength of his left arm. In an instant, his entire left arm became as red as lava, and scarlet true fire surged out of his palm. He viciously slammed his palm toward the two large lizards, unleashing a gigantic flaming palm with a radius of 10 meters. Bang! With a dull thud, the two large lizards were sent flying by the flaming palm. They crashed into the rocks in the distance, black smoke rising from their bodies. He had to deal with two origin core stage Fei, so the black dragon sword was of no use. Thus, the black dragon sword transformed into the little black dragon with a whoosh. Qian Yu also flew out of the 100 treasures brocade pouch and revealed its true form. The two of them wanted to join forces with Ji Tianxing to deal with the two large lizards. However, an inconceivable scene occurred. After the little black dragon revealed its true form, it was only a meter long. It did not look like a dragon at all, but more like a tiny black snake. Qian Yu's body was also pitifully small. It was less than a meter long and looked like an ice blue puppy. How did I become so small? How can this be? This king has become a tiny little thing? The little black dragon and Qian Yu both cried out in alarm, unable to accept this result. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing vaguely understood. The world of the 5th level is very special. Outsiders like us will become tiny and insignificant. The creatures and beasts in this world, on the other hand, will become enormous and powerful. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's kill those two large lizards first. Ji Tianxing immediately led the little black dragon and Qian Yu toward the two large lizards, using all his strength to attack. Thousand Feather Blade. He released 9 dark golden sword rays, which carried an unparalleled sharpness as they shot toward the two large lizards. The 9 sword rays attacked the two large lizards from different angles and directions. They were unbelievably fast, and golden sword images filled the sky. The two large lizards were already injured and had no way of dodging the sword rays. They were immediately enveloped by the golden sword images. Bang, bang, bang. With a string of thuds, the 9 sword rays struck the two large lizards, causing blood to flow from their eyes, mouths, and other vital points. The little black dragon and Qian Yu hurriedly launched their own attacks, unleashing ice arrows and blades of light to kill the two large lizards. The two gigantic lizards hissed and screamed in pain. They desperately released dark red flames and threw out balls of fiery light, launching a counterattack. The two sides began to fight on the mountain peak. They fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. The earth was constantly trembling, and the sky was filled with gravel and dust. After 15 minutes, Ji Tianxing, the little black dragon, and Qian Yu had used all their strength to finally kill the two large lizards. The massive lizard corpses had been riddled with holes and shattered into several pieces, scattering across the rocks and large pits. Ji Tianxing stared at the corpses of the two large lizards, trying to figure out what was going on. The little black dragon and Qian Yu rummaged through the corpses of the two large lizards, and it wasn't long before they found two fist-sized dark red pills. These two dark red pills were imbued with boundless energy. They were the Yao cores of the two large lizards. Chapter 325. Ji Tianxing couldn't help but frown as he watched the little black dragon and Qian Yu happily devour the Yao cores. The two of you are in such a hurry to devour the Yao cores. Aren't you afraid that something will go wrong? He was well aware that this was the 5th level of the 7 Stars Pagoda, a strange world where size was reversed. Things that were small would become huge, and things that were large would become small. Such a strange and bizarre world could very well be another illusory world. Since it was an illusion, then it was very likely that there was something wrong with those two origin core stage lizards. He couldn't help but worry that if the little black dragon and Qian Yu hastily devoured the Yao cores, what would happen if something bad happened? Qian Yu hurriedly explained, "Old Ji, don't worry. There won't be any problems. Although this world is very strange, those two lizards and their Yao cores are real. For me and the little black dragon, refining the Yao cores of other great monsters will allow us to quickly recover our strength. It is much more effective than consuming spirit pills or spirit fruits." Ji Tianxing nodded and said nothing more. He silently observed the reactions of the little black dragon and Qian Yu. It didn't take long before he discovered that the little black dragon and Qian Yu had recovered some of their strength. Their bodies had also grown larger. Seeing that they did not have any abnormal reactions, he relaxed and continued on his journey with the little black dragon and Qian Yu. After descending a large mountain, Ji Tianxing discovered several small dark red trees in a cave at the base of the mountain. The air in the cave was scorching hot and brimming with fire energy. Those small dark red trees were covered in dark red fruits that looked like red dates. Ji Tianxing stared at the fruit trees for a few moments before recognizing them as vermilion fruits, a precious spirit fruit. He hurriedly plucked the vermilion fruits from the trees and stuffed 2 of them into his mouth. The rest were stored in his space ring. The little black dragon and Qian Yu silently refined the energy of the Yao cores, no longer having much interest in the vermilion fruits. Ji Tianxing consumed 2 vermilion fruits, and his strength was greatly replenished and enhanced. He borrowed the surging energy from the vermilion fruits to constantly temper the apertures in his sword vein, silently increasing his strength. Then he was surprised to find that his body was also gradually growing bigger, and his size was slowly recovering. This lifted his spirits and gave him a better understanding of this strange and unknown world. He continued onward with the little black dragon and Qian Yu, ascending another mountain. On this desolate rocky mountain, he encountered a giant silver-gray wolf that was more than 30 meters long and as tall as a 3-story building. This demon wolf was naturally a greater demon that had condensed a demon core. Its strength was comparable to a first-level origin core stage expert, and its strength was even stronger than the 2 large lizards from before. Ji Tianxing observed for a moment and understood that the huge footprints he saw before were made by this demon wolf. On the rocky mountain peak, they were discovered by the demon wolves. There was nowhere to hide, and it was impossible for them to escape. As a result, he, the little black dragon, and Qian Yu could only fight back with all their might. He used the ultimate skill of the flying star sword technique and released a powerful sword ray to fight with the demon wolf. The little black dragon and Qian Yu assisted in the attack from the side, constantly releasing various blades of light to attack the demon wolf's vital points. Both sides fought fiercely, causing the mountain peak to shake violently. Dust and gravel burst into the air, and a raging hurricane blew up. This battle lasted for an entire 15 minutes before it came to an end. The demon wolf had been blinded in one eye, and its body was covered in crisscrossing wounds. Many of the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen, and blood constantly gushed out. Ji Tianxing, the little black dragon, and Qian Yu were all heavily injured, and their strength was greatly depleted. They looked exhausted and in a very sorry state. Seeing that the demon wolf was about to turn and flee into a cave halfway up the mountain, Ji Tianxing and the 2 pets hurriedly gave chase. They chased to the cave halfway up the mountain. Just as the demon wolf was about to enter the cave, Ji Tianxing used the scarlet true fire in his left hand and struck out a huge flaming palm with all his strength. Boom! The huge flaming palm that blotted out the skies smashed the demon wolf to the ground, and half of the cave collapsed. The demon wolf was as black as charcoal, and its body was twisted out of shape. It was already on the verge of death. Ji Tianxing and the two pets besieged the demon wolf for a while longer, and then killed it completely. After the death of the demon wolf, the little black dragon and Qian Yu dug out a silver demon core the size of a wash basin from its body. Not only was the demon core huge in appearance, but it also contained the demon wolf's decades of cultivation, which was surging with power. Both the little black dragon and Qian Yu were overjoyed. They excitedly swallowed the demon core and digested the energy contained within. As the demon core's energy was absorbed, the two pets became stronger and stronger, and their bodies gradually grew larger. In the next few hours, Ji Tianxing led the little black dragon and Qian Yu over one mountain after another, killing wild beasts along the way. The wild beasts came in all shapes and sizes. There were mosquitoes that were as tall as a person, giant ants that were 2 meters long, poisonous scorpions that were more than 3 meters long, and giant pythons that were more than a dozen meters long. All kinds of small insects and beasts had grown into giant beasts, and all of them had condensed demon cores. This was an eye-opener for Ji Tianxing. He gave the demon cores to the two pets so that they could quickly recover their strength. As for the spirit fruits, apart from eating a portion of them, he put the rest into his interspatial ring. About 8 hours later, he had killed a total of 9 origin core realm wild beasts and obtained more than 30 spirit fruits. By then, he had successfully refined the 5th acupoint of the 6th sword vein. He was not far from reaching the 7th level of the ethereal realm. His body also returned to its normal size, returning to its original appearance. The little black dragon and Qian Yu had swallowed several demon cores. Their strength had been greatly improved, and their bodies had also returned to their normal size. Finally, Ji Tianxing did not have to trek through the mountains on foot. He carried the black dragon sword on his back and rode Qian Yu into the sky. He flew at an altitude of 1,000 meters, and his journey was uneventful. Even if he encountered many large wild beasts along the way, they could not attack him. About 2 hours later, he was flying over a mountain range. Suddenly, he saw a tiny white figure on top of the mountain, fighting with a huge demonic beast. He hurriedly told Qian Yu to stop and slowly landed on the mountain peak. Not long after, the white figure finally killed the giant wild beast. However, he was also in a sorry state. He sat on the ground, exhausted, and panted heavily. Ji Tianxing landed on the mountain peak and saw that the white figure was Shi Wenyu. At the moment, Shi Wenyu was only half a meter tall, and his body was like that of a 4- or 5-year-old boy. His white robe was full of holes and bloodstains, and his body was covered in cuts and bruises. His long hair was also disheveled, and he looked very miserable. Ji Tianxing walked up to him and looked at him indifferently. "I didn't expect that you would also pass the 4th level and come here." Seeing that his body was normal and uninjured, Shi Wenyu shouted angrily, "Ji Tianxing, you cowardly bastard! If you had joined forces with me, we would have already killed that damned spider and passed the 4th level. I wouldn't have been so heavily injured." Ji Tianxing frowned and sneered, "Shi Wenyu, you and I are enemies, not friends. Why should I fight alongside you?" Moreover, in the 4th level, there were clearly open and honorable ways to pass it. But you chose the path of brutality and used slaughter to solve the problem. You only have yourself to blame for being injured like this and ending up in such a sorry state. You deserve it. Shi Wenyu was heavily injured and in a sorry state. He was already in a bad mood. Chapter 326. Shi Wenyu was filled with rage as he glared at Ji Tianxing, his entire body surging with cold, killing intent. However, he suppressed the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth without saying anything. He cursed in his heart, "Ji Tianxing, you damned bastard. Right now, I'm covered in injuries and my strength has dropped greatly in the 7 Stars Pagoda. I won't bicker with a bastard like you. After leaving the 7 Stars Pagoda, I'll definitely make you kneel and beg for mercy." Sure Wenyu bore this grudge in his heart and glared fiercely at Ji Tianxing before turning to walk down the mountain. Ji Tianxing could not be bothered with him anymore. He rode on Qianyu and flew into the sky, continuing to fly forward. Before he entered the Seven Stars Pagoda, Yun Yao had imparted her experience to him. If he wanted to successfully pass the 5th level, he had to find the end of the world and the portal to the next level. At that time, Ji Tianxing thought that it did not sound difficult. Only now did he understand that it was extremely dangerous and as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After entering the 5th level, humans would become extremely small and insignificant and would have to face countless demon beasts that were as large as mountains. In a situation where one could not fly, if a small person wanted to find the end of the world, they would have to travel through the mountains on foot. Who knew how long that would take? Furthermore, while trekking through the mountains, they would have to fight against Origin Core Realm demons. It was simply too difficult. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing did not hide or run after encountering those demons. He fought side by side with his 2 pets and killed several demons. His strength was constantly increasing and his size had returned to normal. Now that he could fly in the air on Qianyu, his chances of passing the level had increased by many times. After all, flying in the air was much faster than walking. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Qianyu and the little black dragon took turns to fly. The 2 of them flew for more than 3,000 kilometers in total and even stopped to rest a few times in between. Although Ji Tianxing had yet to find the end of the world, his strength and that of his 2 pets were still increasing steadily. He continued to search unhurriedly. Every 6 to 8 hours he would let Qianyu and the little black dragon take turns to rest. Late at night on the 5th day, he finally arrived at the end of the world. It was a towering mountain that was more than 10,000 meters tall. Behind the mountain was endless darkness with nothing in sight. The 10,000-meter-tall mountain was a lone peak. The mountain walls were so steep that they were almost perfectly straight. Half of the mountain was covered by the sea of clouds. Ji Tianxing controlled Qianyu and continued to fly up into the sky. After passing through the vast sea of clouds, they finally reached the peak of the giant mountain. The top of the mountain was flat, and there was a gate that was 100 meters tall, shining with white light. That was the portal to the 6th level. Qianyu landed on the peak of the mountain. Ji Tianxing put the 2 of them back into the pouch and stepped into the portal. With a flash of light, Ji Tianxing's figure disappeared. In the next moment, he left the 5th floor of the 7 Stars Pagoda and entered the 6th floor, appearing in an unfamiliar world. He looked around and realized that he was standing on a green grassland. The ground was soft and damp, covered with grass that was half a man's height. Occasionally, he could see some wild flowers in the grass. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of plants. The sky was blue and white clouds were floating in the sky. He looked up and saw several rolling mountains in the distance. They were located in the north, south, east, and west. In the distance, there were many mountains of different heights scattered in the vast grassland. Every mountain range was covered by lush green forests. Thin clouds and mist rose from them, emitting a majestic aura of green wood. The air was filled with rich spiritual energy, turning this place into a land of treasures. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort and could quickly improve one's strength. Ji Tianxing walked in the grassland for a while and saw the situation around him clearly. He could not help but mutter softly, "What a treasure land with abundant spiritual qi. It'll be great if I can cultivate here for a long time." However, he was just thinking about it. He would not stay here. He kept in mind the purpose of this trip. He only wanted to pass through the 6th level as soon as possible, climb to the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda, and place the Jade Soul Coffin. Afterward, he released Qianyu from the 100 Treasures brocade pouch and rode it into the sky. Qianyu carried him into the sky and flew forward at lightning speed. When he reached a height of 1,000 meters in the sky, he saw a wider world. His mood and vision were broadened. Eldest senior sister said that the world on the 6th level is very special. There are no obvious dangers, but it's very mysterious. She said that this is a world of formations. I have to crack the most wonderful formation to leave this place and enter the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. What kind of formation is the most wonderful formation? And where is it? Ji Tianxing silently pondered as he observed the mountains, rivers, and earth below. Very quickly, for hours passed. Qian Yu flew for hundreds of miles. Ji Tianxing also saw the situation within a few hundred miles. In the surrounding 500 miles, there was a boundless grassland with more than a dozen mountains scattered on the grassland. Looking down from the sky, the mountains looked like a dozen cows and sheep scattered in the vast grassland. In addition to the mountains, there was also a lake in the grassland. It was like a mirror, sparkling under the sunlight. Although the scenery was beautiful, Ji Tianxing was not in the mood to appreciate it. His heart was full of thoughts about finding the formation. Unknowingly, a whole day passed. Qian Yu and the little black dragon took turns to carry him, flying for a total of 2,000 to 3,000 miles. He saw the landscape within 1,000 miles, but still could not find a single formation. In his view, the scenery within 1,000 miles was pleasant grassland and mountains. It was completely primitive. Where was the shadow of a formation? But Yun Yao would not lie to him. He had to find and crack the most wonderful formation to see the passage to the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Ji Tianxing had no choice but to continue searching. His sharp eyes observed, not letting go of any clues. Another 2 days passed quickly. Ji Tianxing searched for 2 days. He observed several dozen mountains and even went into the lake, but he still could not find the formation. At noon, he rode Qian Yu high in the sky. His eyes were blurred as he looked forward, silently thinking. The most wonderful formation, just what kind of formation is it? He had been thinking about this question for 2 days. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and an unbelievable idea popped up in his mind. His body suddenly shook, and his eyes shone with a bright light. He looked up at the scorching sun in the sky and then looked down at the grassland and mountains below. He immediately saw some clues. Under the light of the noon sun, the grassland within 1,000 miles looked like a blue formation plate. The several dozen mountains and 2 lakes scattered across the grassland were like the network and foundation of the formation plate. Ji Tianxing was suddenly enlightened. He murmured in astonishment, "No wonder I couldn't find a single formation even after searching for 1,000 miles. So the grassland, mountains, lakes, and sky and sun in 1,000 miles are the formation of this world. With the sky and earth as the foundation, the mountains and lakes as the network, such a naturally formed formation is the most wonderful formation. So that's how it is. It is truly extraordinary and unimaginable." Ji Tianxing opened his eyes. Looking across the world, he finally saw the wonderful formation. This caused him to feel excited and enlightened, and it was extremely beneficial and helpful to his cultivation in the Tao of Formations. Chapter 327. Using heaven and earth as an array was almost a godlike method. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to crack such a divine array and find the entrance to the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. If one did not have high attainments in array formations, broad vision, and great wisdom, it was absolutely impossible to see through it. It was also because of this that among the disciples of the various sects, except for Yun Yao, no one could pass the 6th level and reach the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Ji Tianxing understood this point, but he was not worried or flinched. His array attainments were comparable to that of an array grandmaster, and his experience and insight were extremely high. It was just that his strength had not reached the origin core realm. Qian Yu flew in the sky for a day and took him to 1,000 miles radius. In this way, the grasslands and earth within 1,000 miles radius, dozens of mountains, and 2 lakes were clearly imprinted in his mind. The scene of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles radius shrank into a picture scroll in his mind, like an array diagram. He sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, closed his eyes, and silently observed this array diagram, deducing and calculating a way to crack it. Time passed and the stars moved. Soon, another 2 days had passed. He deduced the array diagram in his mind thousands of times, and after repeated predictions and calculations, he finally found a way to crack it. This array formed by heaven and earth has a total of 49 mountains, and there is a lake on the east and west sides. Not only does this formation contain the techniques of the 9 palaces, it also contains the profundities of the Big Dipper, and it even contains the secrets of the 4 symbols divine dragons. The 2 lakes are the finishing touches that allow the entire grand formation to come to life. If that's the case, then I'll try the 7 stars reverse, 6 directions, and 3 mountains divide the 4 seas to crack the array. Maybe it will work. After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing rode Qianyu into the sky and flew toward the southwest. For hours later, he came to a mountain peak that was thousands of feet tall and began to use his array formation skills to set up an array. He spent an entire day to set up a top-grade profound grade formation that covered the entire mountain peak. The array absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions and gathered a majestic and mighty power, secretly changing the array pattern of the mountain peak. A few hours later, an incomparably magical scene appeared. This towering mountain, which was thousands of feet tall and covered an area of 50 miles, actually began to move slowly. The 10,000 feet tall mountain rumbled across the grassland, moving 100 meters to the east before it stopped. Although the mountain had only moved 100 meters, this distance was insignificant compared to the size of the mountain. However, a mountain that was thousands of meters tall was actually moved 100 meters away. How terrifying was the power required to do that? Not to mention a Tongxian realm martial artist, even a Yuan Dan realm martial artist would not be able to do it. Only by using an array and borrowing the invisible power of heaven and earth could such a magnificent feat be accomplished. Ji Tianxing revealed a gratified smile when he saw that the mountain had moved 100 meters. Then, he rode Qianyu up into the sky and looked down at the ground, observing the movements of the surrounding mountains. I've already reverse-engineered the heaven and earth great formation. The movement of the Earth Palace's mountain peak will trigger a change in the entire great formation. Next, there should be some changes to the peak of the Tianqian position. As he spoke, he looked expectantly towards the northeast, towards a mountain peak 100 miles away. As expected, the mountain that was thousands of feet tall also began to tremble and shake, emitting an earth-shattering rumble as it slowly moved. After 100 breaths of time, the mountain moved 100 meters away and stopped moving. Ji Tianxing looked towards the southeast and muttered in a low voice. Next, the peak of the Taiyuan position should be moving. His words were like a divine edict, as if he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth and move the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mountain 100 miles to the southeast also began to rumble and move. In the next few hours, the 40 over mountains within 1,000 miles were all pushed by the power of the heaven and earth great formation and moved 100 meters away on the grassland. In the end, even the 2 pearl-like lakes magically shifted their positions. Ji Tianxing used the power of the formation to move a mountain, but it caused a chain reaction in the entire heaven and earth great formation, causing every mountain and lake to move. Such a miraculous scene caused Qianyu and the little black dragon to exclaim in amazement, and they admired Ji Tianxing greatly. Compared to the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Ji Tianxing was as insignificant as a speck of dust. But he used the formation to borrow the invisible and mysterious power of heaven and earth to change the layout of this world. The vast expanse of heaven and earth in front of him was like a game of chess, allowing him to command and move as he wished. Such a method was like that of a god. After a few hours, it was already late at night, and the changes in the heaven and earth great formation finally stopped. In the center of the grassland, between 2 towering mountains, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up the night sky. The dazzling white light condensed into a huge hole in the sky. The hole was like a whirlpool, and it was pitch black inside, making it impossible to see anything clearly. But Ji Tianxing knew that this whirlpool-like hole was the passage to the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. A gratified smile appeared in his eyes, and he rode Qianyu toward the hole of white light. The white light flashed, and his figure was swallowed up. A moment later, the whirlpool of white light suddenly disappeared, and the night sky became pitch black again, as if nothing had ever appeared. Ji Tianxing also passed through the spatial passage and arrived at the 7th level of the 7 Stars Pagoda. In a flash of light, Ji Tianxing's figure appeared out of thin air, and he landed on a round plate paved with black boulders. The round plate had a radius of 10 miles, and it was paved with countless ancient black stone slabs, and there were deep ravines carved into the ground. The countless ravines formed a dense network of lines and veined patterns, interweaving into a mysterious and massive diagram. Ji Tianxing could tell at a glance that the black stone plate beneath his feet was the formation plate of a large formation. The formation plate was surrounded by a sea of white clouds, and the sea of clouds was vast and boundless, as if there was no end to it. Ji Tianxing walked to the edge of the formation plate and looked into the sea of clouds, but he could not see what was under the sea of clouds. He looked up at the sky and saw a vast starry sky above him. The dark starry sky was dotted with tens of thousands of stars, forming a mysterious and vast galaxy array. Countless stars were shining with silver starlight, and they sprinkled on the black formation plate, causing the veined patterns on the formation plate to flicker with blurry starlight. So, this is the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Just as Senior Sister said, this is the place closest to the starry sky. What a magnificent sight of the sea of clouds and the starry sky! Ji Tianxing looked up at the tranquil starry sky, and his eyes were fixed on a pale red star in the northeast, and he revealed a gratified smile as he murmured in a low voice. "Cuckoo, I've finally reached the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. I see it, that huge and dazzling star is the Red Pole Star." Chapter 328. Ji Tianxing retracted his gaze from the starry sky and looked down at the disk array beneath his feet. Countless palm-wide ravines were carved on the black stone floor. They shone with a faint silver light, as if there were stars flowing within. He stepped across the ravines and walked towards the center of the disk array. In the center of the disk array was a huge engraving. It looked like a blooming lotus with 9 petals. Ji Tianxing knew that this was the 9-grade lotus platform array Dao. It was a wondrous array above the heavenly prime level. Before he met Basya, he had always thought that the heavenly prime level was the limit of a martial artist. However, after Basya imparted the formation Dao to him, he realized that there were even more wondrous formations above the heavenly origin formation. It was the same for martial arts. There were even more mysterious and unbelievable levels above the heavenly prime level. Of course, the array Dao and martial arts realms above the heavenly prime level were too far away from him. He didn't know much about it. He only had some guesses. The stamen of the 9-grade lotus platform array was the center of the disk array. It was also the core of the 7 Stars Pagoda. There was a diamond-shaped silver crystal embedded in the stamen. It was as big as a fist, and it was translucent and sparkled with a bright silver light. As he got closer, Ji Tianxing could clearly feel that the silver crystal contained the power and aura of heaven and earth. It was like the moon in the sky. He knew that the enormous disk array beneath his feet was the legendary 7 Stars Array. The 7 Stars Array was the core of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Not only did it have wondrous effects, but it was also the source of power that supported the entire 7 Stars Pagoda. This 7 Stars formation had absorbed the power of the stars in the sky for many years and contained an incomparably majestic power of the stars. That was the reason why there were glistening silver lights flowing in the patterns and lines of the formation disk that were as dense as spider webs. And the silver crystal in the stamen was the core of the 7 Stars Array. It was of utmost importance. After observing for a while, Ji Tianxing used a secret technique and took out the jade soul coffin. Swoosh! Golden light surged in his palm and a thumb-sized jade box appeared. Through the translucent white jade, he could see a finger-sized girl lying in the jade box. It was the unconscious Jiku. He held the jade soul coffin with both hands and carefully placed it in the stamen. He then placed the jade soul coffin on the fist-sized silver crystal. The silver crystal reacted immediately, releasing a vast amount of star energy into the jade soul coffin. The jade soul coffin absorbed the violent star energy and shone with a dazzling light. After refining the star energy, it transferred it into Jiku's body. Ji Tianxing couldn't see the changes in Jiku's body. However, he could tell that after the jade soul coffin had transferred the pure astral energy into her body, her condition had stabilized, and her breathing had become more stable and peaceful. Ji Tianxing sat on the 9 lotus throne pattern and stared intently at the jade soul coffin for a long time. Seeing that Jiku's condition had stabilized and there were no abnormal reactions, he was relieved. Then, he waved his hands and released rays of true essence to start the array. He wanted to set up a small tranquility array and seal the jade soul coffin in the stamen so that it could absorb the energy of the silver crystal for a long time. If he were somewhere else, he would only need an hour to set up a small tranquility array. However, under his feet was the 7 stars array and the jade soul coffin was placed in the center of the 9 lotus thrones. The tranquility array he set up had to be compatible with the 7 stars array and the 9 lotus thrones in order to be effective. This made it more difficult for him to set up the array at least 10 times. Fortunately, he was an array grandmaster, which was why he could complete such a difficult task. If he were an ordinary ethereal enlightenment master, he would never be able to do it. Time passed silently. The vast starry sky and the stars in the sky seemed to be eternally unchanging. A day passed quickly. Ji Tianxing continued to release true essence from his palms and created rays of golden light, which consumed a lot of his true essence. At this time, he had used up 80% of his true essence and was extremely tired. Not only was his face pale, but his forehead was also sweating. Fortunately, he finally finished setting up the tranquility array and successfully placed the jade soul coffin. He slowly retracted his hands and let out a long breath. Phew, it's finally done. He looked down at the stamen and saw a palm-sized golden light shield protecting the jade soul coffin. He could not help but feel relieved. He looked through the golden light shield and stared at the small jade soul coffin. He whispered, "Cuckoo, you can sleep here peacefully. When you wake up, the power of the Big Dipper star will have strengthened your red star bloodline to an extremely powerful level. When that time comes, not only will you be able to refine the foreign race's power sealed in your soul, but your strength will also increase by leaps and bounds." Ji Tianxing's voice became weaker and weaker as he muttered to himself. He quickly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He silently cultivated to recover his true essence and stamina. In order to place the jade soul coffin and set up the small tranquility array, he had used up almost all of his energy and was extremely weak. At this time, he did not consume any elixirs or spirit fruits. With the help of the 7 stars array and the silver crystal, he could quickly recover his strength. As he cultivated, the silver crystal also released strands of silver light that flowed into his body. The silver light was the power of the stars. It was of a higher grade and purer than the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Ji Tianxing continued to refine the power of the stars. While recovering his strength, he could also use the power of the stars to refine his acupoints. 3 days passed unknowingly. After 3 days and 3 nights of cultivation, he had absorbed a huge amount of power of the stars. His strength had finally recovered to its peak. Moreover, he had also used the power of the stars to refine 3 acupoints. The 8 acupoints in the 6th sword vein had all been refined. Ji Tianxing had finally broken through the 6th level of the mystic enlightening stage and reached the 7th level of the mystic enlightening stage. However, at this time, a white light suddenly flashed in the silent 7 stars array. Swoosh! After the white light dissipated, a figure in a white robe appeared on the black array plate out of thin air. This person was Wenyu. His white robe was tattered and stained with blood and dust. His long hair was also tangled in a mess. He looked like a beggar with disheveled hair and a dirty face. However, he was exuding an arrogant aura. Standing on the black array plate, he looked up at the dark starry sky and laughed proudly. "Ha! Without Yun Yao, I, Wenyu, am the top genius. So what if the heaven and earth array is formed? With my knowledge and wisdom, I have only failed twice. I can break it on the 3rd try." Chapter 329. Before this, Wenyu had been challenging the 7 stars pagoda for 5 consecutive years. In the first 3 years, he stopped at the 5th level and couldn't even enter the 6th level. Until 2 years ago, he finally broke through the 5th level, but he couldn't find the exit in the 6th level. After 2 years of research and pondering, he finally understood the mystery of the array on the 6th level. Because of this, he came to the 7 stars pagoda this time with full confidence. He was determined to reach the top of the 7 stars pagoda. Humph! To be able to see through such a marvelous heaven and earth great formation and successfully break it, other than Yun Yao, only I can do it. As for Ji Tianxing, that bastard, he must still be in the 5th level, fighting with the demonic beasts. Pa. Shi Wenyu laughed proudly. When he thought that Ji Tianxing was most likely still in the 5th level, his heart was full of pride and a sense of victory. But at this moment he suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye. In the middle of the black disk, there was a figure in a white robe sitting cross-legged. His face suddenly changed, revealing a look of disbelief. Someone reached the 7th level before me? How is this possible? Shi Wenyu growled and quickly ran to the middle of the array. When he came to the middle of the array, he saw that the white-robed man sitting in the middle of the array was Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing looked calm, and his body was covered with a layer of faint starlight. Obviously, he had been cultivating here for a long time. When he saw this scene, Shi Wenyu's expression became extremely unsightly, and dense embarrassment, shame, and indignation gushed out from his heart. He couldn't believe that Ji Tianxing had reached the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda before him. Just now, he was full of pride, thinking that he was the first genius after Yun Yao. In the end, the truth was like a silent slap on his face, making him blush with shame. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing is cultivating. I am far away from him. He shouldn't have heard me, Shi Wenyu comforted himself, and the embarrassment in his heart was relieved. At the same time, Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. When he saw Shi Wenyu in front of him, he couldn't help but frown, revealing a mocking expression. Ha, I didn't think that a fellow like you would actually be able to make it to the 7th floor. Although you're a few days late. Shi Wenyu was already full of shame and anger, and when he heard Ji Tianxing's contemptuous and teasing words, his face immediately turned red. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared fiercely at Ji Tianxing and shouted coldly, Ji Tianxing, don't be so arrogant. So what if you reached the 7th floor before me? That's only because you're lucky and you have a pet to help you. When it comes to real skills, you may not be my match. Ji Tianxing cast a sidelong glance at him. His expression was still indifferent as he said with a faint smile, Is that so? Then why are you in such a sorry state, like a beggar? Is this a popular way of dressing up in the Tianjian sect? You! Shi Wenyu gnashed his teeth in anger. His blood was surging in his chest and abdomen, and he almost spat out blood. If Ji Tianxing had shouted out in anger, maybe Shi Wenyu wouldn't have been so angry. However, Ji Tianxing's demeanor was very indifferent. He always had a condescending attitude, looking down at people with cold eyes. Shi Wenyu's self-esteem and pride had been trampled on by Ji Tianxing time and time again, which had accumulated a great deal of anger in his heart. However, Shi Wenyu didn't act on impulse. He forced himself to suppress his anger. Ji Tianxing has been cultivating here for a long time. He has been conserving his energy and keeping his strength at the peak state. I have just reached the 7th floor. My injuries haven't healed and my strength hasn't recovered. If I were to fight him now, I would be at a disadvantage. Shi Wenyu analyzed silently. He decided to endure for a while and teach Ji Tianxing a lesson when he recovered his strength. Thinking of this, he glared at Ji Tianxing and shouted in a deep voice, Ji Tianxing, the 7 Stars Pagoda is a dangerous place. Those who can reach the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda are all top geniuses. I won't bicker with you today for the time being. Wait until next year's Stars List tournament and I'll defeat you in front of everyone on the star platform. Let's see what qualifications you have to be arrogant then. Ji Tianxing, of course, could see through his thoughts and couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. Since you're so confident, Shi Wenyu, why wait until next year's Stars List tournament? I see that this place is spacious and suitable for a fight. Why don't you make your move now and let me see how you're going to defeat me? He mercilessly exposed Shi Wenyu, causing Shi Wenyu's face to turn ashen and full of anger. Ji Tianxing, you're courting death. Shi Wenyu roared and rushed towards Ji Tianxing as fast as a gust of wind. He punched out 2 basin-sized fist lights and fiercely smashed towards Ji Tianxing's head. Ji Tianxing immediately counterattacked. A strong fighting intent burst out from his body and he also punched Shi Wenyu with his fists. Bam! The fists of the two men fiercely collided with each other, causing a loud, dull sound and a violent burst of energy. Ji Tianxing stood motionless and didn't even take half a step back. Shi Wenyu's body was shaken and he staggered back 5 steps and almost fell to the ground. He was injured and his strength had not recovered yet. He was not Ji Tianxing's opponent at all. He shouted with shame and anger, "Ji Tianxing, you've gone too far. Do you dare to give me a day? I'll be able to defeat you easily after I've recovered my strength." He wanted to go Ji Tianxing into action to stall for time. But he didn't expect that Ji Tianxing didn't fall for it at all. Ji Tianxing curled his lips and sneered disdainfully, "Don't make a fool of yourself in front of me with such a low-level provocation. I came here first, so this area is mine. If you want to heal and cultivate, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you out of the 7 Stars Pagoda." Shi Wenyu was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He clenched his fists and his whole body was trembling. In the past few years, which genius disciple of the younger generation didn't greet him with a smile and respect? Who dared to scold and insult him to his face? When had he ever been insulted like this? "Ji Tianxing, just you wait. I'll remember this grudge." Shi Wenyu's face was ferocious. He stared at Ji Tianxing with resentment and roared in a hoarse voice. Ji Tianxing didn't expect that Shi Wenyu could still swallow his anger at this point. He was a little surprised and thought to himself, "This Shi Wenyu is really good at enduring. He's obviously a scheming person." Since Shi Wenyu had admitted defeat, he couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to cultivate with the help of the silver crystal. Shi Wenyu glared at him fiercely and turned to leave. He wanted to go to the edge of the 7 Stars Pagoda array to heal his injuries. However, he suddenly saw the silver crystal and the small jade soul coffin in front of Ji Tianxing. He raised his eyebrows and greed flashed in his eyes. That shining silver crystal is located in the center of the 7 Stars Pagoda array. It should be the soul crystal that Master mentioned. What's that jade box? Ji Tianxing seems to care a lot about it? Shi Wenyu stared at the soul crystal and the jade soul coffin and thought to himself, the 7 Stars Pagoda is only open for 1 day. 1 day in the outside world is half a month in the pagoda. At most, in 5 days, Ji Tianxing and I will be sent out of the 7 Stars Pagoda. He has been guarding the soul crystal. How can I do it? No, I have to heal my injuries as soon as possible. After I recover my strength, I'll think of a way to take the soul crystal. Chapter 330. The top of the 7 Stars Pagoda finally regained its tranquility. Shi Wenyu sat on the ground, took out a few healing elixirs and consumed them. He circulated his energy to heal his injuries and silently restored his strength. Ji Tianxing sat in the middle of the 7 Stars array, closed his eyes and circulated his energy to refine his acupoints with the help of the stars. Both of them did not want to waste any time, so they concentrated on cultivating and improving their strength. Before Ji Tianxing came to the 7 Stars Pagoda, Yunyao told him that the 7 Stars Pagoda would only be open for a day. The flow of time in the pagoda was different from that in the ancient realm of the stars. A day in the ancient realm was half a month in the pagoda. He calculated the time and found that the 7 Stars Pagoda would send him out in 5 days at most. In these 5 days, he wanted to use the mysterious and powerful stars to improve his strength as much as possible. After all, cultivating here for 5 days was equivalent to cultivating outside for 2 months. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for another year. Time passed quickly and a day passed quickly. After a day and night of cultivation, Shi Wenyu's injuries had basically healed and his strength had recovered by 90%. He ended his cultivation and quietly turned his head to look at Ji Tianxing in the middle of the array. Seeing that Ji Tianxing was still cultivating with his eyes closed, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he silently stood up and walked toward Ji Tianxing. He stopped behind Ji Tianxing and observed the soul crystal and the jade soul coffin. Soon, he found the tranquility array set up by Ji Tianxing and Ji Ku, who was sleeping in the jade soul coffin. Ji Tianxing, that bastard. No wonder he was guarding the soul crystal. It turns out that he brought someone in. Does he want to use the 7 stars array and the soul crystal to heal that girl? Shi Wenyu frowned, anger surging in his eyes. Seeing that Ji Tianxing was still cultivating and did not seem to notice his approach, a thought appeared in his mind. In order to obtain the soul crystals, I have to first destroy the tranquility arrays set up by Ji Tianxing. Once I try to break the formation, he'll definitely wake up and stop me. No, I have to get rid of him first. Therefore, Shi Wenyu quietly walked behind Ji Tianxing. He circulated the true essence in his body and gathered all the power he had accumulated in his right hand. Then he fiercely slapped the back of Ji Tianxing's head. He wanted to knock out Ji Tianxing with a single palm strike and then throw him into the sea of clouds. As a result, Ji Tianxing would fall out of the 7 stars pagoda and no one would be able to stop him. His right palm, which was glowing with dazzling flames, was about to hit Ji Tianxing's head. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Without turning his head, he raised his left hand and sent a backhand slap towards Shi Wenyu. His left arm turned red, and the red flame true fire gushed out of his palm, condensing into a fiery palm the size of a basin. Bang! The 2 fiery palms collided fiercely and exploded with a muffled sound, bursting into flames all over the sky. Ji Tianxing sat in the same place without moving, but Shi Wenyu was forced to take 3 big steps back before he was able to neutralize the violent impact. He suddenly widened his eyes, and his face was filled with disbelief. I've already recovered 90% of my strength, and I took advantage of his cultivation to launch a sneak attack. How could I still be pushed back by him? At the same time, Ji Tianxing stood up and turned to look at Shi Wenyu. He shouted in a cold voice, "Shi Wenyu, I gave you a chance to cultivate here, but you shamelessly sneak attacked me. You're digging your own grave." Ji Tianxing shouted angrily. He instantly pulled out the black dragon sword and slashed at Shi Wenyu with all his strength. At that moment, the black dragon sword turned into a huge cold sword light, revealing the shadow of a divine dragon. A deafening dragon roar rang out, spreading throughout the entire 7 stars great array. The golden divine dragon shadow, with the power to split the sky and earth, instantly drowned Shi Wenyu. Shi Wenyu had no time to dodge and could only pull out his sword to block. Bang! With a loud bang, he was sent flying by the divine dragon sword light. He spat out blood and flew more than 10 meters away, smashing hard on the black stone ground. Cough cough. Shi Wenyu coughed violently and blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. He looked more and more embarrassed. He struggled to get up, holding a green sword in his hand. He glared at Ji Tianxing and shouted, "Ji Tianxing, you damned bastard! How dare you draw your sword at me? Do you want to fight me to the death?" Ji Tianxing coldly shouted with an indifferent face, "You sneak attacked me when I was cultivating. Such a despicable and vicious act. It's only right for me to kill you." Shi Wenyu refused to admit it and cursed angrily, "Bullshit. You were the one who broke the rules first. I just came closer to check the situation. You violated the rules set by the 8 sects and brought others into the 7 stars pagoda. You even placed them in the 7 stars array. What are your intentions?" Of course, Ji Tianxing could not explain to him about Ji Ku. He shouted angrily, "Shi Wenyu, cut the crap. Show me your full strength. Let me see where your arrogance lies." As soon as his voice fell, Ji Tianxing's figure flashed and pounced on Shi Wenyu. He waved his sword and sword light filled the sky. Shi Wenyu also waved his sword and fought back. He displayed his exquisite swordsmanship and dozens of huge sword lights shot out like a rain of arrows. Bang bang bang. The sword lights from both sides collided fiercely and burst out a series of muffled sounds, stirring up a violent hurricane. The sword lights that filled the sky collapsed and turned into countless sword light fragments, scattering in all directions. In just 20 breaths, the 2 of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves and clashed head-on several times. Ji Tianxing originally thought that he could easily defeat Shi Wenyu with his strength at LV7 Tongxian realm. However, Shi Wenyu was the chief disciple of the Tianjian sect after all. His swordsmanship cultivation was exquisite. After exchanging more than a dozen moves, Neither of them gained the upper hand and the fight ended in a draw. Ji Tianxing immediately put away his black dragon sword and displayed the flying star swordsmanship. He activated the sword embryo in his body and released two huge golden sword lights. They attacked Shi Wenyu from both sides. Gale Thunder Strike. The two 3-meter-long golden sword lights exploded with a dazzling golden light. Mixed with the violent hurricane, it was like a huge golden thunderbolt that struck Shi Wenyu on the spot. With a loud bang, Shi Wenyu was sent flying. His face was covered in blood as he fell 10 meters away. He gritted his teeth and endured his injuries. He struggled to get up and wanted to use his swordsmanship to fight back. At this moment, Ji Tianxing released another huge flaming sword light and attacked him. Crimson Dragon Flash. The 5-meter-long flaming sword light was like a flaming divine dragon that instantly engulfed Shi Wenyu's figure. Boom. Chapter 331. Shi Wenyu was lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was seriously injured. He struggled to get up. His whole body was trembling, and he had to lean on his sword to stand firm. In addition to anger, there was also shock and disbelief in his heart. He didn't expect that he would still be easily crushed by Ji Tianxing even after he had recovered 90% of his strength. The two had only exchanged a few moves, but he was seriously injured by Ji Tianxing. He couldn't believe or accept this result. Shi Wenyu felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Ji Tianxing walking toward him with a murderous aura emanating from his body. He glared at Ji Tianxing and roared in a hoarse voice, "Ji Tianxing, what do you want to do? Do you dare to kill me?" This is the 7 Stars Pagoda, a place jointly controlled by the 8 sects. The 8 sects have long stipulated that the disciples of each sect are not allowed to kill each other. If you dare to kill me, my Tianjian sect will use this as an excuse to suppress your sky-bearing sect. At that time, your sky-bearing sect will become the target of public criticism. You, Ji Tianxing, will also be a sinner who has brought disaster to your sky-bearing sect. Obviously, Shi Wenyu was afraid, so he deliberately said these words to threaten Ji Tianxing. Before entering the 7 Stars Pagoda, he didn't put Ji Tianxing in his eyes and didn't understand Ji Tianxing's nature. He couldn't help but worry. Ji Tianxing looked murderous. If he really wanted to kill him, what should he do? Ji Tianxing still walked towards him with large strides. He stared at him indifferently and said in a contemptuous tone, "Shi Wenyu, don't use the tiger's skin as a banner. You're just greedy for life and afraid of death. Since you're so cowardly and afraid of death, where did you get the courage to sneak attack me? Where did your arrogance and pride go?" Shi Wenyu was ashamed and angry, but he couldn't flare up. He could only swallow his anger and say, "Ji Tianxing, don't be too greedy. Even though I've offended you, you've already injured me to this extent. We're even now." As he spoke, he kept backing away, staring at Ji Tianxing warily. In fact, his heart was filled with grief, indignation, and rage. He was madly cursing Ji Tianxing to die. He had long since made up his mind that as long as he could get through this difficult situation, he would definitely think of a way to kill Ji Tianxing and cut Ji Tianxing into pieces. Ji Tianxing approached step by step with a sneer on his face. He said in a mocking tone, "Are we even now? Shi Wenyu, you're lying to me. At this moment, you must be thinking of killing me, right? You don't have to swallow your anger, and you don't have to bear the humiliation and plot revenge in the future. Come on, didn't you want to kill me? A great opportunity is right in front of you. Make your move." Shi Wenyu clenched his teeth. He could neither defend himself nor put down his dignity to beg Ji Tianxing for mercy. He kept backing away and soon retreated to the edge of the 7 Stars array. 10 meters behind him was a vast sea of white clouds. At this moment, Ji Tianxing bellowed in a contemptuous tone, "Shi Wenyu, you have ulterior motives. I can't let you stay here. Today, I'll give you an unforgettable lesson. If you're lucky enough to survive, then consider yourself lucky." After that, he turned into a golden shadow and rushed toward Shi Wenyu as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Shi Wenyu. He raised his left hand and condensed a huge flaming palm with the red flame true fire. He slammed it toward Shi Wenyu's chest. Shi Wenyu was shocked and subconsciously put his sword in front of his chest to block Ji Tianqing's palm. Bang! In a dull, loud noise, Shi Wenyu was sent flying by the giant flaming palm on the spot. He flew backward without any resistance, drawing an arc in the air before tumbling and landing in the vast sea of clouds more than 10 meters away. Shi Wenyu's figure was drowned in the sea of clouds, but his mournful screams still echoed in the air. It was early in the morning. In the open space under the Seven Stars Pagoda, the mountain wind whistled and the morning dew was heavy. It had been 16 hours since the Seven Stars Pagoda opened. 5 young disciples stood in the open space. They stood in groups of 2 or 3 and whispered to each other. These 5 young disciples had already entered the Seven Stars Pagoda. However, they failed to pass the 4th and 5th levels and were ejected from the Seven Stars Pagoda in advance. Even so, everyone did not feel embarrassed. They had long been accustomed to it. Everyone whispered to each other and looked up at the Seven Stars Pagoda, waiting for the results. As of now, there were still 3 disciples in the Seven Stars Pagoda. There was a bronze lamp on the 6th level of the Seven Stars Pagoda, and 2 bronze lamps on the 7th level. This undoubtedly meant that one of the 3 disciples stayed on the 6th level, and 2 of them had reached the 7th level. Xiao Xian, True Martial Sect, and Windfire Sect's chief disciples stood together. They looked up at the 7th level of the Seven Stars Pagoda and whispered to each other. Yun Yao didn't come this year, but there are still 2 people who can reach the top of the Seven Stars Pagoda. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. The 3 people who haven't come out yet are Senior Brother Wenyu, Feng Min, and Ji Tianqing. I wonder who the 2 people who reached the 7th level are? In my opinion, the first person to reach the 7th level must be Senior Brother Wenyu. As for the second person, it should be Feng Min. Yes. It's already a miracle that Ji Tianqing could pass the 4th and 5th level. How could he reach the 7th level? Senior Brother Wenyu is still the best. He was full of confidence before he came to the pagoda. Now, he really reached the 7th level. Xiao Xian said with a face full of smiles, I dare to bet that in less than 2 hours, Ji Tianqing will be ejected. Just thinking about the sorry state he'll be in when he falls from the 6th floor fills me with anticipation. The other 2 young disciples nodded in agreement and said with a smile of exultation, yes. When he is ejected from the Seven Stars Pagoda for the first time, he will definitely not use the power of the array to reduce the impact of the fall. When the time comes, he will fall from a few hundred meters high and will be seriously injured. If he's unlucky, he might fall to his death on the spot and even lose his life. Xiao Xian grinned and revealed a sinister sneer. It will be great if he dies on the spot. At this moment, a young disciple next to him suddenly exclaimed, Someone has been ejected. Hearing this sudden cry of surprise, the disciples in the open space all looked up at the sky. Amidst the white clouds, a white figure was falling down at lightning speed. Although this person was constantly waving his palms to release true core brilliance to hit the Tianyuan array that enveloped the Seven Stars Pagoda, trying to reduce the impact of the fall with the help of the array. However, the speed of his fall was too fast to reduce the impact of the fall. After 3 breaths, the white-robed figure fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Boom. Chapter 332. Following the loud noise, the ground shook violently several times, and smoke and dust flew up into the sky. Seeing this scene, the few disciples widened their eyes and let out a low cry. Oh my God! Falling from 1,000 meters high, even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled? So miserable. I wonder who this unlucky guy is? This guy seems to have fallen from the sea of clouds. Could it be that he fell from the 7th level? Impossible? If he entered the 7th level, he would only be sent out when the time is up. How could he be ejected in advance? Look, there are 2 bronze lamps on the 7th level. One of them is out. Suddenly hearing a disciple's exclamation, everyone looked up at the top of the Seven Stars Pagoda. He saw that one of the 2 copper lamps that were originally lit had indeed gone out. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xian and the few disciples turned pale with fright. Their expressions became extremely interesting. That person's figure doesn't look like a woman. It shouldn't be Feng Min. Since it's not Feng Min, then it's very likely to be Ji Tianxing or senior brother Wenyu. It must be Ji Tianxing. In a few words, the few disciples guessed the identity of the person who fell miserably. Xiao Xian frowned and cursed in a low voice, Ji Tianxing, this bastard. He actually reached the 7th level? The other 2 disciples quickly followed up and asked puzzledly, then why did he fall again? Could it be that he slipped and fell? Is there a need to guess? He must have been thrown down by senior brother Wenyu. Let's go and take a look. Let's go, I want to see if Ji Tianxing, that bastard, fell to his death. Xiao Xian and the 2 young disciples not only did not have the slightest bit of sympathy, but also looked like they were gloating. Everyone rushed to the edge of the array and poked their heads to look inside the array. They saw that the grassland under the 7 Stars Pagoda was still covered in dust and smoke. The ground was smashed into a huge pit with a radius of 5 meters. A young man in a white robe was lying in the deep pit. This person's white robe was tattered and full of holes and blood stains, almost turning into a gray robe. His long hair was also tangled together, making him look like a chicken coop. This person's figure was tall and robust, yet his appearance was in a sorry state. He was sloppy like a beggar, and it was simply unbearable to look at. He lay in the deep pit and twitched. Another pool of blood flowed out from his body and dyed the ground red. He struggled a few times before he struggled to get up and raised his blood-stained head. Seeing this, Xiao Xian and the other young disciples were dumbfounded. You are actually senior brother Wenyu? How is this possible? Senior brother Wenyu, how did you fall down? How could this be? Why wasn't Ji Tianxing the one who fell? What the hell is going on? Senior apprentice brother Wenyu, you clearly ascended to the 7th level, how did you fall down? Everyone was stunned. Their hearts were filled with shock and confusion. They had no idea what was going on. Xiao Xian's mood was the most complicated. His face was gloomy and his eyes were surging with anger. Last night, he vowed to the others that Ji Tianxing would never be able to ascend to the 7th level. He would definitely be ejected and fall miserably. But the truth was the exact opposite. Ji Tianxing did not appear, but Shi Wenyu fell down. Seeing Shi Wenyu's miserable appearance, he felt a chill down his spine and his heart was secretly alarmed and fearful. He could not imagine what Ji Tianxing had done to Shi Wenyu. At this time, Shi Wenyu staggered out of the pit. He did not care about the bloodstains on his face and the mud on his body. He looked up at the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda and roared hysterically, Ji Tianxing, just you wait. I will remember this. One day, I will make you pay back 10 times. These 2 short sentences contained endless anger and killing intent. It seemed that it had exhausted all of Shi Wenyu's strength. He staggered to the edge of the array, stepped through the transmission light door, and returned to the open space under the pagoda. Several disciples quickly gathered around him. They were full of shock and curiosity as they asked him what had happened. But Shi Wenyu's injuries were extremely serious. His whole body had turned into a blurry blood man and his consciousness was on the verge of fainting. He did not care about the crowd's questions. He staggered out of the open space and went down the mountain alone. After such a thing happened, he was in such a miserable state. He did not have the face to stay under the pagoda, let alone talk to the crowd. Xiao Xian and several young disciples looked at Shi Wenyu's figure in the distance. They all showed extremely complicated expressions and whispered to each other. How could this be? It seems that Shi Wenyu was defeated by Ji Tianxing? It's incredible. Ji Tianxing came to the 7 Stars Pagoda for the first time. He actually ascended to the 7th level and defeated Shi Wenyu. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe that this was true. Isn't it too incredible? It seems that we have all underestimated Ji Tianxing. Shi Wenyu was severely injured. It shows that Ji Tianxing's strength must be very terrifying. Several disciples were discussing animatedly. Only Xiao Xian did not say a word. His face was as gloomy as ice. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. At this time, the copper lamp on the 6th level of the 7 Stars Pagoda suddenly went out. A graceful white figure floated down from the sky. Her body was light and graceful. She constantly waved her palms to hit the Tianyuan array with true essence brilliance. With a muffled bang 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 sound, she used the rebound force to reduce the impact of the fall. A moment later, she floated to the ground and walked out of the transmission light door. This beautiful woman with picturesque features and dignified elegance was Feng Min. Although she failed to ascend to the 7th level and was ejected from the 7 Stars Pagoda, she was not injured. However, she was not injured at all, and her posture was not disheveled. Instead, she seemed to be floating in the air. Several young disciples greeted her and looked up at the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda. Now, there was only one copper lamp left on the entire 7 Stars Pagoda that was still lit. Everyone was wondering how Ji Tianxing was so powerful that he could reach the top of the pagoda on his first attempt. What kind of gains would he obtain at the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda? At the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda, the starry sky was still bright. Ji Tianxing sat cross-legged in the center of the array. He used the power of the soul crystal to cultivate and strengthen his strength. His body was covered in a layer of faint starlight. His temperament became deep and peaceful, as if he had merged with the vast starry sky. In the stamen of the lotus platform in front of him, the soul crystal emitted a rich starlight that enveloped the entire jade soul coffin. Ji Ku, who was sleeping in the coffin, was also wrapped in a layer of silver starlight. His aura was calm and peaceful, and his bloodline power was constantly strengthening. Time passed silently. 2 days, 3 days, 5 days passed quickly. When the time was almost up, Ji Tianxing felt something in his heart. He finally ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. He opened his mouth slightly and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A wisp of silver qi flowed out of his mouth, emitting bits of starlight. The power of the stars is indeed the most mysterious and powerful force in the world. Its effects are extraordinary. I only cultivated in the 7 Stars array for 5 days, and I used the power of the stars to continuously temper 6 acupuncture points. Sigh. If I can continue cultivating here for a few more days, I can break through to level 8 Tongshen stage in one go. When he thought of this, he felt a little regretful. He lowered his head to look at Ji Ku, who was sleeping in the jade soul coffin, and whispered, "Ku, the time is up. I have to leave now." Chapter 333. Ji Tianxing sat next to the jade soul coffin and looked at Ji Ku gently without saying a word. After about a quarter of an hour, the 7 Stars Great Array suddenly lit up with a ray of starlight that wrapped around his entire body. Swoosh! With a flash of dazzling starlight, Ji Tianxing disappeared into thin air and was sent out of the 7 Stars Pagoda. This was the rule of the 7 Stars Pagoda. When the time limit was up, the challenger would be sent out. Ji Ku slept in the jade soul coffin and was placed in the 7 Stars array, so he would not be sent out by the pagoda. In the next moment, Ji Tianxing's figure left the 7 Stars Pagoda and appeared in the open space below the pagoda. Swoosh! He stood on the platform with an indifferent expression and calmly looked at the several young disciples not far away. It was evening now, exactly 24 hours after the 7 Stars Pagoda opened yesterday. The faint golden light of the setting sun shone on his body, causing his figure to be dyed with a layer of hazy gold. He actually had the aura of an otherworldly expert. The young disciples were whispering when they saw Ji Tianxing suddenly appear. They all quieted down and looked at him in unison. Everyone was the chief disciples of their respective sects, so their strength and vision were not bad. They could see at a glance that Ji Tianxing was stronger than a day ago, and his aura was more mysterious and restrained. His change was very obvious. Not only did his strength increase, but even his temperament had changed. In the past, his aura was like a treasure sword, but the sharp blade was hidden in the scabbard and did not show its edge. Now, his aura was like the vast and deep starry sky. It was mysterious and tranquil, but it was unfathomable and unfathomable. Feng Min and Wu Yu came up to him and cupped their fists in greeting. They smiled and said, "Junior Martial Brother Ji, congratulations. I didn't expect Junior Brother Ji to reach the top of the 7 Stars Pagoda on his first try. It's really incredible. It's like a miracle." Ji Tianxing cupped his fists at the two of them and nodded slightly. He didn't say anything. Humble himself? He did not need to. Show off proudly? This was not in his nature. Feng Min and Wu Yu both understood his temperament, so they didn't say anything more. After saying their goodbyes, they turned and left. The other Pill Cauldron sect disciple also came to bid farewell to Ji Tianxing before leaving the Seven Stars Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left in the open space. They were Ji Tianxing, Qiao Xian, and the other 2. Qiao Xian and the 2 young disciples walked up to Ji Tianxing and said coldly, "Ji Tianxing, you actually knocked Shi Wenyu down from the 7 Stars Pagoda. The Tianjian sect will remember this. In a few days we'll meet again. Let's see how you're going to deal with this then." The other 2 young disciples also said with a gloomy expression, "When the disciples of the various sects challenge the 7 Stars Pagoda, even if there is some friction between them, they will never fight to the death. Ji Tianxing, you're so arrogant that you've angered the Tianjian sect and violated the rules set by the 8 sects." Ji Tianxing looked indifferently at Qiao Xian and the other 2. He frowned and said coldly, "So, you want to stand up for Shi Wenyu?" The 2 young disciples' expressions changed and they quickly explained, "Although we're on good terms with Shi Wenyu, we can't stand up for him. Of course, he has to solve his own grievances with you. We don't mean to stand up for him. We're just warning you, Ji Tianxing, to behave yourself in the future. Don't provoke public anger and become everyone's common enemy." Ji Tianxing looked at them calmly and said coldly, "Since you 2 don't dare to stand up for Shi Wenyu, why are you still shouting in front of me?" The 2 young disciples' expressions suddenly stiffened. They were embarrassed and angry. "Ji Tianxing. Very good. You're crazy." The 2 of them stared coldly at Ji Tianxing, then took 2 steps back and didn't say anything more. Only Qiao Xian was left standing. Ji Tianxing's gaze fell on him again. He said jokingly, "Qiao Xian, it's said that you and Shi Wenyu are close, like brothers. Shi Wenyu asked for it and ended up in such a miserable state. As a brother, aren't you going to seek justice for him?" His tone was a little playful, but his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Qiao Xian's heart tightened and he was secretly on guard. "Ji Tianxing, don't be arrogant. I just said that when we meet again in a few days, I'll teach you a lesson." "In a few days?" Ji Tianxing frowned, not understanding what he meant. But he didn't ask and said jokingly, "If you want to avenge Shi Wenyu so much, why wait a few days? Now is a good time. You can try." Ji Tianxing's tone was very indifferent, and he looked down on Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian had long hated and resented him. Now that he was being ridiculed, he was so angry that his face turned white and he gritted his teeth. For a moment, he had an impulse to draw his sword and slash at Ji Tianxing to teach him a lesson. But the 2 disciples of the True Martial sect and Windfire sect hurriedly reached out and pressed on his shoulder, giving him a look. The 2 of them used their spiritual sense to persuade Qiao Xian, "Junior brother Qiao, don't be rash. Ji Tianxing is deliberately provoking you to attack. He wants to take the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Senior brother Qiao, even Shi Wenyu is no match for Ji Tianxing. It's even more impossible for us to beat him. Let's bear with it for a while." Qiao Xian only calmed down after hearing the 2's advice. He glared at Ji Tianxing with hatred in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ji Tianxing, I'm a magnanimous person and won't bicker with a bastard like you." Before he could finish, Ji Tianxing sneered, "Ha, you want to bicker with me, but do you have the guts? You?" Qiao Xian's lungs almost exploded from anger. His entire face turned the color of pig liver, and his eyes were about to spit fire. In his life, he had never been so aggrieved as he was today. Being ridiculed and insulted to his face, he could only swallow his anger and did not even have the courage to attack. He was so angry that he panted rapidly. He twisted his shoulders to break free from the 2 young disciples' hands and rushed toward Ji Tianxing. "Ji Tianxing, you've gone too far." Qiao Xian's blood boiled with anger. He rushed toward Ji Tianxing without a care in the world. He raised his palms and slapped out dozens of huge palm shadows. Each palm shadow was the size of a wash basin and was formed by sharp metal elemental true essence. It contained a powerful force that could split open stones. Although his strength was not as good as Shi Wenyu's, he was also at level 8 Tongxian realm. This Raging Waves palm technique had also been tempered thousands of times, and its power was extremely ferocious. Ji Tianxing looked at the dozens of golden palm shadows coming toward him. He raised his left hand calmly and slapped out a huge flame palm the size of a millstone. Bam bam bam. The terrifying power of the giant flaming palm instantly shattered more than a dozen golden palm shadows. Qiao Xian had just sensed that something was wrong. His eyes were filled with shock, but it was too late for him to dodge. With a muffled bam, he was sent flying by the flame palm and landed on the ground 10 meters away. His white robe was scorched by the true flame fire, and his long hair was charred and curled. He looked like he had crawled out of a coal pit and was in a sorry state. Moreover, his internal organs were injured by the terrifying power of the flame palm. He struggled to get up, but he covered his mouth and coughed. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He felt the injuries on his body and was shocked and angry. However, he did not dare to attack Ji Tianxing again. Seeing this, the two disciples from the True Martial Arts sect and the Windfire sect looked terrible and sighed in their hearts. Ji Tianxing's strength has reached such a terrifying level. Qiao Xian can't even take one hit from him. Chapter 334. Silence reigned in the field. Ji Tianxing stood calmly in the open space with his hands behind his back. His entire body emitted a confident and powerful aura. The disciples of the True Martial sect and Windfire sect looked at Ji Tianxing with fear, not daring to say anything. Qiao Xian coughed a few times and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Ji Tianxing with a ferocious expression and shouted in a venomous tone, "Ji Tianxing, you win. The Thousand Autumns sect will remember this. Don't be smug. One day, I'll make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy." Hearing this, the two young disciples' expressions changed and they turned their heads away, unable to bear to look at Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian, are you stupid? You've just been injured by Ji Tianxing and now you're saying such harsh words. Other than being humiliated by him again, what's the point? The two of them thought at the same time. They both thought that Qiao Xian had lost his mind in anger and had lost his sense of reason and propriety. Sure enough, Ji Tianxing looked at Qiao Xian with cold eyes, and a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You and Shi Wenyu are indeed brothers in distress. Both of you only know how to spout harsh words. Since you're so powerful, I'd like to see what right you have to make me beg for mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the shadowless step. His body turned into a golden afterimage and rushed toward Qiao Xian as fast as lightning. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, he raised his left palm and slapped it toward Qiao Xian with a giant flaming palm. With his strength, he didn't need to use the Black Dragon Sword to deal with a martial artist in the 8th stage of Mystic Enlightening Realm. Qiao Xian saw the giant flaming palm coming toward him and was instantly shocked. He retreated in fear. The two disciples from the True Martial sect and the Windfire sect hurriedly pincer attacked Ji Tianxing, blocking his attacks. Ji Tianxing, don't be presumptuous. You're too aggressive. Back off. In their opinion, no matter how strong Ji Tianxing was, he couldn't beat the two of them together. After all, Ji Tianxing was not Yun Yao. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to his strength. But the two of them did not expect that Ji Tianxing did not retreat or avoid, but instead sped up and rushed towards Qiao Xian. Shua. His speed was extremely fast, and his body also turned into a golden stream of light, instantly passing between the two of them. The two of them were stunned on the spot. Their palms almost hit each other. At the same time, Ji Tianxing rushed in front of Qiao Xian and hit him with his left palm. Qiao Xian's figure was engulfed by the red flame true fire. He immediately let out a painful scream and was blasted to the ground. After the giant flaming palm dissipated, the two young disciples saw his appearance clearly. His entire body was charred black and smoking as he lay on the ground. His black robe had already been burned to ashes, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. His injuries were even more severe. A 3-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground paved with black slabs, and more than a dozen cracks appeared around it. Qiao Xian suffered such a heavy blow and lost the ability to fight on the spot. He no longer had the courage to fight Ji Tianxing. He clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart. He silently got up and walked down the mountain without looking back. When he reached the edge of the open space, he turned back and glared at Ji Tianqing, his eyes full of hatred and resentment. He buried this hatred in the bottom of his heart and swore silently in his heart that today's hatred would be repaid 100-fold. He would use Ji Tianqing's life and blood to wash away the shame. Seeing Qiao Xian leave silently, the two young disciples also left quickly, lest Ji Tianqing come to settle the score with them. In the blink of an eye, the three of them left quickly, their figures disappearing into the forest in the distance. Ji Tianqing looked at the backs of the three people leaving and did not chase after them to kill them. The reason he did so was to teach Qiao Xian a lesson and make him obediently tuck his tail between his legs. He had long known that Qiao Xian hated him very much and had secretly slandered and cursed him many times. Previously, he was busy with the 7 Stars Pagoda and only wanted to settle Ji Ku down as soon as possible. He was too lazy to waste time on Qiao Xian. Now that the matter was over, Qiao Xian did not know what was good for him and came to threaten him. Of course, he would not let Qiao Xian off. Ji Tianqing's concept was that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them. If people offended him, he would definitely offend them. After a while, the sun set behind the mountain. The world was dark and night was about to fall. Ji Tianqing also summoned Qian Yu and rode it out of the 7 Stars Pagoda, returning to the sky-bearing sect. 12 hours passed and it was already the next morning. Qian Yu carried Ji Tianqing across 2,000 miles and returned to the sky-bearing sect. After Ji Tianqing returned to the Tianqing courtyard, he entered the secret chamber to cultivate. Previously, in the 7 Stars Pagoda, not only did he obtain a large number of spirit fruits, but he also cultivated in the 7 Stars array for 5 days. In just 5 days, he had absorbed a large amount of star power from the soul crystals and stored it in his body. He had not completely refined and absorbed it yet. He wanted to continue cultivating for 2 more days to completely refine the star power and further improve his strength. Qian Yu and the little black dragon were also sleeping in the 100 treasures brocade pouch, silently digesting the power of the monster cores and the star power they had absorbed. It was peaceful for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, a beautiful woman in white came to the Tianqing courtyard. It was Yun Yao. Maid Xiao Shuang knew that she had a close relationship with Ji Tianqing, so she led her into the courtyard and waited in the living room. Maid Xiao Shuang went to the secret chamber and knocked on the door to report the news to Ji Tianqing. When Ji Tianqing learned that Yun Yao had come to visit, he quickly ended his cultivation and walked out of the secret chamber. After entering the living room, he smiled and cupped his hands to greet Yun Yao. "Eldest senior sister, are you looking for me?" Yun Yao nodded slightly and asked in a gentle voice, "Did your trip to the 7 Stars Pagoda go smoothly?" "Yes, it went quite smoothly. Thank you for your advice, eldest senior sister." Ji Tianqing nodded and thanked her. Then, he took out the token to enter the 7 Stars Pagoda and handed it to Yun Yao. "Eldest senior sister, here's the token. It's returned to its rightful owner." Yun Yao did not accept it. She gently shook her head and said, "Take the token. I may not go to the 7 Stars Pagoda in the future." Ji Tianqing thought for a moment, then nodded and took back the token. Yun Yao said seriously, "I came to find you on Master's orders. Master has something important to tell us." "Master has orders? What is it?" Ji Tianqing asked. Yun Yao walked out of the living room first and said, "Let's go to the sky-raising palace first. Master is waiting for us." Ji Tianqing quickly followed her footsteps and rushed to Qishao Peak together. Half an hour later, the two climbed up Qishao Peak together and entered the sky-raising palace. Ji Tianqing saw at a glance that there were only 2 people in the hall. One of them was Chu Tianqing, who was sitting on the sect master's throne, and the other was Yen. When Chu Tianqing saw that all 3 disciples had arrived, he said with a solemn expression, "All 3 of you are here. Master has something to announce today. In 5 days, it will be the 200th birthday of the Tianjian sect's master. A few days ago, the Tianjian sect sent out invitations to various guests. Master also received an invitation, but Master doesn't plan to go to the Tianjian sect." Chapter 335. Hearing Chu Tianqing's words, Ji Tianxing suddenly understood. He suddenly understood why Qiao Xian said that they would meet again in a few days under the Seven Stars Pagoda. At that time, he didn't understand what was going on, but now he knew that it was the birthday of the Tianjin sect's master. For such a big event, the several sects that had a good relationship with the Tianjin sect must have known about it long ago and would definitely go to the birthday celebration. The Sky-bearing sect, the Xinyue sect, and the Six Unity sect had no friendship with the Tianjin sect and even had some grudges and conflicts. However, for the sake of face, the sects would also send people to the Tianjin sect to congratulate them. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Yen immediately cupped their hands and bowed to show that they had obeyed. Chu Tianxing nodded slightly and said earnestly, "Recently, the Tianjin sect has been quiet on the surface, but in fact, they have been moving frequently in the dark. Their ambitions have already been revealed. The three of you go to the Tianjin sect. You must act according to the circumstances. If you have the opportunity, try your best to find out the details of the Tianjin sect and see what plans and conspiracies they have. Master has already prepared the birthday gift. You should prepare it in the next few days. You will set off in 4 days." After that, he gave a few more words of advice and gave some other instructions. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Yun Yao bowed together to show that they would not disappoint him, and then they left. After leaving the sky-bearing palace, Ji Tianxing walked side by side with Yen and asked him how he was doing. Yen didn't hide anything and quickly replied, "Senior brother Tianxing, since I returned to the sect, I have been cultivating in seclusion to heal my body. Now that my body has recovered and my strength has also recovered, I will soon be able to break through the realm without the shackles and torments of the wildfire. Moreover, Little White is becoming more and more intelligent. After refining the power of my wildfire, it has changed a lot." Master said that Little White has changed. It is no longer a golden-eyed white tiger, but a wildfire white tiger. As Yen spoke, a happy smile appeared on her little face. She was in a very good mood. Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded, "That's good. Rest well, we'll meet again in 4 days." After he finished speaking, he and Yen waved goodbye and returned to their respective residences. After Ji Tianxing returned to the Tianxing courtyard, he once again entered the secret chamber to cultivate. He knew very well that he had offended Shi Wenyu and the Tianjin sect when he had thrown Shi Wenyu into the Sea of Clouds in the Seven Stars Pagoda. This time, when he went to the Tianjin sect to celebrate the birthday, he would definitely run into Shi Wenyu, Qiao Xian, and the others. He might even be retaliated against. He had already mentally prepared himself. He had to seize the time to cultivate and further increase his strength. Tianjin sect, Xinjian Peak. In the dazzling Divine Sword Palace, there were 2 experts waiting silently. The sect master of the Tianjin sect was sitting on the sect master's throne. His eyes were fixed on the empty hall, and he was frowning in contemplation. The Taoist Tianji, who was dressed in a white robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being, stood next to the throne with a horsetail whisk in his hand. He closed his eyes and rested. At this time, a young man in a white robe stepped through the door and entered the hall. This person was Shi Wenyu. Although his robe was brand new and his body was clean and refreshed, his face was still as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were filled with tiredness, and his gaze was somewhat dim. Obviously, his injuries had not yet healed, and his body was still very weak. Shi Wenyu walked to the center of the hall, bowed to the Tianjin sect master, and said respectfully, "Disciple greets master." The Tianjin sect master looked at him and saw that his complexion was not good. He could not help but frown and said in a low voice, "Wenyu, 3 days ago, you came back from the Seven Stars Pagoda with serious injuries. Master asked you to go back and recuperate first. I didn't ask you about the details. Today, Master called you here to listen to your report. What happened to you in the Seven Stars Pagoda? Why didn't you complete the task that Master gave you?" Shi Wenyu's face was full of shame. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Master, this disciple is incompetent and did not complete the task. Please punish me." That day, disciples from various sects gathered to challenge the Seven Stars Pagoda. The Sky Pillar sect did not send Yun Yao to challenge the pagoda, but sent Ji Tianxing instead. Ji Tianxing, that bastard, not only did he break into the Seven Stars Pagoda, but he also brought a jade coffin up and placed it in the Seven Stars array. This disciple was injured in the process of challenging the pagoda. After ascending to the 7th floor, I wanted to seize the soul crystal in the Seven Stars array, but I was stopped by Ji Tianxing. Damn that Ji Tianxing. He seriously injured me, threw me into the sea of clouds, and threw me out of the Seven Stars Pagoda. Speaking of this, the scene at that time appeared in Shi Wenyu's mind again. Monstrous anger and killing intent surged in his heart, and his expression became ferocious. Taoist Tianji, who had been indifferent, could not help but have a slight change in expression after hearing Shi Wenyu's words. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Tianjin sect master immediately frowned. Doubt and astonishment flashed in his eyes. What? You've already broken through to the 9th level of the mystic comprehending stage. With your strength, there's almost no one below the origin core stage who is a match for you. How could Ji Tianxing seriously injure you? Not only did Shi Wenyu have the strength of the 9th level of the mystic comprehending stage, but he was also a martial genius with a mystic rank bloodline. His sword Dao cultivation was extremely high. Unless he encountered an origin core stage powerhouse, there was almost no mystic comprehending stage martial artist who was a match for him. Before challenging the Seven Stars Pagoda, Shi Wenyu had always thought so until he met Ji Tianxing. Shi Wenyu's face was full of anger and unwillingness. He lowered his head and cupped his hands. Master, that bastard Ji Tianxing's innate talent is extraordinary. He can't be judged by common sense. This disciple believes that his innate talent is not inferior to Yun Yao's at all. The Tianjin sect master's expression became serious. His eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered in a low voice, "Damn it! The 9 Dragons spiritual pulse has accumulated so much fortune for the Sky Pillar sect. How could it be so powerful? The Sky Pillar sect is extremely lucky to have a genius like Yun Yao. Now Ji Tianxing has appeared. Damn the Sky Pillar sect. Relying on the accumulation of a 1,000-year-old ancient sect and having 2 genius disciples, they're becoming more and more arrogant and despotic." As he spoke, the Tianjin sect master raised his hand in anger and slapped the armrest of his throne. At this moment, Taoist Tianji said with a solemn expression, "Sect master, the Sky Pillar sect is indulging their disciples to wantonly trample on the rules and humiliate our sect's disciples. They're really arrogant and presumptuous to the extreme. Our plan must be carried out. Our sect must replace the Sky Pillar sect as soon as possible and take control of the Tianjin region. Otherwise, the ancient star realm will be in chaos. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao are Chu Tiantian's right-hand men. If we can get rid of them, we can cut off Chu Tiantian's wings and cause the Sky Pillar sect to suffer heavy losses. There's a good opportunity right now. The sect master's birthday is in a few days. Chu Tiantian will definitely not come because of his status. He will definitely send his 2 personal disciples." Chapter 336. Upon hearing Taoist Tianji's suggestion, the Tianjin sect master frowned. He shook his head without hesitation and said with a solemn expression, "We can't do that. Over the years, no matter what conflicts there are between the 8 sects, they have to be harmonious on the surface. We can't really have a falling out. If Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao come to our sect to celebrate my birthday and we take the opportunity to kill them, that's not ethical at all. At that time, not only will we have to bear the wrath of the Sky Pillar sect and fight them head-on, but we will also be criticized and besieged by the other sects." At this point, the Tianjin sect master paused and said with a bitter voice, "Most importantly, with our sect's strength and foundation, we can't fight the Sky Pillar sect head-on." Taoist Tianji frowned and sneered in his heart. He thought with disdain, "Lowly humans are hypocrites." The Tianjin sect master dreams of destroying the Sky Pillar sect and replacing it as the #1 sect in the Tianjin region. There's clearly a great opportunity in front of him to destroy the 2 genius disciples of the Sky Pillar sect, but he still has to care about morality. If it were us demons, we would have killed all the disciples and elders of the Sky Pillar sect long ago. However, although he thought this in his heart, He still had to remain calm and indifferent on the surface. He smiled confidently and said to the Tianjin sect master in a low voice, "Sect master, of course I understand your concerns. How can we kill Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao so brazenly? If we provoke the Sky Pillar sect and fight with our sect head-on, it will definitely affect our plan. Killing the two of them will only cripple Chu Tianxing's right-hand men. I've already thought of an idea that will smoothly eliminate the two of them and won't cause a decisive battle between the two sects." Daoist Tianji then used his spiritual sense to transmit his plan to the Tianjin sect master. The Tianjin sect master frowned and listened. His expression gradually eased. After listening to Daoist Tianji's plan, he immediately revealed a satisfied smile and nodded repeatedly. "Good. Very good. Daoist Tianji's plan is indeed ingenious. If that's the case, then let's do it this way." The head of the Tianjin sect repeatedly applauded. He exchanged a glance with the Daoist priest Tianji, and both of them revealed a complacent sneer. For 4 consecutive days, Ji Tianxing cultivated in seclusion in the secret chamber. He consumed more than 20 spirit fruits that he had obtained from the 7 Stars Pagoda and refined all the remaining star force in his body. With the help of the spiritual fruits and the power of the stars, he cultivated hard for 2 days and refined 2 more acupoints. After the refinement of the 8 apertures of the 7th sword vein was completed, he naturally reached LV8 Tongshen stage. Now that 4 days had passed, Ji Tianxing's strength had greatly increased, and his aura had become even more mysterious and powerful. At dawn on the 5th day, he ended his cultivation and walked out of the secret room. Today was the birthday of the Tianjin sect's leader. He was going to rush to the Tianjin sect with Yun Yao and Yen. He washed up and changed into a brand new white robe. Then, he rode Qian Yu and left the Tianxing courtyard. Previously, he had made an appointment with Yun Yao and Yen, to meet at the square at the foot of Towering Sky Peak at dawn. When he arrived at the square at the foot of the mountain on Qian Yu, he saw that Yun Yao and Yen had already arrived and were waiting for him. Yun Yao stood on the back of the white spirit crane, and Yen rode on the wildfire white tiger. Ji Tianxing greeted the two of them and rode Qian Yu into the sky. He followed behind Yun Yao's spirit crane and flew toward the Tianjin sect. Unfortunately, Yen's wildfire white tiger could not fly. It could only run on the ground. However, the wildfire white tiger was a spirit beast that had condensed a demon core. Its strength was comparable to a 2nd or 3rd level origin core stage powerhouse. Even if it ran wildly on the ground, crossing mountains and crossing rivers, its speed was still extremely fast. It would not fall behind by much. The distance from the Sky Pillar sect to the Tianjin sect was more than 800 miles. Ji Tianxing's group of 3 only used 5 hours to arrive at the foot of the Tianjin sect. It was currently 9 in the morning, and there was still an hour before noon. There would be 2 birthday banquets today. One would be at noon, and the other would be at night. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's group of 3 hurried over according to the time. The time they arrived was just right. It was neither too early nor too late. At the foot of the Tianjin sect's mountain gate stood 2 rows of valiant and exuberant white-robed disciples. All of them carried treasured swords on their backs. Their entire bodies emitted a confident and valiant vitality. 2 elders and a few deacons stood at the foot of the mountain gate to welcome guests. They were brimming with enthusiasm as they greeted the guests. Ji Tianxing's group of 3 calmly put away their spirit beasts and strode across the square in front of the mountain gate. They followed the crowd in front of them as they walked towards the mountain gate. Coincidentally, the group of people walking in front of them was from the Thousand Autumns sect. The leader of the group was the Thousand Autumns sect master. Beside him were 2 elders and the head disciple, Qiao Xian. 8 days ago, Qiao Xian had been severely injured by Ji Tianxing at the foot of the 7 Stars Pagoda. After 8 days of recuperation, his injuries had mostly recovered. There was nothing out of the ordinary on the outside. It was just that his strength had not fully recovered. The Thousand Autumns sect master led the 2 elders and Qiao Xian to the foot of the mountain gate. The 2 elders of the Tianjin sect immediately greeted them warmly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Thousand Autumns sect master stepped through the mountain gate with a smile on his face. He led Xiao Xian and the two elders up the divine sword peak. At this moment, Xiao Xian discovered Ji Tianxing's presence. Xiao Xian's expression immediately changed. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he glared at Ji Tianxing with resentment. Xiao Xian whispered something into the Thousand Autumns sect master's ear. The Thousand Autumns sect master turned his head to look at Ji Tianxing with an indifferent gaze. However, the Thousand Autumns sect master did not stop. His expression did not change as he led the two elders and Xiao Xian up the divine sword peak. Ji Tianxing saw this scene, but he did not take it to heart. He did not need to guess to know that Xiao Xian and the Thousand Autumns sect master were up to no good. At this moment, Yun Yao showed her invitation to the two elders at the foot of the mountain gate. Her expression was calm as she said, "The head disciple of the Sky Pillar sect, Yun Yao, has brought two sect masters' disciples to represent the Sky Pillar sect in offering birthday congratulations." The smiles on the faces of the two Tianjian sect elders immediately disappeared. They frowned as they looked at Yun Yao and asked, "This is an invitation from our sect to your esteemed sect master. Why isn't your esteemed sect master here? Why did he only send the three of you?" Yun Yao had already expected that the Tianjian sect elders would have such a reaction. She replied expressionlessly, "Our sect master has important matters to attend to, so he can't come in person. He sent us as his representatives." The two elders of the Heavenly Sword sect were displeased and somewhat angry. However, the two of them did not show it on their faces. They nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, please come in and take a seat in the Divine Sword Peak's main hall." Yun Yao cupped her hands and bowed. She led Ji Tianxing and Yen through the mountain gate and walked up the Divine Sword Peak. Immediately after, the true martial sect master led the head disciple to the foot of the mountain gate. The two Tianjian sect elders hurriedly greeted them with smiles and exchanged pleasantries with the true martial sect master. The true martial sect master said a few polite words. Then, he looked at the backs of Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao and sneered in a playful tone, "Ha, the Sky Pillar sect is getting more and more arrogant. Today is your esteemed sect master's 200th birthday. It's such an important event, but Chu Tianxing refused to come. He simply doesn't put your esteemed sect in his eyes." The two Tianjian sect elders' expressions changed slightly. A hint of anger flashed in their eyes. They also thought so in their hearts. However, there were too many people at the foot of the mountain gate. It was inconvenient for them to say anything. They just pretended not to hear anything. The true martial sect master smiled. He led the head disciple through the mountain gate and left with a smile on his face. Chapter 337. After crossing the mountain gate, there was a wide stone road that led to the reception hall at the top of the Divine Sword Peak. The road was decorated with lanterns and colored banners on both sides of the road, revealing a festive atmosphere. Many disciples of the Tianjian sect walked past in a hurry. They were busy with all kinds of trivial matters for the sect leader's birthday. The guests from various sects and places walked in groups of twos and threes. They walked leisurely to the top of the mountain. Many people looked at the scenery of the Tianjian sect as they walked. They were talking with smiles on their faces. The sect leaders and disciples of various sects would greet each other after they met. They would stop and chat for a while. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were a little lonely. There were no deacons of the Tianjian sect coming to greet them, nor were there people from other sects and forces coming to flatter them. The three of them were not in the mood to appreciate the scenery of the Tianjian sect. They walked through the crowd with indifferent expressions, climbed to the top of the mountain, and entered the reception hall. Two elders of the Tianjian sect stood at the entrance of the hall to greet the guests. One of them was responsible for receiving the gifts, and the other was responsible for recording the list of gifts. Yun Yao took out a few gift boxes from her space ring and handed them to the elders who were responsible for receiving the gifts. Then, she led Ji Tianxing and Yen into the hall. Dozens of guests had already arrived in the hall. They were gathered in groups of 3 or 5. They were either whispering or exchanging greetings with each other. Ji Tianxing glanced at the people in the hall and saw that most of them were not from the 8 sections. They should be the leaders of various small forces and forces in Yanling City. For these people from the second and third-rate forces, The birthday of the Tianjin sect leader was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to curry favor with the Tianjin sect. Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing sat in a quiet corner. They were not conspicuous or eye-catching. Other than Yen, who occasionally asked some questions out of curiosity, the three of them were silent and silently observed the situation around them. After a while, the people from the Xinyue sect arrived. Only 2 people from the Heart Moon sect came. Coincidentally, Ji Tianxing knew both of them. One of them was a graceful, dignified, and elegant beautiful woman. She was the great elder of the Heart Moon sect, Jun Yi. She was also Xian Xian's concubine. Back then, during Ji Tianxing's apprenticeship ceremony, Jun Yi had personally paid him a visit and gave him a gift. The beauty in a white dress following beside Jun Yi was precisely the Heart Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Min. After Jun Yi and Feng Min entered the lobby, their eyes scanned the lobby and landed on Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing. The 2 of them quickly walked over and greeted Ji Tianxing and the other 2. After greeting each other and exchanging a few pleasantries, Jun Yi and Feng Min sat down beside Ji Tianxing. This time, when the Heart Moon sect came to celebrate the birthday, Granny Shuiyu did not come personally. Instead, she sent First Elder Jun Yi as a representative. Although Jun Yi had explained that Granny Shuiyu was old and it was inconvenient for her to travel long distances. However, Ji Tianxing could guess the real reason. The Heart Moon sect had always been on the same page as the Sky Pillar sect. If Chu Tianxing did not come to celebrate the birthday, as an elder, Granny Shuiyu would not come personally. The Sky Sword sect master's 200th birthday was extremely old. It sounded extremely frightening. In fact, a Heaven Prime expert had a lifespan of 400 to 500 years. The 200-year-old Tianjin sect's master was just a young boy in front of Granny Shuiyu. After all, Granny Shuiyu had lived for nearly 400 years and was a veritable elder. Not long after, the sect master of the Sixi sect and the head disciple, Wu, also entered the lobby. The sect master of the Sixi sect was immediately surrounded by the leaders of several second-rate forces. He was flattered by everyone and had no choice but to exchange pleasantries with everyone. When Wu Yu saw Ji Tianxing and the others, his eyes lit up and he quickly walked over. "Senior sister Yun Yao, junior brother Ji, how have you been?" Wu Yu smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. After greeting the 2, he also greeted Junyi and Feng Min. After everyone exchanged greetings, Wu Yu sat down next to Ji Tianxing. He looked at Ji Tianxing with bright eyes and asked excitedly and expectantly, "Junior brother Ji, I heard that after we left that day, you fought with Qiao Xian and Wang Tong again?" Hearing this question, Feng Min also became interested. Her eyes shone with a strange light and she asked Ji Tianxing with a smile, "Junior brother Ji, I heard that you taught Qiao Xian a lesson. Is that true?" Ji Tianxing could not help but raise his eyebrows and asked in a relaxed tone, "How do you know about this?" At that time, it was only me and the 3 of them. "Oh." Wu Yu smiled meaningfully and said, "In that case, junior brother Ji, you admit it." Feng Min's eyes shone with a strange light and she said with a faint smile, "Junior brother Ji, what happened that day? Hurry up and tell us." Yen was very interested in this kind of thing, especially news about Ji Tianxing and other sects' geniuses. He looked at Ji Tianxing curiously and urged in a low voice, "Senior brother Tianxing, quickly tell us. I want to hear it too." Although Yun Yao did not speak and her face was still as calm as water, her eyes were looking at Ji Tianxing. Obviously, she was also interested in this matter. Even Junyi, who was sitting among the crowd, revealed a look of anticipation as she stared at Ji Tianxing. Junyi was the great elder of the Heart Moon sect and often went in and out of the Sky Pillar sect. She was more familiar with Yun Yao and had a good impression of Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing saw that the people around him were not outsiders and nodded slightly. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I'll just briefly explain it. That day, I threw Shi Wenyu out of the 7 Stars Pagoda and he ended up in a miserable state. Qiao Xian and the 2 disciples of the True Martial sect and the Windfire sect wanted to fight for Shi Wenyu, so they threatened him. He lowered his voice and told them what happened that day. When Jun Yi, Feng Min, and Wu Yu heard this, they immediately revealed looks of surprise and looked at him in disbelief. Yen clapped and cheered excitedly, Second senior brother is so amazing. Even Yun Yao's clear eyes flashed with a faint smile as she looked at Ji Tianxing. She knew Ji Tianxing's strength and realm, and she also knew that Ji Tianxing had gained a lot in the Seven Stars Pagoda and his strength had greatly increased. Just as Ji Tianxing, Feng Min, and the others were chatting in low voices and were having a good time. On the other side of the hall, there were a few pairs of cold eyes silently staring at Ji Tianxing and the others. These were 4 young disciples who were sitting together and discussing in low voices. Their faces were a little gloomy. The leader of the 4 was Shi Wenyu, followed by Qiao Xian of the Thousand Autumns sect, Wang Tong of the True Martial sect, and Song Zhong of the Wind Fire sect. Qiao Xian lowered his voice and told Shi Wenyu what happened that day under the Seven Stars Pagoda. When he spoke of his anger, he glanced coldly at Ji Tianxing across the hall, and his hatred was almost uncontrollable. The 3 of us wanted to warn Ji Tianxing not to be too arrogant, but we didn't expect him to seriously injure me. Senior brother Wenyu, that bastard Ji Tianxing is too arrogant. He came to your Tianjin sect and still doesn't know how to restrain himself. He's still proudly showing off to Feng Min and the others. He deserves to die. Shi Wenyu frowned and sneered. Don't worry. Since he dares to come to our Tianjin sect, he won't have an easy time. Chapter 338. Not long after, it was noon, and the birthday banquet began. The Tianjin sect had been preparing for today's birthday banquet since a month ago. The birthday banquet was very sumptuous. All kinds of exotic delicacies were served together with fine wine and rare spirit fruits. This not only showed the generosity of the Tianjin sect, but also showed the foundation and strength of the sect. Many leaders of the second and third-rate forces, as well as people from several sects close to the Tianjin sect, were drinking and talking to each other. Although the weakest martial artists present were at the metaphysical realm, they could already abstain from eating. But when faced with all kinds of spirit fruits and fine wine, they would taste them. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao casually ate some dishes, drank a few mouthfuls of spirit wine, and then left the banquet. The birthday banquet at noon was a little simpler. The birthday banquet at night was the main event, and the host of the Tianjin sect would come out to make an appearance. After Ji Tianxing and the other 2 left the reception hall, they strolled aimlessly on the peak of the mountain. This time, they came to the Tianjin sect not only to send gifts to the banquet, but also to complete the instructions of sect leader Chu Tianxing. They tried their best to find out the details of the Tianjin sect. After walking down the peak of the mountain, the 3 of them separated. Yun Yao walked to the east alone, and Ji Tianxing and Yen walked to the back of the mountain. On the surface, it seemed that the 3 of them were strolling around and enjoying the scenery of the Divine Sword Peak. But in fact, the 3 of them were observing the surroundings with keen eyes and using their spiritual senses to eavesdrop on some of the disciples' conversations. The terrain of the back of the Divine Sword Peak was very steep and dangerous, and there were even a few rugged cliffs with strange rocks. There were a few small open spaces halfway up the mountain where several palaces and houses were built. Surprisingly, half of the palaces and houses were in the open space, and the other half were suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the floating palaces and mansions were supported by huge beams and pillars. Furthermore, there were formations set up around them. In this way, the palaces and houses looked thrilling and strange, and had a special charm. Living in those houses, one could enjoy the surrounding scenery and experience the feeling of living above the cliff. Yen lived in the palace of the fire race when he was young. The culture of the fire race was slightly different from that of the human race. Not long after he entered the sky-bearing sect, he was sent to the boundless cave by Chu Tianxing to sleep. Therefore, Yen was somewhat unfamiliar with many things of the human race. When he saw the mansions and palaces, he couldn't help but become interested. He moved closer to take a few more glances. Ji Tianxing naturally wouldn't stop him, so he accompanied him to watch. However, every palace and courtyard was guarded by guards, and no one was allowed to enter. The 2 of them could only watch from the outside and could not enter the courtyard or the palace. Yen looked around and observed for a while, and then her interest gradually faded. She pulled Ji Tianxing to go somewhere else. At this time, in a room on the 3rd floor of a suspended palace, A pair of cold eyes were looking at the back of Ji Tianxing and Yen through the window grill. This pair of eyes was slightly bigger than an ordinary person, and there was a faint dark red color in the bottom of the eyes. It was filled with a cold light that was filled with killing intent. Its owner was a tall and graceful woman wearing a black robe, a cloak, and a black veil. She stood in front of the window and stared at Ji Tianxing's back. Her eyes were filled with a cold light, and her body was emitting a dense killing intent. Swish! She suddenly turned and walked to the door as fast as the wind. However, just as she opened the door and was about to rush out of the room, a white-robed figure blocked the door and stopped her. The person who came was an old man with white hair and a white beard. It was Taoist priest Tianji. He looked at the black-robed woman seriously and asked in the language of the demon race, "Princess, what do you want to do?" The black-robed woman was Princess Blood Moon. When she saw Taoist priest Tianji, she temporarily suppressed her killing intent and said in a low voice, "Ji Tianxing actually came to the back mountain. This is a great opportunity. I want to catch him. Princess, don't be rash." Taoist priest Tianji hurriedly closed the door and said in a serious tone, "Now, the 8 sects and experts from all over the world have gathered on the Divine Sword Peak. If you try to catch Ji Tianxing, you will definitely expose your aura and attract the experts from all over the world." Princess Blood Moon also understood this. She couldn't help but frown and shouted in a low voice, "Then what should I do? Do I have to watch him escape again and again?" "High Priest, I have already stayed here for more than a month. I can't even leave this palace. How long do I have to wait?" Taoist priest Tianji hurriedly persuaded her, "Princess, a little impatience will spoil a great plan. For the sake of our revenge, please be patient. Moreover, I have already discussed with the sect leader of the Tianjian sect. We will take action tonight. At that time, we will definitely be able to take Ji Tianxing's life." Hearing this, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the Blood Moon Infanta, and she calmed down. When Taoist priest Tianji saw that she didn't say anything else, he said, "Princess, you can stay here and wait for the news. I still have things to do." After saying this, he took his leave. Princess Blood Moon stood in front of the window. She looked through the window and watched Ji Tianxing's back disappear into the distance. The corners of her mouth curved into a bloodthirsty sneer. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao strolled around the Tianjian sect for an entire afternoon. The three of them walked past several mountain peaks and observed countless people, houses, and palaces. Apart from being familiar with the structure of the Tianjian sect, they didn't manage to obtain any useful information. After all, the Tianjian sect must have taken precautions and wouldn't allow outsiders to easily get hold of their weakness. During this time, Ji Tianxing also met countless disciples of the Tianjian sect. Most of the disciples had a trace of hostility in their eyes when they saw him wearing the white robe of the Sky Pillar sect. He could see that the Tianjian sect had a deep enmity towards the Sky Pillar sect. This wasn't just the thought of the Tianjian sect master and elders. Even the ordinary disciples had the same thought. He knew that this was a very dangerous signal. The Tianjian sect and the Sky Pillar sect would probably have a war in the near future. Unknowingly, night fell. More guests arrived and entered the guest hall at the peak of the Divine Sword Peak. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao returned to the reception hall and waited for the banquet to begin. The reception hall was brightly lit and filled with colorful lights. Countless young and beautiful maids entered the reception hall, carrying delicacies and fine wine. On the high platform, there were women dressed in thin sandals. They danced to the music of the string and woodwind instruments, displaying their graceful and moving figures. When the banquet began, the master of the Tianjian sect finally made his appearance. He walked into the reception hall and greeted the guests. Spiritual Master Tianji, Guest Elder Huangfu, Shi Wenyu, and several other elders of the Tianjian sect also entered the reception hall and toasted the guests. The reception hall immediately became lively and clamorous. Cheers and laughter could be heard everywhere. However, Ji Tianxing could feel that the master of the Tianjian sect, Shi Wenyu, and the others had cast several sharp and cold glances at him while he was drinking with his head lowered. Chapter 339. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Yen sat at the same table. The three of them casually ate some spirit fruits and occasionally drank a few mouthfuls of spirit wine. They whispered a few words from time to time, unlike the guests at other tables who were noisy. They all planned to eat something casually and find a suitable opportunity to leave after the birthday boy, the Tianjin sect master, finished his speech. There was no need to eat this kind of awkward banquet, where everyone had their own thoughts. They would feel awkward if they stayed in the hall for a while. Not long after, the Tianjin sect master walked up to the high platform and clapped his hands to signal the singers and dancers to leave. His face was ruddy, and he spoke in a loud voice. He first modestly said a few words, and then he thanked all the guests. When the Tianjin sect master said, "Everyone, please drink to your heart's content," Ji Tianxing and the others thought his speech was about to end. However, no one expected the Tianjin sect master to continue. "It's rare for everyone to get together. Today, if it weren't for my birthday, you wouldn't have gathered here. We are all martial artists, and we are all outstanding martial artists in the Tianjin region. Naturally, my birthday banquet will not be like the ordinary people's, where there will only be wine, meat, and singing and dancing. There will also be some wonderful performances to liven things up." Hearing this, the dozens of guests in the hall all stopped eating and drinking and turned to look at the Tianjin sect master. Everyone was a little confused. What exactly was the wonderful performance the Tianjin sect master was talking about? Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted, the Tianjin sect master couldn't help but smile and say, "I have a suggestion. Tonight, the chief disciples of the 8 sects will gather together. This is a grand event that only happens once every 3 years. Taking advantage of this grand event, let the elite geniuses of each sect exchange pointers and learn from each other. This will not only enhance the friendship between the sects, but also allow everyone to feast their eyes on it. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, many of the guests from the second and third-rate forces applauded excitedly. There was a huge gap between them and the 8 sections. They could only look up to the majesty and glory of the 8 sections. Of course, they were eager to see the disciples of the 8 sects compete with each other. After all, the chief disciples of the 8 sects were all masters on the star list. They were the most outstanding martial arts geniuses in the Tianjin region. Only in the ranking of stars competition every 3 years would the elite disciples of the various sects compete on the same stage. However, people from second and third-rate forces were simply not qualified to watch the rank of stars competition. That was why they applauded and cheered, trying their best to encourage the disciples of the various sects to spar. As for the sect leaders and chief disciples of the various sects, they remained silent for the time being, silently weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. Everyone knew that next year would be the triennial ranking of stars competition. At that time, the elite disciples of the various sects would compete on the star platform for the ranking of stars. If they could take advantage of this opportunity tonight to let the disciples of the various sects exchange pointers, they would be able to learn more about each other. This was a good thing for the disciples of the various sections. At least they could be prepared in advance. At the thought of this, the leaders and chief disciples of the various sects came up with a plan. The sect leaders of the Thousand Autumns sect, the True Martial sect, and the Windfire sect immediately agreed with the Tianjin sect leader's suggestion. Qiao Xian, Wang Tong, and the other 2 disciples also nodded in agreement. They also cast provocative looks at Ji Tianxing and the others. The sect leader of the Pill Tripod sect also nodded in agreement after hesitating for a moment. As a result, only the people of the Sky Pillar sect, the Heart Moon sect, and the Six Unity sect had yet to express their opinions on this matter. Coincidentally, the people from these 3 sects were seated right next to each other. This time, not only the people of the various sects, but all the guests in the hall all looked at Ji Tianxing and the others in unison. Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and secretly transmitted his voice to Yun Yao, eldest senior sister. The Tianjin sect leader shouldn't be doing this on a whim. It's very likely that he's up to something. Yun Yao nodded slightly and replied using a secret method, "Yes, I know." However, the Tianjin sect leader has made this suggestion in front of everyone. I'm afraid that Elder Jun Yi and sect leader Yen won't be able to refuse. Sure enough, after Jun Yi and sect leader Yen discussed it for a while, They both nodded in agreement. Since the 7 sects had all agreed to this matter, Yunyao naturally couldn't refuse. She didn't speak, so the Tianjian sect leader took it as her tacit agreement. He teased her with a faint smile. Yunyao, you're already #1 on the star list. You're recognized as the #1 genius in the Tianjin region. You don't have to fight with these junior brothers and sisters, right? The sect leaders of the other sects chuckled and echoed the Tianjian sect leader's words, teasing Yunyao. Yunyao, you're already at the origin core stage, far surpassing the disciples of the other sections. If you go on stage, you'll be bullying others. I heard that there's a new genius in your sect who's also the personal disciple of your sect leader. His name seems to be Ji Tianxing? Let Ji Tianxing go on stage. It's a good opportunity for everyone to get to know each other. The people from the Thousand Autumns sect, the True Martial sect, and the Windfire sect all joined in the commotion. Shi Wenyu, Qiao Xian, Wang Tong, and the others also looked at Ji Tianxing with unfriendly expressions, revealing mocking expressions. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing naturally understood that the other party was targeting him. Yunyao secretly asked him, Junior brother Tianxing, what do you think? If you don't want to fight, I'll stop this. Ji Tianxing shook his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful sneer. Eldest senior sister, there's no need. Shi Wenyu, Qiao Xian, and the others who were defeated by me still haven't recovered from their injuries, yet they still dare to provoke me. I'd like to see what they're up to. Yunyao thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She warned him in a serious tone, Junior brother Tianxing, be careful. Yan also looked up at Ji Tianxing and waved his little fist. Senior brother Tianxing, I believe that you can beat them all. Ji Tianxing patted his head and smiled confidently. Of course. Soon, the people from the Tianjian sect cleaned up the high platform and set up a defensive array, turning it into an arena. Shi Wenyu, Qiao Xian, and the others whispered to each other for a while, then came to a tacit agreement. Thus, Wang Tong of the True Martial sect was the first to jump onto the high platform. He bowed to the guests in the hall and said loudly, I am Wang Tong, the chief disciple of the True Martial sect. After that, he looked down at Ji Tianxing and said in a cold and meaningful tone, Ji Tianxing, Junior brother Ji. I still can't forget what you said to me that day under the 7 Stars Pagoda. Today, in front of all the seniors and fellow Taoists, I'd like to ask Junior brother Ji to teach me a thing or two. I'd like to see if Junior brother Ji's strength is worthy of your arrogance. When the hundreds of martial artists in the hall heard Wang Tong's words, they suddenly smiled playfully and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Chapter 340. Under everyone's gaze, Ji Tianxing stood up. He looked at Wharton in the ring with an expressionless face and asked with an indifferent tone, Wharton, where did you get the courage to challenge me in front of everyone? Could it be that you've got some divine weapon? Or do you have something else to rely on? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread throughout the entire lobby. All of a sudden, the hundreds of guests in the lobby all looked surprised. No one had thought that Ji Tianxing would be so arrogant to say such words in front of everyone. How much confidence did he need to have? The True Martial sect master's face didn't look good. He looked at Ji Tianxing with a gloomy and cold gaze. In the ring, Wharton, who brought shame upon himself, was also full of shame and indignation. He angrily shouted, Ji Tianxing, you're really as arrogant as always. Ji Tianxing walked toward the ring like the wind and said with an indifferent expression, I'm just stating the facts. How am I arrogant? As his voice faded, he leaped 10 meters away and jumped into the ring. Just as he stood still, Wharton keenly seized the opportunity and shot toward him like an arrow leaving the bow. He punched out 2 dazzling fist lights toward his face and chest. Wharton was well aware of Ji Tianxing's strength, so he used all his strength right from the start. His speed was extremely fast, leaving several afterimages behind him. Cloud Frost Tyrant Fist. Wharton roared angrily. The fist lights that burst out from his fists turned into an ice blue color, releasing a bone-chilling aura that shrouded the ring with a radius of 20 meters. In an instant, the entire ring was covered with a layer of ice blue color, and the temperature dropped to the extreme. The fist lights that were as big as a basin also smashed toward Ji Tianqing, less than half a meter away from him. The hundreds of guests in the hall all held their breaths as they stared intently at the scene. But Ji Tianqing's expression didn't change. He was still calm and composed as if he had expected Wharton to do so. He raised his left hand that was as red as magma. The scarlet true fire in his palm condensed into a giant flaming palm and slammed toward Wharton. Boom! The flaming palms collided with the two frosty fists in an instant, causing a loud, dull sound to ring out. At that moment, a violent and blazing flame burst forth, dispersing the cold air on the arena. The two icy fists were shattered on the spot. They turned into wisps of water vapor and were evaporated by the giant flaming palm. Wang Tong was also hit head-on by the giant flaming palm. He flew back in a sorry state and fell on the stage 10 meters away. By the time he got up, the white robe in front of his chest had already been charred black, leaving behind a huge black palm print. His face became very ugly, and his eyes were filled with shame and anger. The hundreds of guests in the hall suddenly revealed shocked expressions and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this Ji Tianqing strength is actually so strong?" Wang Tong, a LV8 Tongxian stage martial artist, couldn't even withstand a single palm strike from him. Both of them are obviously at Tongxian stage LV8, and Wang Tong made the first move. How did this happen? Looks like Ji Tianqing does have the right to be arrogant. Wang Tong heard the crowd's discussion and became even more furious. He shouted angrily and pounced on Ji Tianqing again. Snowy Frost City. Wang Tong burst forth with all the power he had accumulated in his lifetime, displaying his trump card. His palms emitted an overwhelming white light, releasing a bone-chilling cold current that enveloped the surrounding 20 meters. Instantly, the entire arena was covered with a thick layer of frost, and dense white snowflakes appeared in the air. He waved his palms as fast as lightning, striking out 64 frosty palm shadows that descended from the sky toward Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's figure was immediately engulfed by the overwhelming cold palm shadows and the fluttering snowflakes. The temperature in the hall seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. Countless people subconsciously shrank their necks. Snow in the hot summer of June? Such a rare sight could only be seen here. Countless guests widened their eyes and stared at the arena, anticipating the result. In the next moment, among the dozens of frosty palm shadows, a huge flaming palm suddenly blasted out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the dozens of frosty palm shadows were shattered into shards of frosty light and scattered in all directions. The flaming palm passed through the frosty light and hit Wang Tong, sending him flying again. With a bang, he crashed into the defensive array. When Wang Tong struggled to get up, blood gushed out of his mouth. He held his charred chest with both hands, and black smoke rose from his body. The same scene played out again, but Ji Tianqing still used the same flaming palm, the same move. Simple, violent, and domineering. He crushed Wang Tong in a violent and invincible manner, severely injuring him with just two palms. The hundreds of people in the hall were stunned at the scene. The martial artists from the second and third-rate forces felt that their horizons had been broadened. They were both shocked and excited. The eyes of the sect masters were a little gloomy. Obviously, they had expected that things were not going well. The Sky Pillar sect had a super-talented Yun Yao, which had already multiplied the pressure of the other sects and made them jealous. Now, Ji Tianqing had appeared, who was as monstrous as Yun Yao and could completely crush opponents of the same level. Was there still justice in this? The sect masters were all thinking in their hearts. 10 or 20 years later, when Ji Tianqing and Yun Yao grew up, wouldn't the Sky Pillar sect be invincible? Wang Tong staggered to his feet and glared at Ji Tianqing. He shouted coldly, "Ji Tianqing, you win. I admit defeat." After saying that, he ignored the discussions and chuckles of the people in the hall and quickly walked down the arena, returning to the true martial sect master's side to heal his injuries. Ji Tianqing didn't expect that Wang Tong would be able to endure such great humiliation and admit defeat so straightforwardly. He thought to himself, before Wang Tong went up the arena, he had discussed something with Shi Wenyu, Xiao Xian, and the others. He endured the humiliation and admitted defeat in public. Could it be that there's a conspiracy? At this moment, Shi Wenyu stood up with a swoosh and walked towards the arena. Ji Kenshin, this is the Tianjin sect, and tonight is my master's birthday. How can I allow you to be presumptuous here? Hearing this angry shout, Ji Tianxing raised his head and looked at him. He couldn't help but frown. Shi Wenyu, haven't I taught you a lesson before? He could see that Shi Wenyu's complexion was not good. It was obvious that his injuries had not recovered, and his strength was a little weak. He couldn't understand. Shi Wenyu had been trampled by him once. Where did he get the courage to challenge him in public? Wasn't Shi Wenyu afraid of being defeated in public and ridiculed by all the guests? Shi Wenyu jumped onto the arena and shouted sternly, Ji Henshin, no matter how strong and ruthless you are, I must fight you tonight. Ji Tianxing frowned again. He vaguely felt that Shi Wenyu's words had a deeper meaning. He looked at Shi Wenyu contemptuously and sneered, you're just a defeated opponent. You haven't even recovered from your injuries. What right do you have to challenge me? Shi Wenyu was immediately filled with anger. He rushed toward him as fast as the wind, waving his palms to create a sky full of flames. Chapter 341. More than 40 flaming palm shadows densely covered a radius of 10 meters. Ji Tianxing's figure was immediately obscured by the flames that filled the sky. At the critical moment, he waved his palms without changing his expression and struck out more than 30 palm shadows. On the surface, it looked like he was using the same flaming palm technique as Shi Wenyu. But in reality, his skills were much deeper than Shi Wenyu's. His true red flame fire was also more powerful than Shi Wenyu's true essence flames. In a series of muffled sounds, the flaming palm shadows from both sides collided fiercely and exploded at the same time. Ji Tianxing easily resolved Shi Wenyu's attack. After the flames in the sky dissipated, he approached Shi Wenyu and scathed. Shi Wenyu, whether it was before, now, or in the future, you are no match for me. You will lose without a doubt. He shouted in a cold tone. His figure turned into a golden stream of light and rushed toward Shi Wenyu as fast as lightning. When the hundreds of guests in the hall heard Ji Tianxing's words, their faces were filled with shock. Only then did everyone know that he had already fought with Shi Wenyu and that Shi Wenyu had been injured by him. Understanding this, everyone was shocked and all kinds of thoughts emerged in their minds. It's said that Shi Wenyu is an elite genius second only to Yun Yao. He will definitely take second place on the star list next year. Ji Tianxing has already defeated Shi Wenyu. Doesn't that mean he is second on the star list? This is unbelievable. The first and second geniuses of the Tianjin region are both disciples of the Sky Pillar sect? This is going to be a good show. Shi Wenyu will lose without a doubt. The Tianjin sect is going to be humiliated. The Tianjin sect master proposed to let the disciples of the various sects exchange pointers, but the Tianjin sect was defeated. How will this end later? The hundreds of guests had mixed feelings. They stared at the arena expectantly, waiting for a good show to unfold. Shi Wenyu was filled with grief and indignation. His face was as gloomy as ice, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. He used all of his strength to display his palm technique, releasing the power of his true essence to the limit, and directly clashed with Ji Tianxing. The two of them continuously shot out dozens of flaming palms condensed from true essence. In the blink of an eye, they had collided dozens of times, causing a series of muffled explosions. Bang 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 bang. In that instant, the hundreds of flaming palm shadows collapsed and exploded, turning into flame fragments that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, splashing in all directions. The entire arena had turned into a world of flames, filled with raging flames. Finally, Shi Wenyu's attack was completely defeated. His attack was full of flaws and holes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji Tianxing raised his hand and slapped his chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, Shi Wenyu was sent flying on the spot. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into the protective shield of the defensive formation. Then he fell to the ground and rolled twice before coming to a stop. He lay still on the ground. His eyes were closed tightly while blood still flowed from his mouth and nose. The true essence, aura and vitality in his entire body had already weakened rapidly, and he became deathly silent. Seeing this scene, countless guests were stunned. Many people were full of confusion as they stared at Shi Wenyu lying on the ground, not understanding what had happened. A moment later, someone suddenly stood up from his seat and screamed in horror. "Someone's dead! Shi Wenyu's dead!" The person who screamed was Qiao Xian. Wang Tong and Song Zhong beside him came back to their senses and shouted, "Someone's dead! Ji Tianxing killed Shi Wenyu. Ji Tianxing actually committed murder in front of everyone. Catch him!" Suddenly, the entire hall was in an uproar. Hundreds of guests were shocked, their eyes full of horror. Countless people stood up, and their gazes gathered on Shi Wenyu in unison. Ji Tianxing was also stunned. He frowned as he looked at Shi Wenyu lying on the ground, his heart filled with confusion. What's going on? What the hell is Shi Wenyu doing? Pretending to be dead? I clearly only used 70% of my strength. With his strength, he would at most be injured by me. How could he be killed? Thinking of this, he subconsciously walked to Shi Wenyu's side and stretched out 2 fingers to check Shi Wenyu's breath. There was no breath. Ji Tianxing's expression changed, and he checked Shi Wenyu's pulse and heartbeat. The result was still no sound. Shi Wenyu's body had no breath or heartbeat at all. He had become a lifeless corpse. Ji Tianxing was stunned. His eyes became extremely serious, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He's really dead? He was killed by me so easily? This is impossible. There must be something wrong. Everyone in the hall stood up, and their expressions became grave and solemn. Everyone knew that Ji Tianxing had gotten into big trouble. He had killed the Tianjian sect's favorite disciple, Shi Wenyu, in front of all the guests at the Tianjian sect's birthday banquet. This was absolutely a monstrous disaster, and it was also an extreme provocation and humiliation to the Tianjian sect. The Tianjian sect's sect master, who was sitting in the main seat, had been calmly watching the fight with a wine cup in his hand. Suddenly, such an accident happened, and he was stunned on the spot. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. In the next moment, the Tianjian sect's sect master came to his senses and stood up with a swish. He stared coldly at Ji Tianxing, his face livid. Without needing him to give the order, Immortal Tianji jumped into the arena. He bent down to check Shi Wenyu's breath, and immediately reported to the Tianjian sect's sect master in a serious tone, "Sect master, Wenyu is dead." Immortal Tianji's words were the final conclusion. The hundreds of guests' faces changed dramatically, and they all cried out in alarm. The Tianjian sect's sect master seemed to be unable to bear this blow. His body swayed a few times, and his face was as pale as paper. He took a deep breath, and then shouted angrily, "Guards! Take down that madman Ji Tianxing." Hearing the order, the 4 purple-robed elders of the Sky Sword sect immediately jumped onto the stage at lightning speed and surrounded Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing finally realized that there was something wrong with this matter. Seeing the 4 elders approaching with murderous intent, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "Wait a minute. There's something fishy about this matter. There's definitely something wrong. When I fought with Shi Wenyu, it wasn't a fight to the death. I only used 70% of my strength. With Shi Wenyu's strength, there's no way he could have been killed by my palm." Many people understood this point, and they felt that this matter was very strange. However, the Tianjian sect's sect master was as furious as a mad lion. He roared with his beard flying in the air, "Ji Tianxing, the facts are in front of us. Everyone saw you commit murder with their own eyes. Do you still want to deny it? My disciple, Shi Wenyu, has been killed by you. His body is right in front of you. No matter how you try to deny it, you can't confuse right and wrong." Chapter 342. Even though Ji Tianxing realized that Shi Wenyu's death was extremely fishy, but Shi Wenyu's corpse was on the arena, and the hundreds of guests in the hall and members of the various sects had witnessed Shi Wenyu being beaten to death by him with their own eyes. The facts were all present, and Ji Tianxing was unable to defend himself. The 4 Tianjian sect elders were covered in killing intent as they attacked with savage expressions. They condensed enormous palms, sword lights, and fist lights with boundless true essence and blasted down towards Ji Tianxing, wanting to kill or capture him on the spot. The four of them were all around the 7th level of the origin core stage, and the true essence they emitted was dazzling and resplendent, and its might was incomparably shocking. The arena with a circumference of 20 meters was actually filled with violent and raging force, and it became incomparably chaotic. Ji Tianxing was besieged by the four elders, and it was as if he was being minced by a myriad of true essence-like blades. He instantly fell into a life-and-death situation and was about to lose his life in an instant. No matter how strong his strength was or how high his natural talent in the martial Dao was, it was all useless at this moment. The strength of the four elders far surpassed him by many times, and he utterly had no room to dodge or resist. At the moment of life and death, Ji Tianxing withdrew a silver ball from his spatial ring. This dark silver ball was the treasure Chu Tianxing gave him when he borrowed the jade soul coffin from Chu Tianxing, and it could save his life at a critical moment. Ji Tianxing had never used it in the 7-star pagoda, and it finally came in handy at this moment. He held the silver ball in his right hand and poured his boundless and vast true essence into it. The silver ball instantly lit up with a dazzling and resplendent silver light, and it instantly expanded and transformed into a ball of dark silver light that enveloped his entire body. Whoosh! In only an instant, a set of dark silver armor appeared on Ji Tianxing's body out of thin air. This set of armor was extremely valiant and domineering, and it was suffused with a silver light that was like the radiance of stars and emitted a mysterious and vast aura. The armor covered him from head to toe, and there was a helmet, arm guards, gloves, and a pair of combat boots. Not only was this set of armor able to protect him in all aspects, every part of his body was concealed with weapons. There were 3 sharp blades hidden in the helmet, and there were also sharp knives hidden in the arm guard. There were even spikes at the joints of the gloves. Even the knees of the armor and the soles of the combat boots had several sharp blades hidden in them. All in all, after Ji Tianxing put on the armor, not only was he fully protected, he was also fully armed, with weapons all over his body. In the next instant, the combined attacks of the 4 elders hit Ji Tianxing with a bang bang bang. His body swayed and trembled as silver light flickered all over his body. The arena with a radius of 20 meters was immediately filled with multicolored true essence light, becoming extremely chaotic. Most people were certain that the Tongxian realm Ji Tianxing would not be able to withstand the combined attack of 4 primal core adepts. Even if he was protected by armor and wasn't killed on the spot, he would still be severely injured. However, to everyone's surprise, Ji Tianxing was completely unscathed. He was still standing upright in the ring. The silver armor he was wearing had actually blocked the attacks of the 4 elders. This scene shocked the hundreds of guests. The Tianjian sect leader's expression also changed. Surprise flashed across his eyes as he exclaimed in disbelief, "It's actually the starry armor? That bastard Chu Tianxing actually gave the starry armor to Ji Tianxing? How is this possible?" Others might not recognize the armor, but he had fought with Chu Tianxing several times and naturally recognized the dark silver armor. It was one of the top treasures of the Sky Pillar sect, the starry armor. The starry armor was a heaven origin grade treasure. Only a heaven origin grade adept could refine it and break through it. It was almost impossible for warriors below the heaven origin grade to break through the defense of the starry armor. With the starry armor, Ji Tianxing was in an invincible position. Only a heaven origin grade adept could break through the defense of the starry armor. All along, the starry armor had been an important treasure that Chu Tianxing always carried with him. He would never show it to others easily. The Tianjian sect leader had never imagined that Chu Tianxing would give such a rare treasure like the starry armor to Ji Tianxing. What did this mean? Could it be that in Chu Tianxing's eyes, Ji Tianxing's safety was incomparably important? Was it the same as being the successor of the sect master? At this moment, not only was the Tianjian sect leader shocked, but the 4 elders in the arena were also stunned. The 4 of them stared at the starry armor that Ji Tianxing was wearing. Their faces were filled with anger and killing intent as they shouted angrily, "Little bastard! He actually has a treasure armor protecting him. What kind of armor is this? It can actually withstand the joint attack of the four of us? Who cares what kind of armor it is? Quickly take down Ji Tianxing. Kill him. Avenge Wenyu. After saying that, the four elders raised their palms and fists, ready to attack Ji Tianxing. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. The Tianjian sect is so unreasonable. Do you want to start a war with my Sky Pillar sect? As the cold voice was heard, a white-clothed figure jumped onto the arena and stood in front of Ji Tianxing. This person was precisely Yun Yao, and she held a treasured sword that emitted piercingly cold lights and was like a pool of autumn water. She was dressed in a long white dress and stood with a cold expression on her face as she held the sword. Even though she was facing four Tianjian sect elders alone, she didn't shrink back. Her temperament was like a snow lotus at the top of the mountain, holy and arrogant. Countless people in the lobby were impressed by Yun Yao's peerless elegance, and many young men felt a strong admiration for her. Immediately after, another clear angry shout rang out. You despicable villains want to frame my senior brother Tianxing? You'll have to get through me first. Following the angry roar, a little boy in a white robe with a head full of red hair turned into a fiery shadow and rushed onto the arena. He stood beside Ji Tianxing, full of anger. He held a purple sword that was as tall as him in both hands and glared at the four Tianjian sect elders. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena became extremely tense, surging with terrifying killing intent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a deacon of the Tianjian sect hurriedly stepped onto the arena and took Shi Wenyu's body away. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Yen faced the four elders fearlessly. Their bodies were full of fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, many people from the second and third-rate forces, as well as the sect leaders and disciples of other sects, were secretly impressed. The Sky Pillar sect was indeed the #1 sect in the Tianshan region. Even the three disciples in the sect had courage and pride that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Seeing this scene, the Tianjian sect's sect leader sneered proudly. He thought to himself, the three of you are joining forces to fight back? That's exactly what I want. None of you can leave. He pretended to be sad and angry and shouted, Ji Tianxing, today you must pay with your blood. Yun Yao, get out of my way. If you insist on resisting, don't blame me for being impolite. Yun Yao and Yen were bound to advance and retreat with Ji Tianxing. How could they leave Ji Tianxing alone? Chapter 343. Yun Yao and Yen didn't even take half a step back. The Tianjian sect's sect master had long expected such a result, and he was happy to see it. His face was full of anger as he said to the guests in a loud voice, Fellow Taoists, you all saw it. The Sky Pillar sect is so overbearing and unreasonable. Even their disciples are cruel and heartless bastards who willfully slaughter innocent people. Ji Tianxing killed my disciple, Shi Wenyu, in front of everyone. The three of them actually resisted to the end and started a massacre at my birthday banquet. My Tianjian sect will never submit to such a cruel and vicious act. Even if I have to break off relations with the Sky Pillar sect, I will seek justice for my dead disciple. The Tianjian sect's sect master's words were sorrowful and impassioned, immediately arousing the passion and resonance of many guests. In particular, the people from the Thousand Autumns sect, the True Martial sect, and the Wind and Fire sect shouted for Ji Tianxing to pay with his life and loudly complained about the Sky Pillar sect's overbearing and evil deeds. Many cultivators were stirred up, and their emotions soared as they supported the Tianjian sect's sect master to seek justice for Shi Wenyu. After all, the Sky Pillar sect had dominated the Tianshan region for thousands of years, and many forces had long been dissatisfied and envious. However, these forces were weak and didn't dare to show their dissatisfaction with the Sky Pillar sect. Now that such a thing had happened, the Tianjian sect's sect master stood up and shouted, and the others naturally responded. The hall suddenly became noisy, bursting with shouts one after another. Among the hundreds of guests, more than half of them supported the Tianjian sect. Although the remaining cultivators didn't open their mouths to agree with the Tianjian sect's sect master's words, they also wouldn't fight for justice for the Sky Pillar sect. These people all maintained a neutral attitude and coldly watched the situation develop. This situation was exactly what the Tianjin sect master had planned. He made a prompt decision and roared, giving the order. Guards! Take down the 3 arrogant disciples of the Sky Pillar sect. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. As soon as his voice fell, more than 30 black-armored guards immediately appeared outside the hall. The guards all held treasured swords that flickered with cold light as they rushed into the hall with murderous intent and charged towards Ji Tianxing's group of 3 on the stage. These black-armored guards all had strength above the 7th level of the profound comprehension stage. Almost half of the people amongst them were Heavenly Sword sect deacons in disguise, and all of them possessed a strength at the 2nd or 3rd level of the origin core stage. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing's eyes surged with a cold light as he sneered in his heart. In the next moment, the 4 elders waved their hands and sent out palm shadows that filled the sky, attacking without any explanation. Moonlight essence! Yun Yao shouted coldly and used all of her strength. She waved her cold moon sword and slashed out a huge crescent-shaped sword light towards the 4 elders. That crescent-shaped sword light was over 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, and it emitted a dazzling and resplendent cold light. Instantly, the spacious and empty hall was illuminated to the point it was as bright as snow, revealing every detail. Yen Er also swung his treasured saber with all his strength, slashing out an enormous violet flame saber light that slashed towards one of the elders. Skycore Violet Flame Slash. Even though he only had a strength at the 9th level of the profound comprehension stage, the ultimate move he executed when he exploded out with his full potential had a might comparable to the attack of a 1st or 2nd level origin core stage expert. Ji Tianxing urged the strength of the sword embryo to release an enormous crimson flame sword light that blasted towards the 4 elders. Crimson Dragon Flash. The crimson flames that rose from the 6-meter-long flaming sword light caused the sword light to transform into a flaming divine dragon, and its might increased by a few times. The ultimate moves executed by the 3 of them collided with the attacks of the 4 elders, instantly exploding out with loud bangs that shook the heavens. The deafening loud bangs reverberated endlessly in the hall, shaking the ground to the point it trembled, and the entire palace started shaking. Numerous saber lights and sword lights collapsed and exploded, bursting out with destructive shock waves that ceaselessly bombarded the defensive formation of the arena. In the blink of an eye, the defensive formation that enveloped the arena was blasted into pieces, and the earthen yellow shield fell apart and transformed into fragments that covered the ground. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's group of 3 actually blocked the joint attack of the 4 elders, and neither side gained the upper hand. But at this moment, more than 30 black-armored guards arrived. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The numerous guards charged up the arena and swung their swords to attack from all directions, slashing out sword lights that covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning the figures of Ji Tianxing's group of 3. At the critical moment, Ji Tianxing had no choice but to brandish his saber and sword to resist. Yun Yao's left index and middle fingers were pressed together, forming a mysterious finger technique, while her right hand held the cold moon sword, spraying out hundreds of cold sword lights. The densely packed huge sword beams were like raging waves that swept towards the surrounding black-armored guards. Yen Er also brandished the purple flame saber with all her strength, slashing out red sun-purple flame that filled the sky, turning half of the arena into a sea of fire. As for Ji Tianxing, his eyes were surging with murderous intent. He pushed his true essence to the limit, bursting out all his potential. Soaring dragon from the 9th heaven. He shouted in a low voice, suddenly pulling out the black dragon sword and slashing at the several black-armored guards behind him. The moment the black dragon sword was unsheathed, it let out a dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens, and a huge dazzling cold light lit up. Roar! The sword that seemed to split the heaven and earth instantly sent 4 black-armored guards flying, shattering their armors and covering them with blood. At the same time, Ji Tianxing took out a talisman from his interspatial ring. After injecting majestic true essence into it, he threw it to the black-armored guards on his left. Mountain-splitting incantation. Chu Tianxing had given him 2 talismans, and this mountain-splitting incantation was one of them. After detonating, it could release the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Boom! The mountain-splitting incantation flew to the black armored guards and was immediately detonated, turning into a huge golden flame. In the loud noise, 5 black armored guards were hit by the golden flame. They were covered with blood on the spot and flew back in a sorry state. After landing on the ground, they were seriously injured and passed out. The spacious lobby was immediately plunged into chaos and danger. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the violent and raging shock waves spread out, crushing the tables and chairs in the lobby, making the floor a mess as if it had been hit by a typhoon. Many guests who were closer to the arena were scared and retreated to the corner in panic. In the blink of an eye, Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Yen had injured more than a dozen black armored guards and killed 4 of them on the spot. A gap was torn in the encirclement of the black armored guards. Ji Tianxing and the other 2 didn't want to continue fighting. They immediately rushed out of the arena through the gap and fled out of the lobby as fast as lightning. The Tianjin sect master thought that he had arranged 4 elders, more than a dozen deacons, and many guards in advance, so they would definitely be able to kill Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao on the spot. However, he didn't expect that Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's combat strength would be so powerful. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to escape from the lobby, he suddenly became furious and let out a roar like a wild lion. "Thieves from the Sky Pillar sect! You killed my Tianjin sect's people and still want to escape? Give me your life!" The Tianjin sect master roared and rushed out in a flash. Chapter 344. In the Tianjin region, warriors at the Heavenly Origin realm were the strongest. In the entire Tianjin territory, there were only 10 known Heaven Origin stage warriors. Every Heaven Origin stage warrior was a grandmaster who could establish a sect. They could help a sect survive for hundreds of years and occupy a place in the ancient realm of the stars. No one would have thought that the Tianjin sect master, a Heaven Origin stage warrior, would ignore his status and attack the younger generation. He did not care about the dignity and face of a strong warrior. Swoosh! The Tianjin sect master took 6 steps in the blink of an eye and caught up with Ji Tianxing and the other 2. "Go to hell!" He roared with murderous intent and reached out to grab Yen and Ji Tianxing. A 5-colored brilliance gushed out of his palms. He used the 5 elements' genuine vitality to condense 2 giant palms and cover the 2 figures. At the critical moment, Ji Tianxing activated the power of the star armor. Silver starlight burst out from his feet and doubled his speed. Swoosh! He narrowly escaped the capture of the Heavenly Sword Sect Master and brushed past the 5-colored giant palm, dodging a calamity. Yen was at the back and had no time to dodge. Seeing the 5-colored giant palms descending from the sky, he could only desperately wave the purple flame saber and slash out an earth-shattering saber radiance. Bang! The saber radiance hit the 5-colored giant palms and exploded with a dull sound. However, the Tianjin sect master's giant palms did not move at all and were not damaged at all. With a clench of his hand, he caught the purple flaming blade and crushed it into pieces. Before Yen could react, his other hand descended from the sky and slapped Yen to the ground with a bang. The ground paved with stone slabs was immediately smashed into a large crater, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. Yen was lying in the pit covered in dust. Blood was seeping out of several places on his body and his mouth and nose. Obviously, he could not withstand the attack of the Tianjin sect master and was seriously injured on the spot. "Little bastard! Let's see where you can run to!" The Tianjin sect master grinned hideously. Once again, he stretched out his huge left hand, which was condensed by the light of true essence. He pulled Yen out of the pit and held him tightly in his palm. Yen struggled desperately, but his injuries were too serious. His spirit was weak and weary, and he was about to pass out. When Ji Tianxing saw Yen being captured, his expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with rage. "Let Yen go! Heavenly Sword Sect Master, you damned old bastard!" With a furious roar, he turned around and rushed toward the Tianjin sect master with the black dragon sword in his hand, intending to rescue Yen. But just as he turned around, his arm was grabbed by a slender hand. He turned his head and saw Yunyao looking at him with a solemn expression. She shook her head and said to him through voice transmission, "Tianxing, don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to act on impulse. This is the Tianjin sect's conspiracy. The Tianjin sect master wants to kill us. We must leave this place immediately. Otherwise, all three of us will die here. The Heavenly Sword sect's sect master meticulously devised this scheme to kill us. Even if master were to avenge us, it would be useless." How could Ji Tianxing not understand this? But when he saw Yen being seriously injured and captured by the Tianjin sect master, how could he leave Yen alone? "Senior sister, I understand what you said. But what about Yen? We can't leave him behind." Yunyao pursed her lips and said in a low but firm tone, "Tianxing, you have to believe me. We must leave immediately. Yen is the crown prince of the Fire Clan. No matter how arrogant the Tianjin sect master is, he will never dare to kill Yen unless he wants to be the enemy of the entire Fire Clan." Although the population of the Fire Clan was small, all of them were gifted. There were many masters in the clan. If the Tianjin sect master killed the crown prince of the Fire Clan, it would be a declaration of war against the entire Fire Clan. No matter how powerful the Tianjin sect was, it couldn't bear the revenge and anger of the Fire Clan. It would definitely be destroyed. Ji Tianxing was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He still didn't want to give up the hope of rescuing Yen. At this time, Yen struggled to support his seriously injured body and shouted to him and Yunyao in a hoarse voice, "Senior sister, senior brother Tianxing, don't worry about me. Go and report to master." He seemed to have exhausted all his strength. After shouting these two words, he couldn't hold on any longer. He closed his eyes and fainted. The Tianjin sect master threw Yen to an elder and rushed to Ji Tianxing and Yunyao with a ferocious face. He shouted angrily, "Bastards, you want to run away in front of me? Wishful thinking." He raised his right palm again, and an overwhelming five-colored brilliance burst out from his palm and blasted toward Ji Tianxing and Yunyao. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing subconsciously raised his left arm and accumulated all his power in his left hand. Suddenly, his entire left arm turned red like magma, and the dark purple true fire of red flames surged in his palm. Burning sky palm. Ji Tianxing gritted his teeth and roared. He unleashed all his potential and used his strongest killing move. Boom! An incomparably huge flaming palm appeared. A monstrous fire gushed out, illuminating the entire hall red. The broken pieces of the tables and chairs scattered on the ground were burned into charcoal. The flaming palm carried a destructive impact and blasted the giant palm of the Tianjin sect master head-on, drowning his figure. A scene that shocked everyone to the point of suffocation appeared. The five-colored brilliance of the Tianjin sect master was smashed into pieces by the flaming palm. Even the Tianjin sect master was hit by the flaming palm and flew backward in a sorry state. Bang! The Tianjin sect master flew backward 100 meters and slammed into the wall of the palace. The flaming palm blasted a hole with a radius of more than 10 meters in the hard wall made of huge stones. Dense cracks appeared on the wall, and then, with a series of cracking sounds, the wall completely collapsed. The flaming palm wrapped around the Tianjin sect master and blasted through the wall of the hall. It flew another 100 meters and blasted through a palace before finally dissipating. The palace shook violently for a while and then collapsed with a rumble. It turned into a pile of rubble and buried the Tianjin sect master. Everyone was dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Ji Tianxing, who was only at the Tongxin realm, could use such a destructive palm technique. The Tianjin sect master, who was at the Tianyuan realm, was sent flying by a Tongxin realm martial artist. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. This was a miracle. No, this was a miracle. An unprecedented miracle. When everyone came to their senses, they immediately burst into deafening screams. At this moment, the entire northern wall of the hall collapsed. The entire hall shook violently and began to collapse. The enormous roof cracked quickly, and large pieces of broken bricks fell down from the roof, landing in the hall along with a series of loud thuds. Many of the guests immediately dispersed in an uproar, scrambling to escape from the hall. Chapter 345. Ji Tianxing had used the burning sky palm for the first time in the world of lava in the hidden fog mountains. He had destroyed a volcano with one blow. The burial of heaven had reminded him that although the burning sky palm had the power to destroy the world, it would also consume his true red flame fire. He could only use the burning sky palm 3 times in a short period of time. His true red flame fire would be exhausted and he would have to cultivate for a long time to recover. It was the second time Ji Tianxing had used the burning sky palm. Although he had created a miracle and sent the Tianjin sect master flying with one blow, he had consumed too much true red flame fire. However, he had consumed too much of his scarlet flame true fire. At most, he could use it one more time before his scarlet flame true fire ran out. However, he did not expect to kill or injure the Tianjin sect master with the burning sky palm. He would be satisfied if he could force him to retreat. Sush, sush. Yun Yao pulled him out of the hall and stepped into the dark night. As soon as they escaped from the hall, they saw a large number of experts lying in ambush in the square outside the hall. More than 20 white-robed guards, as well as 5 black-robed deacons, all of them holding shining swords, rushed over with murderous intent. Kill them. The sect master has ordered us not to let them leave alive. Kill them. Hearing the shouts of the guards, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao both frowned and looked serious. In the hall behind them, several elders, deacons, and black-armored guards were chasing after them with murderous intent. There was an ambush in front of them and pursuers behind them. They were in a dilemma. What was worse was that the Tianjin sect master had climbed out of the ruins of the palace. After all, he was an expert in the sky origin stage. Even if he was careless and was sent flying by Ji Tianxing's burning sky palm, he had no defense. However, he possessed an incomparably valiant defensive technique that neutralized the might of the burning sky palm, so he did not suffer any injuries. Ji Tianxing's attack had provoked his anger and ferocity. He was so ashamed and angry that he almost went berserk. Ji Tianxing, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The Tianjin sect master roared angrily and turned into a ball of dark red fire. He rushed out of the brick ruins, passed through the crumbling lobby, and pounced toward Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. The situation was extremely critical. If Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao did not think of a way to escape, they would be besieged by many experts and experts. At that time, it would be impossible for him to escape even if he had wings. He would definitely die. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing immediately took out the second talisman Chu Tianxing had given him from his spatial ring. Boundless true essence gushed out of his palm and poured into the charm as he shouted, "Void escape charm." The talisman instantly burned into black ash and lit up with a dazzling white light, condensing into an oval-shaped light gate. The moment the white light door was formed, Ji Tianxing pulled Yun Yao into the light door. Shwa! With a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared into thin air. The oval-shaped white light door immediately collapsed and dissipated, turning into white light spots that scattered in the night sky. In the next moment, the numerous guards and deacons waved their swords and slashed out sword lights that filled the sky. With a swish, swish, swish sound, a huge deep pit was blasted out on the ground. The loud noise was deafening. Dust flew everywhere, and the entrance of the lobby was in chaos. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the Tianjin sect master and several elders finally arrived at the entrance. Under the eaves of the corridor outside the door, the ground was full of cracks, leaving only a huge deep pit. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this scene, the Tianjin sect master was so angry that his eyes turned red. He roared furiously, "Chase after them. Even if we have to chase them to the ends of the earth, we must kill them." Everyone felt his monstrous anger and kept quiet out of fear, not daring to be negligent. Several deacons led a large number of black-armored guards and hurried into the dark night sky to chase after Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Originally, the Tianjin sect master's plan was perfect, and the process was very smooth. If there were no accidents, he would have killed Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao by now. But he never expected that the final result would be like this. 2 of the Tianjin sect's palaces were destroyed, and more than a dozen guards and deacons were killed or injured. However, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao escaped successfully. How could the Heavenly Sword sect master not be enraged? At the same time, a purple-robed elder beside him secretly transmitted a message to him. "Sect master, things have come to this. Please calm down. The people of the various sects are still here. What do you think we should do?" The Tianjin sect master took several deep breaths before he could barely suppress his anger. He turned his head and looked at the collapsing lobby. He saw hundreds of guests with complicated expressions on their faces. They were still scrambling to get out of the building. His face was cold, and his tone was indifferent as he said, "Fellow Taoists, I am very angry and distressed that such a thing happened at my birthday banquet tonight. I believe that everyone has witnessed the arrogance, despotism, and brutality of the Sky Pillar sect. I still have things to deal with, so I won't entertain you. I hope that everyone will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Take care." The Tianjin sect master spoke politely, but what he actually meant was that he was going to see the guests out. The guests were very tactful. They quickly left the lobby, casually said goodbye, and went down the mountain under the cover of the night. The Heavenly Sword sect master couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with the various guests. He directly ignored everyone and quickly left with a few elders. After a while, everyone entered the conference hall. An elder in a purple robe carried the unconscious and asked the Tianjin sect master, "Sect master, how should we deal with this kid? Do you want to kill him?" The Tianjin sect master glanced at the elder and shouted in a deep voice, "Lock him up in the secret room and watch over him strictly. Don't let him escape and don't let him die. This kid is the crown prince of the Fire Clan. If he dies in our Tianjin sect, all of you will be buried with him." The elder immediately nodded to show that he understood. He turned around and left the conference hall with Yen. The Tianjin sect master ordered the other elders, "You all immediately take people and search the surrounding area. You must find Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Once you find them, kill them on the spot." The elders immediately cupped their hands and accepted the order. They quickly left the conference hall to carry out the order. After the elders left, the Tianjin sect master hurriedly took Taoist Tianji out of the conference hall and entered a secret room full of spiritual qi. There were 2 people in the dimly lit secret room. One of them was Shi Wenyu, who was lying on the cold jade ice bed. He was motionless and breathless. The other person was foreign guest Huangfu. After the Tianjin sect master took Taoist Tianji into the secret room, he couldn't wait to order, "Taoist Tianji, quickly use the antidote to wake Wenyu up, so as not to delay his recovery." Taoist Tianji nodded and pretended to perform a secret technique. He used his fingers to hit several acupoints on Shi Wenyu's body. Then, he took out a pill from his interspatial ring and stuffed it into Shi Wenyu's mouth. Everyone waited patiently for a while, but Shi Wenyu still didn't move and didn't respond at all. Seeing this scene, the Tianjin sect master frowned in confusion. He walked to Shi Wenyu's side and reached out to touch Shi Wenyu's forehead. He felt a chill without any warmth. He turned to look at Taoist Tianji and asked in a deep voice, "Taoist Tianji, what's going on? Why hasn't Wenyu woken up yet?" Taoist Tianji hurriedly stepped forward and carefully checked Shi Wenyu's pulse and heartbeat. After a while, he suddenly found the result. His expression changed dramatically and he reported in a heavy tone, "Sect master, Wenyu, he can't be saved." "What? Can't be saved?" Chapter 346. After a long while, the Tianjin sect master came to his senses. He stared at Taoist Tianji with bloodshot eyes and asked anxiously, "Taoist Tianji, what happened? Didn't you say that after Wenyu took the fake death pill, as long as he was rescued in time, he would be able to come back to life? How could he not be saved?" Taoist Tianji showed a compassionate expression, shook his head and sighed. "Alas, sect master, we have delayed for too long. We have already missed the opportunity to rescue him. Moreover, that brat Ji Tianxing was too heavy-handed. I am powerless to reverse the situation. Sect master, please restrain your grief." The Tianjin sect master's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with deep sorrow and despair. His body was bent as he walked stiffly to the side of Shi Wenyu's body and sat down weakly. The sect master of the Tianjian sect, a heaven origin stage expert, lowered his head and looked at Shi Wenyu's body. 2 lines of clear tears fell from his eyes. Wenyu, Master only wanted to use you as bait to set up a scheme. I didn't really want to kill you. Master has let you down. Taoist Tianji and guest elder Huangfu saw the Tianjian sect master's tear-streaked, grief-stricken appearance, and quietly left the secret chamber. Only the Tianjian sect master and Shi Wenyu's body were left in the secret chamber. The Tianjian sect master held Shi Wenyu's hand and sighed. Wenyu, your father and I were bosom buddies. Back then he sacrificed his life to save me, and before he died he entrusted you to me. For the past 15 years, I have felt guilty in my heart, so I treated you like my own son and cultivated you with all my heart. Who would have thought that in the end, you would die tragically under Ji Tianxing's hands? Master has let your father down. The Tianjian sect master raised his sleeve to wipe away his tears. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred, and his voice was filled with resentment. Wenyu, don't worry. Master won't let you die in vain. Master will destroy the Sky Pillar sect soon. I will kill Ji Tianxing and Yunyao with my own hands, and use their heads to pay tribute to you. Master will make the Sky Pillar sect pay with their blood, and pay them back tenfold. The Tianjian sect master's body emitted a blazing murderous aura as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with cold light. At the back of the Divine Sword Peak, in a floating palace near a cliff. In the room, Master Tianji, the Taoist Tianji, and Tianji is? At this moment, the door was opened and the white-haired Taoist priest Tianji quickly walked in. Tianji de Tianji. Masters Tianji Tianu, Tianji. To the blood moon Infanta raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, High Priest, the purity pill you gave Shi Wenyu is clearly a pill that can seal quintessence and reduce his strength. Why did you lie to them and say that it was the death-faking medicine? If I'm not wrong, Shi Wenyu is probably already dead, right? The high priest nodded and sneered, Shi Wenyu is just an insignificant pawn. Only when he dies can his value be reflected. The human race is so hypocritical and disgusting. It's obvious that the 2 sects are like fire and water, but the Tianjian sect still cares about morality. Since that's the case, I'll do them a favor and give them a reason to start a war. Only if Shi Wenyu is really dead can we completely enrage the Tianjian sect master and ignite the flames of war between the 2 sects. The blood moon Infanta suddenly understood the high priest's intention. She couldn't help but nod with a cold smile. The high priest is indeed a good strategist. Ji Tianxing killed Shi Wenyu in front of everyone at the Tianjian sect master's birthday banquet. Now that things have developed to this point, I don't believe that the Tianjian sect master can still hold back. The high priest grinned and revealed a mocking sneer. After a moment of silence, his expression became serious again. He said in a solemn tone, Infanta, please wait patiently. The Tianjian sect and the Sky Pillar sect will soon start a war. When the 2 sects start a war, it will be the day we rescue the Demon King. The Demon King has been sealed for 1,000 years. After breaking the seal, he will definitely be weak and will need to devour an endless amount of blood to condense the Demon King's true body. At that time, everyone in the Tianjian sect and the Sky Pillar sect will become sacrifices for the Demon King to condense the Demon King's true body. The blood moon Infanta nodded and said expectantly, I really look forward to that day coming soon. It won't be long. The high priest sneered and walked out of the room. 20 miles away from the Tianjian sect, at the foot of a towering mountain. In the gloomy night, a white light suddenly flashed with a swish sound. After the white light dissipated, a young man and a young woman in white robes appeared on the grassland at the foot of the mountain. These 2 people were Ji Tianxing and Yunyao. After landing, the 2 of them turned their heads and looked around, observing the terrain. Yunyao turned her head and looked behind her. Her sharp eyes saw the Tianjian sect and the brightly lit Divine Sword Peak. Tianxing, This place is too close to the Divine Sword Peak. It's only 20 miles away. The Tianjin sect has sent a large number of experts to hunt us down. We must leave as soon as possible. At the same time, Ji Tianxing also saw the terrain clearly. He nodded with a serious expression and said, "Senior sister, there's no time to lose. We must hurry back to the sect and report the news to our master." As he spoke, he took out the 100 treasures brocade pouch and was about to wake Qian Yu up. At this time, Yun Yao took out a jade pendant from her waist and released a huge white spiritual crane. "Tianxing, let's go back on the spiritual crane together. It'll be faster." Ji Tianxing also knew that Qian Yu's flying speed was not as fast as the spiritual crane, so he nodded and agreed. Then, the two of them jumped onto the back of the spiritual crane and flew high into the sky. The spiritual crane flew gracefully in the night sky and rushed back to the Sky Pillar sect at lightning speed. Ji Tianxing stood on the back of the spiritual crane and turned back to look at the Tianjin sect. His eyes were fixed on the brightly lit Divine Sword Peak. "Yen, nothing must happen to you. We will come to save you soon," he murmured in his heart. 4 hours later, the spiritual crane carried Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao back to the Sky Pillar sect. It was midnight, and the spiritual crane landed directly on the Qishao Peak. After the spiritual crane landed, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao jumped down and quickly rushed to the sect leader's residence. After the two of them arrived at Chu Tianxing's residence, they reported the situation to the black-robed guard and waited in the study. After a while, the sect leader, Chu Tianxing, hurried to the study. As soon as he entered the study, he asked with a grave expression and a worried tone, "Yun Yao, Tianxing, what happened? Why did you rush back in the middle of the night?" Yun Yao immediately replied truthfully, reporting to Master, "At the birthday banquet of the Tianjin sect's sect leader tonight, the Tianjin sect plotted to frame junior brother Tianxing. They used Shi Wenyu's death as an excuse to kill us." Chapter 347. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tianxing's expression changed dramatically, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What? The Tianjin sect's master dared to set you up and wanted to kill you all? He even kidnapped Yen'er? Tianxing, what's going on? You tell master." Ji Tianxing cupped his fists and accepted the order. Then he briefly explained what had happened. When Chu Tianxing heard the entire story, his face was filled with anger. He slapped the desk and smashed it into pieces. "Damn Tianjin sect. Damned Gao. He dared to set up a trap to kill my 3 disciples. Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Chu Tianxing's whole body was filled with killing intent. He said in a low and stern voice, "The Tianjin sect used to be secretive about their actions. This time, they actually want to go to war. Since they want to fight, I'll meet them. I'll take people to the Tianjin sect immediately. No matter what, I'll rescue Yen." At this time, Yun Yao cupped her hands again and said, "Master, I have another thing to report. At tonight's birthday banquet, there was a white-haired old man beside the Tianjin sect's master. I sensed the aura of the demon clan from him." "The aura of the demon clan?" Chu Tianxing's expression changed dramatically, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Gao Yi has the demon clan beside him? Is he colluding with the demon clan?" He knew very well that Yun Yao's heavenly spirit sacred body bloodline was very sensitive to the aura of other races. Since Yun Yao was so sure, it couldn't be wrong. Chu Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, "Were the other sect masters present? Did they notice anything unusual? How did they react?" Yun Yao shook her head gently. "The other sect masters were present, but they didn't notice anything unusual and didn't react. That's why I didn't tell anyone when I detected the aura of the demon clan. I immediately escaped from the Tianjin sect with junior brother Tianxing and came back to report the news to you." Chu Tianxing nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he said, "In that case, Gao Yi may not have colluded with the demon race, but may have been used by them. No matter what, since the Tianjin sect dares to openly attack our sect, I will make them pay the price. Yun Yao, Tianxing, rest here for a while, then follow me to the Tianjin sect." With that, Chu Tianxing ordered the black-robed guard to summon the elders and deacons to the heaven-raising palace. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao retreated to the side and sat down to rest. After the previous battle, Ji Tianxing's true essence had been severely consumed, so he took out 2 pills and swallowed them, silently restoring his true essence. Although his heavenly origin star armor had a strong defensive effect, it consumed a large amount of true essence. With his current strength, he could only use the star armor for about half an hour every time he used it. Therefore, when he escaped from the Tianjian sect, he put the star armor back into the silver ball and put it in his space ring. The heaven-raising palace was dark and quiet. The 3 of them waited patiently. Although it was late at night, Chu Tianxing's order was quickly passed down. After about half an hour, the elders and deacons arrived at the heaven-raising palace one after another. Everyone was in a hurry, their faces full of anxiety and doubt. They didn't know what had happened. After a quarter of an hour, 5 elders and 9 deacons gathered in the heaven-raising palace. Chu Tianxing's face was solemn, and he told them what had happened in a low voice. The elders and deacons were shocked and angry when they heard what had happened. They cursed the Tianjian sect's leader with righteous indignation and vowed to kill the Tianjian sect and rescue Yan. Chu Tianxing didn't waste any time. He immediately led the elders and deacons out of the heaven-raising palace and rode on spirit beasts to the Tianjian sect. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao also rode on spirit cranes and followed the crowd. More than a dozen powerhouses rode on spirit beasts and flew across the night sky as fast as lightning, rushing toward the Tianjian sect with murderous intent. Chu Tianxing's mount was a 4th-stage spirit beast, Dragon Eagle, whose strength was comparable to a powerhouse in the origin core realm. The Dragon Eagle was covered with dark red feathers. It was huge, with a wingspan of 40 meters. Chu Tianxing rode the Dragon Eagle and flew at the front of the team. The Dragon Eagle's body was flickering with dark red flames, illuminating the night sky and emitting a violent and overbearing aura. 4 hours later, the crowd arrived at the gate of the Tianjian sect. It was dawn, and the sky was just turning white. 30 white-robed guards were on duty at the gate of the Tianjian sect. They all looked solemn. Suddenly, more than a dozen powerful auras came from above their heads. The guards subconsciously raised their heads to look at the sky and saw over a dozen figures that covered the sky descending from the sky. Swish, 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 swish. 16 huge birds landed on the square in front of the gate, bringing with them a raging wind. The ground was in a mess because of the wind, and sand and stones were flying everywhere. When the 2 guards recognized the newcomers, their faces changed. They turned around and ran to the top of the mountain to report the news. Just as the 2 of them turned around, 2 gigantic icy blue palms suddenly attacked them. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them were slapped to the ground, causing them to be seriously injured and pass out. The other 20 or so white-robed guards immediately pulled out their swords and stared at the newcomers with vigilant faces. The elders put away their spirit beasts and walked toward the gate of the Tianjian sect under the lead of Chu Tianxing. Chu Tianxing walked at the front, staring coldly ahead. He ignored the white-robed guards and walked directly to the top of the mountain. His face was as cold as ice, and his whole body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. The 20 or so white-robed guards were intimidated by his murderous aura, and none of them dared to stop him. After a while, Chu Tianxing led the crowd to the top of the mountain and stood in the square in front of the reception hall. Everyone looked around with cold eyes, only to see that the entire hall had collapsed and turned into ruins. The square on the top of the mountain was littered with broken bricks and wood shavings, as well as some broken and deformed lanterns. There were several big pits on the ground and numerous cracks. Chu Tianxing and the elders and deacons didn't see the scene at the birthday banquet last night. But the ruins and the mess in front of them were enough to prove how fierce the fighting last night was and how critical the situation was. At this time, several black-robed deacons of the Tianjian sect rushed to the square with a large number of guards and confronted Chu Tianxing and the others. Although there were more than 30 guards and they had the advantage in numbers, they all looked dignified and didn't dare to act rashly. Chu Tianxing ignored the deacons and guards and looked into the depths of the palace. He channeled his energy and let out a deafening roar. "Gaoi, get out here!" His roar, which was driven by the power of the Sky Origin stage, immediately covered a radius of dozens of miles and the surrounding mountains. Chapter 348. At dawn, the Heavenly Sword sect was completely silent. They were still in deep slumber. Chu Tianxing's earth-shaking roar was like a thunderclap on a rainy night, waking everyone up with a start. In an instant, voices of shock, doubt, and anger rang out from the countless palaces and courtyards on the peaks of the Tianjin sect. After a long time, when the roar that reverberated in the sky dissipated, a dozen dazzling lights lit up in the depths of the palaces on the Divine Sword Peak. More than a dozen experts at the Origin Core stage and above rushed to the summit square as fast as lightning. A skinny figure with an aura as sharp as a sword also condensed a pair of wings with green true essence. He flew down from the sky and landed in the square. This figure wasn't very tall, but his aura was overbearing and sharp. It was the Tianjin sect's master, Gao Yi. He landed on the north side of the plaza. Many elders and deacons who had arrived after him immediately surrounded him, crowding him in the crowd. In a short time, 18 experts from the Tianjin sect arrived and confronted Chu Tianxing and the others. The Tianjin sect's master was emitting a murderous aura. His face was as cold as ice, and he was clearly in an extremely irritable mood. Before the Tianjin sect's master could speak, Chu Tianxing angrily glared at him and shouted in a cold voice, "Gao Yi, hand over you." The Tianjin sect's master looked at him coldly and sneered, "Chu Tianxing, your disciple killed my disciple, Shi Wenyu, in front of everyone. I must avenge him. You want me to hand over that little bastard? Dream on." Chu Tianxing furrowed his brows and shouted in a deep voice, "Gao Yi, you know very well why your disciple, Shi Wenyu, died. Everyone in the ancient star realm knows about your wild ambitions. All these years, you've been ambitious and vainly trying to replace my Sky Pillar sect. Who knows how many despicable and filthy things you've done in secret. I really didn't expect that you would frame my disciple just to find an excuse to start a war with my Sky Pillar sect. You're truly sinister and despicable, vicious to the extreme." Hearing these words, the Tianjin sect's master was so angry that he laughed and said with a sinister expression, "Ha! Chu Tianxing, you're really twisting the truth and spouting nonsense. Last night at the birthday banquet, your disciple, Ji Tianxing, beat my disciple, Shi Wenyu, to death in front of everyone. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. You actually said that I schemed to frame your disciple? Did you think that I would kill my own disciple in order to frame your disciple? Chu Tianxing, don't tell me that you dare to twist the truth and bully my Sky Sword sect just because you're the #1 sect in the Heavenly Stellar region? After the Tianjin sect's master, two men's sect. The Tianjin sect after last night's incident at the birthday banquet, the people from the other sects had left, but the people from these two sects had stayed behind. The Thousand Autumn sect master looked at Chu Tianxing and said with an indifferent expression, "Sect Master Chu, your words are indeed absurd and ridiculous. I was there last night and saw the entire incident with my own eyes. I can confirm that it was Ji Tianxing who killed Shi Wenyu. Moreover, I also saw Shi Wenyu's corpse with my own eyes. He really did die from Ji Tianxing's palm strike." The true martial sect master nodded in agreement and said, "I also saw it with my own eyes. I also know that sect master Gao treated Shi Wenyu like his own son and nurtured him with all his heart. If sect master Gao was willing to sacrifice Shi Wenyu's life in order to frame Ji Tianxing, this kind of scheme of exchanging a life for a life is truly unbelievable. It's simply absurd." Chu Tianxing frowned and looked coldly at the Tianjin sect master, the Thousand Autumn sect master, and the true martial sect master, remaining silent for a while. He thought to himself, "Tianxing told me that he didn't have any motive to kill Shi Wenyu. He only used 70% of his strength. It's definitely not enough to kill Shi Wenyu." After Shi Wenyu died, the Tianjin sect's elders and black-armored guards immediately rushed into the hall. These people have been lying in ambush outside the hall, so they must have been prepared. Chu Tianxing had analyzed the situation before and concluded that this was a conspiracy of the Tianjin sect. That was why he had rushed to the Tianjin sect that night. He wanted to question the Tianjin sect master and save Yen. At this time, the Tianjin sect master saw that he was silent and shouted, "Chu Tanxing, the facts are all here. The two sect masters can also testify. You have nothing to say, right?" Chu Tianxing raised his head and looked at him with cold eyes. He shouted angrily, "Gao Yi! In order to deal with our sect, you've really schemed. You actually dared to ally with the demon race. Even if you hid it well, who did you think you could hide it from?" As he shouted, he coldly glanced at the Taoist Tianji beside the Tianjin sect master. The Taoist Tianji's face was expressionless. He held the silver horsetail whisk in his hand and looked like a Taoist master. The Tianjin sect master and several elders and deacons were stunned for a moment. Soon after, they all revealed cold smiles. "Chu Tianxing, I think you've lost your mind because of anger." The Tianjin sect master shouted sternly, "You're full of sophistry. In order to shirk responsibility and distort the facts, you can even say such nonsense. Our Tianjin sect is an orthodox sect that has been passed down for hundreds of years. We've always hated the cruel and vicious demon race to the bone. How could we ally ourselves with the demon race? Chu Tianxing, I used to respect you as a person of character, but I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and vicious bastard. You dare to wantonly slander our Tianjin sect. I, Gao Yi, swear to the heavens that if my Tianjin sect colludes with the demon race, I, Gao Yi, will be struck by lightning and die without a burial place. My entire Tianjin sect will be annihilated." The Tianjin sect master's voice was as loud as a bell. He angrily swore in front of everyone, arousing the blood of many elders and deacons. Even the dozens of guards were full of indignation. They stared at Chu Tianxing and the others with righteous indignation. The Thousand Autumn sect master and the True Martial sect master sneered again and again. They looked at Chu Tianxing with eyes full of contempt. "Sect Master Chu, I really overestimated you. I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. Hee, Sect Master Chu, in order to protect your disciples' crime, you didn't hesitate to fabricate lies and fabricate crimes to frame the Tianjin sect. You're really shameless." The Tianjin sect's elders and deacons also angrily criticized Chu Tianxing, cursing him in their hearts for being despicable and shameless. Chu Tianxing's expression was cold, but he didn't refute them. He looked deeply at the Tianjin sect master, then stared at the Taoist priest Tianji for a moment. He thought to himself, judging from Gao Yi's reaction, it seems he didn't know about this at all. Taoist priest Tianji acted like an enlightened expert. If Yun Yao hadn't determined that he was a demon, even I wouldn't have been able to sense a trace of the demon race's aura. No wonder no one else noticed.